Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, typically at every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. I do apologize for our delayed start here. It's I don't know if the word is slightly. It's slightly raining. You could call it a drizzle. You could call it a sprinkle. I guess the first rain of the season, and everybody in Southern California loses their mind when there's even a modicum of rain. For this reason, people are running incredibly late, so we're going to have maybe 2 people join the show midway through. I don't really know what's going on. So in any case, I do apologize for the delay. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported. Heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. To read a message is $100 and up. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. Please see the description for all of the triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short, really the pressing issue of our time. 10,000 labiaplasties a year in the USA. Total tragedy. If you can't catch the full shows, we've got a Clips channel. Link is in the description. We have a Discord. That's discord.gg/whatever. We post behind the scenes, hate mail, bunch of other stuff. Also, we've got a World of Warcraft guild if you guys want to join it. That's discord.gg/whatever. We've got the World of Warcraft guild. If you can get that pulled up. Scroll down to the raid signups. Guys, we got 6 spots left for our Molten Core raid, December 12th. So be sure to join, guys, if you want to get some epic loot. And yeah, join the guild. Andrew's going to be eventually, maybe, who knows what's going on with Andrew, maybe he's going Alliance, I don't know. He's going to be playing Mage, he's going to be raiding with us. So if you want to play with me and Andrew, check out the guild. We're on Night Slayer PvP on the Anniversary Classic Realms. And then, Damien, while I'm going through this, can you pull up debateuniversity.com? Guys, just a quick announcement on that. We have a little promo going because, guys, it's holidays are coming up, Thanksgiving coming up in 2 days. If you want to learn to become a master debater, if you want to learn how to think, debate, and craft arguments, just like Andrew Wilson over there, and maybe once a fortnight me, you need to get his course, Verbal Combat. That's debateuniversity.com. There's about 6 hours of instructions, 80 plus different educational videos. You can find it all at debateuniversity.com. And like I said, with the Thanksgiving, Christmas around the corner, if you want to dominate your liberal family members at the dinner table, you got to go get it. It's the $199. It's $199
on sale through Cyber Tuesday. $199. Tons of you have been DMing me saying, man, if this was a little bit more affordable, I would love to buy it. And I told all of them, absolutely not, under no circumstances am I going to move on the price at all until we get to the holiday season. And then, yes, through Cyber Tuesday, you will be able to pick up the course for $199. And then that's it.
Yeah, normally it's $500, but like Andrew said, through Cyber Tuesday, $199. So, with that said, disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. We're going to have the guests introduce themselves, so please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation. Go ahead.
I'm Emilie, but you can call me Emily. Mm-hmm. I'm 23, and I'm partly living in Hungary and Denmark.
And you're natively born where?
In Denmark.
Okay, and what do you do for work?
I do OF.
All right. What's the nature of your OF content?
Everything.
Boy, girl.
Everything.
Okay. All right. Any school?
No, only I think you consider it what's before high school?
Elementary school, junior high school?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
When did you drop out of school? At what age?
In Denmark, I was 16.
16.
Yeah.
Okay. And really quick, can you show us your tattoos there? Just maybe pull the hair back a little bit. Scoot that way. Yeah. So you have an OnlyFans tattoo,
Yeah,
a Pisces, and then entering the cleavage area. There's can you explain that tattoo?
It's like a hand gesture.
Which?
And I just got it because I thought it looked cool. But then I was going to a tattoo artist to get my, what is it called?
Stomach.
Sternum?
pierced.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And he was like, oh, that's a sick satanic tattoo. And I was like, what are you talking about? And then he told me the story behind it. So, yeah.
So it is a satanic symbol?
Yeah.
Okay. And you also have a tattoo that says, don't be mad at me. Why?
It's for you, Brian. I don't want you to be mad.
Yeah, you got it just for me.
Yeah.
That's what I figured. All right. What about you?
Hi, my name is Sina. I'm 18. My occupation is OF, and I live in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
And I do engineering.
And OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you?
My name is Isabella. I'm 18. I'm studying brain sciences at UCSB, and I'm a student.
All right. And where are you from?
California.
Okay. What about you?
My name's Katie Valentine. I am, what are we saying again? Sorry.
Age?
I'm 34. I'm from Las Vegas. I just finished school. I have my degree in paralegal studies. So I'm kind of on a break between school and working for another law firm. And then I also dance in Vegas, and I do OnlyFans kind of still.
Okay. And you're from Vegas or?
I'm from Sacramento.
Sacramento. Got it.
Born and raised, and then I live in Vegas now.
And then you do you do OnlyFans? Did you say stripping, dancing?
Dancing, yeah.
Any other kind of sex work?
I escorted for a really long time. Currently not anymore, but I escorted for years in Vegas.
So you don't escort anymore? Mm-mm. Okay. Because I thought there was still active listings, or they're still up, but you just don't.
There could be.
Okay.
But I mean, they might not be necessarily associated with me, but a lot of times over the years, they've stolen photos and all sorts of stuff.
Okay. What about you?
My name is Amanda. I'm from Sacramento. I am 34, and I do veterans mental health and give away free cannabis.
All right. Any school?
I have a bachelor's in healthcare administration with a minor in public health, and that program was focused on the health disparities in the veteran population. And I'm currently in school taking pre-law classes and American Sign Language.
All right. What about you?
My name is Kyla. I'm 27. I'm born and raised in Oregon, but I live in Arizona now. I do modeling for the Young Agency. I am a manager of the best job ever. It's a juice company called Clean Juice in Gilbert, Arizona. Shout out them. And then I'm also a behavioral technician for kids with autism.
And any schooling or?
I went to culinary school for a year, but I dropped out after that full year.
All right. Well, that's everybody. I mean, Andrew, I feel like do we need to introduce? It's like, you know what I mean? Do you want to introduce yourself?
Well, maybe for those of you on the panel who don't know, if you don't know, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. It's a popular entertainment channel on YouTube. I'm a political analyst, a political satirist, and I do conversations and debates with people all over the world. And so I'm happy to be here with you tonight to talk to you guys.
Welcome.
Shrek2on donated $200.
Hey.
My sprinkler goes like this.
Just go back. Yeah, man. Bro. Dude.
Comes back like this.
Shrek 2 on DVD. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. So going around the table once more, what is your current relationship status. If you're single, how long have you been single, and what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
I'm currently single. My last relationship was in May, and it lasted a month-ish. And my longest is about a year.
Okay, so, it ended like 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Your last relationship.
Yeah.
And your longest was 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
Was that the one that ended 6 months ago?
No, I was 18 at the time.
Okay. So how long was the relationship that ended 6 months ago?
Only about a month.
Okay. Who broke up with who?
I broke up with her.
Her. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the 1 year relationship, who broke up with who?
I think it was him who broke up with me.
What do you mean you think?
It was a long time ago, and it was on and off.
You don't recall the nature of the breakup of the longest relationship you've ever had? Because it was you're 23, right?
Yeah.
And it was 5 years ago? I remember the breakup from 20 years ago, but okay.
He saw another girl, and then I was kind of mad about it, but he didn't want to be with me, so we both like mutually broke up.
Yeah.
Ish.
By the way, Damien, hold on, I got to go intro for a sec. All right. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. So your orientation, you're bisexual?
Yeah, I don't label myself. I just, I'm attracted to people's personalities, so pansexual, I guess, if you have to put a label on it.
Okay. Shoes, by the way. So you'll date somebody who's trans then?
If they're kind, then yeah.
Okay. All right. What about you?
Longest, a year and a half. Been single since high school, a year ago.
Single. Okay. Longest. Okay. All right. What about you?
I'm taken for 10 months so far, and my longest relationship is a year.
Same guy?
Yeah.
Okay. So longest 1 year. Currently, you've been in it for 10 months.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Is his hair also colored?
No, but it's longer than mine.
He has longer hair than yours. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Right. What about you?
Currently, I'm kind of in an on again, off again relationship.
Is it a situationship? Complicated?
No, I mean, it's complicated for sure. We were together for 4 years and we lived together, and then we had a breakup like a year and a more than a year and a half ago.
Take the bag.
And so we've kind of gone back and forth over the last year and a half, and my longest relationship was 7.5, 8 years, and that was, I don't know, 7 years ago probably.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have you. So, okay, how long have you been in this on again, off again relationship?
Like 5.5, 6 years.
Is this your longest?
No, my longest is 7.5 years.
Okay. How many times has it been on again, off again? Scoot into the table.
Too many to really say like that. Several over the last year and a half.
So wait, you several times? Okay. And your 7-year relationship, who broke up with who?
I left him.
Okay. And your current, of all the on again, off agains with your current 5 to 6 year complicated situationship, you said it's been multiple times, there's been breakups.
The first 4 years, not at all, but then...
Who ends it typically?
Both of us. Depends on the day.
Fill that out. Okay. Before I have you do that, name, age, occupation, location, go ahead.
My name is Jasmine. I am 27 years old from LA. I work part-time managing a smoke shop in Pacoima, and other part-time I just graduated doing pharmacy, so I am a pharmacy tech for Walgreens.
I need you to speak close to the mic.
So I am a pharmacy tech for Walgreens. I'm planning to go back to school, but that's pretty much it for now.
Do you have a bachelor's in anything?
No, nothing like that at the moment. Just my certificate in pharmacy tech.
Okay. And then your relationship status, how long have you been, longest relationship?
So at the moment, I am currently engaged. We have been together for going on 4 years. My longest relationship would be 4 years. It would be this one. The past relationship that I had was, I want to say like about 3.5 years, something like that. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Before that, I was in a relationship from the time about 16 to 18, and then it was a 3-year relationship, and now I'm engaged.
All right. The 3.5-year relationship, who broke up with who?
I ended the relationship.
Okay. What about you?
I am married. I've been married since 2019, and we met in 2012.
So you've been together for about 12 years then, total.
Yeah, that's wild.
And you married for, sorry, how?
We got married in
2019, you said?
Yes.
So like 6 years?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'm assuming that's your longest relationship?
Correct.
Any breaks, or it's just been straight?
No, but we did start long distance.
Started off long distance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it. What about you?
I am in a very happy, healthy relationship with my boyfriend of almost 2 years now. We're long distance. My longest relationship was going on 4 years.
Who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
And you said that your current relationship is long distance. Did it start
Yes.
long distance?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And at any point, has it not been long distance?
Nope, we've always been long distance.
What's the distance?
He lives in Oregon. That's where I'm from originally, and I live in Arizona.
Okay. All right. That's everybody's relationship status. Give me 1 sec here, guys, to get a couple things going. All right. Sorry, guys. A little hectic here with the situation. So we're going to get into some of the pre-show notes. Let me see where we begin. 1 sec, guys. Why don't we start with you? So you're an OF creator from Denmark. You say you're the currently biggest one in Denmark.
That's self-claimed.
Self-claimed. Mm-hmm. You said you're very conservative.
I am. I think I am, yeah.
And you really disagree with some of the feminists on the show.
I do.
Was there anything in specific that you disagreed with?
I've seen a lot. Also just like debates on TikTok. And I consider myself like a conservative. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm definitely not a feminist. Or an extreme feminist, because I think it's gone to the extremes.
Wait, so you consider yourself a feminist?
No.
Not a feminist.
Mm-mm.
Okay. In what ways are you conservative?
I appreciate the traditional, man should be a man and women should be women. Yeah.
What do you mean? What does that mean?
I think us women are the weaker gender. And I think it's manly to be a provider and stuff. Yeah.
Anything else?
That is just a quick clarification. What do you consider feminism to be?
The equal rights.
Equal rights.
Yeah, but I think feminists.
So you don't believe in equal rights?
I do. I think it should be an opportunity for.
So if feminism is about equal rights and you believe in equal rights, then how would you not be a feminist?
That's true. But I don't consider myself the extreme examples of a feminist.
What's an extreme example of a feminist?
Those who think men are like dirt And
like misandrist, I think, right?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, like do you know what a misogynist?
Yeah.
Like man hater.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't agree with those, but
Yeah, that's wokeism, though. That's not really feminism.
yeah, okay.
It's kind of feminism.
So, I mean, I would just say it's true that there's a lot of feminists who are woke, but I don't think that it's necessarily true that all feminists are woke. I think that woke is a different ideology, which has to do with intersectionality and all sorts of other, nonsense, essentially. It's a progressive mantra. But if feminism just means egalitarianism or equality, like you say, and you believe in equality, how could you not be a feminist exactly?
I'm sorry if I didn't get the facts straight, but I don't consider myself being like an extreme feminist, like man hater. But if we speak about equal rights, then yeah.
Okay.
So, you said you believe in like the traditional gender roles.
Yeah.
And you're conservative. Man is a man or what was it? What did you say again?
I think it's okay to say that women are the weaker gender.
Okay.
And men are kind of, the rough creatures,
What was the other thing you said though? Like men are men and women are, what was that?
Yeah, I just said it's very manly for men to be a man.
Okay.
Yeah.
As far as like being conservative, I guess though, in that statement, you said you're pansexual, right? Which would indicate that you would date somebody who's transgender or non-binary. I mean, how do you reconcile the whole like men are men and women are women with like also, So are you just like you would date somebody who's transgender, but you think it's bullshit?
No, I don't really want to put like a label like I'm only conservative, I think I agree with a bit here and a bit here, and yeah, so if a man decides to become a woman, then if I really vibe with that person and I enjoy their company, then I could date them.
Okay, I haven't heard a single conservative principle here. It sounds like you just like men because they pay your bills. That's what it sounds. Literally, what it sounds like is like you just kind of like them because they pay your bills.
I get that. But when I'm in a relationship, I pay their bills. They become like a houseman, you can say.
Well, wait. When was your last relationship?
It was in May with a girl. Yeah.
Okay. And your longest relationship?
It was
how old did you say you were?
I was 18 when it ended.
You were 18 when it ended. I mean, you weren't paying anybody's bills.
Oh, yeah.
That relationship,
No,
right?
my last, but it was only 9 months.
Okay.
It ended in 2020. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
Well, you have some other stuff here. You said you've had some crazy relationships. You had one open relationship where you could hook up with others, and he would drive you to them and wait outside.
Yeah, that was the longest relationship.
That was the 1-year relationship. Okay, so we can probably go split here, I think. So it was open on just your end or his end?
Well, it was open for both of us, but he just didn't do anything about it.
But you were doing something about it.
I was, yeah.
Were you dating both men and women?
No,
at that time?
I
or
didn't
just men?
Date anyone else. I was just hooking up.
Having carnal knowledge, sexual intercourse.
Yeah. Only men back then, yeah.
Only men. Okay. How many during the course of the 1-year relationship? How many other men did you get with in some capacity?
4.
4.
Yeah.
And he drove you to all 4 of those?
No, only one of them.
He only drove you to one time?
It was the same guy, but multiple times, yeah.
Okay, so he only drove you to one guy, but you went to that guy multiple times, so he drove you multiple times. And he would wait outside.
Yeah.
How long typically?
And I didn't ask him to.
What would be the average wait time? I mean, was it boom, 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 quick, quick?
Well, he weren't like a quickie. So it could be like 1 hour or 2.
Two.
Yeah.
And then when you got back in the car, would he go in for a kiss immediately?
Yeah.
Or he went in for the kiss.
Yeah. And I would start crying because I was so, like, yeah, I didn't want.
You started crying.
Yeah, I did.
What?
But it was,
What do you mean? After he kissed you?
no, after
you,
I
like,
came
snowball?
into the car. It was because.
Would you ever like save it like snowball or whatever?
What is a snowball?
Never mind.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry.
I'm just seeing how much of a cuck this guy is. So okay, he was this in Denmark?
Mm-hmm.
Was he Danish?
Yeah. Not all Danish people are like that, I promise.
Would he get jealous?
That's the thing. It was because I had this guy I was hooking up with for a couple of years, and then I met my boyfriend at the time. And then I couldn't stop thinking about the guy I was hooking up with. So I told him we need to like stop our relationship because I'm still thinking about this guy. And then he started crying and was like, okay, if that's like what you need, then we can still be together and you can hook up with this person. And so I did that.
All right. So would he be kind of like more excited afterwards?
You weren't like a cuckold, no.
You said he would kiss you immediately after.
Yeah. Because like...
Did you like brush your teeth at least or something?
No, I didn't. It was kind of disturbing, yeah.
You say that you were from Denmark?
Sorry?
You say you were from Denmark?
Yeah, Denmark.
To Denmark.
To Denmark.
Denmark, yeah.
To Denmark. Oh, man. And I'm assuming when you went to hook up with this guy or the other guys, even though you didn't drive, would you perform oral sex on them?
Only the guy I saw multiple times.
The guy that he drove you to, you would perform oral sex.
Yeah.
And then you would, as soon as you got into the car, you would kiss him.
I think it was just like the usual thing, like, hi-ish.
Oh my, was this before or after you started OF?
Way before. I started OF.
Okay, so it was before OF.
Yeah.
That's such an L for the guy. He cried when you broke up with him? Or how was it?
Yeah, the first time. When I told him that I had these thoughts about the other guy, he cried.
God, bro.
I was 16 at the time and he was like 17. So yeah.
That's fucking disgusting.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Do you still miss him?
Are you sure he wasn't a cock? Are you sure he was not a cock?
I do not miss him, and I am sure he's in a healthy relationship of 5 years now. So I think, yeah.
I want to do a public service announcement for all the men out there. This should be your baseline standard. Even if you struggle to get women, it should, like, you do not sink this low ever. Ever. Your baseline should be if a woman is sexually involved with another man, that is 100% a deal breaker. I don't care if you just met her. If she's sexually involved with another man, it's a wrap. Go find yourself a different girl. You can't be dealing with a girl who's fucking another guy. Period. PSA. Don't.
But isn't that an open relationship?
Yeah.
I'm advising men. Men. Don't, dude. If you want, look, I'll grant. If you, as a guy, look, I don't agree with male promiscuity. The only scenario where this is like even copacetic would be if it's only open on your end. But I'm not saying I'm in favor of that. That's the only open relationship dynamic I'd be even willing to say is acceptable. With that said, you cannot be dealing with a girl who's fucking another guy. Don't
Brian's
do
going
it.
full Mormon on us. You're going full Mormon on us, Brian.
Hey, maybe, hey, you never know. But
I didn't
I'm
know,
not.
I didn't know the Orthodox have to fight with the Mormons for the soul of Brian Atlas.
Well, I'm not. Look, I'm saying, I'm not prescribing men do that. But if like, you can't do it. You can't do it like the girl's fucking other dudes. If she's like cool with you seeing other chicks, I guess then it's like, look, monogamy is cool. I'm all for monogamy. But like you're saying, you're talking about open relationships. The only acceptable open relationship is when it's only open for the guy.
Why?
Because evolution and biology and differences and asymmetry.
So would that be considered gay if like
Huh?
no, like because if she had oral sex, right, and then she
Yeah, so it's gay by proxy.
No, it's just gay. it's just straight up gay.
I mean, if he's like seeking it out, like he's like, hey, just like.
No, Brian, if you have foreknowledge that a chick just blew a guy and then you kissed her on purpose, how's that not gay, bro?
You know what? You're right. It is gay.
Wouldn't she be
It's
worried
gay.
about STDs?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's you know. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Anyways, I'm still kind of I'm a little shocked right now though. I'm shocked. That's crazy. There's no self-respect. No self-respect. Oh, babe. How far did he have to drive?
Now, hang on, Brian. I got to challenge you on this because I don't actually know why you're surprised. The last woman who was here from Degenmark said all the women in Degenmark are like this.
Oh, the fucking for the election stream that we did?
Yeah. She said all of them are like that.
I mean, it's a Scandinavian country, right? They're pretty progressive when it comes to that stuff. I don't know. There's some Andrew. Let's not throw the Scandinavians under the bus. There's some super fucking based Viking based Giga Chad Swedes and Norwegians and Danish.
No, it's mostly soy boys.
Look, dude, look.
Yeah,
hey,
I don't
there's
think so.
no Andrew. Trust me, bro. I know a few. They're gonna retake their fucking country. Okay, trust me, dude. You're remember with the election stream, you're like, Kamala, you start fucking crying. Kamala's gonna win. I was like, Andrew. We got to work on this, man. You got to be more optimistic, bro. We got Trump in the Oval Office. Be a little more optimistic. We're gonna reclaim. We're not just gonna make America great again. We're gonna make Sweden great again, Denmark great again, Norway great again. If we gotta fucking annex all of Scandinavia, we're gonna fucking do it. But there's some based guys. By the way.
All right. Rare Brian W. I'll concede it. It's a rare Brian W.
And by the way, could that be like terrorist threats?
Yeah, I don't know, bro.
We're gonna retake. No, I'm not kidding.
I don't think so.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna
make Scandinavia great again.
We're not gonna annex these countries, but we're gonna do it through diplomatic processes, democratic processes, and we will. We're gonna make Sweden Swedish again. We're gonna make Norway Norwegian again, and we're gonna make Denmark American because it's too far gone. I'm sorry, it's too far gone.
Wouldn't it be Danish again? We're gonna make it Danish again.
Yeah, but they're too far gone. We just got invaded. Denmark, Sweden, Norway gets the pass. Denmark, we got invaded. So, I'm kidding. Don't put me on the list. Okay, so hold on. We have one thing coming through here from
Conquistador donated $200. Why is it that if a woman sleeps with a bunch of men, she's a sloat? But if a man does the same thing, then he's gay? Also,
That's
ladies, name 3 countries.
Okay, starting with you. Name 3 countries, go.
Denmark, Sweden, Norway.
Damn, okay. You can't repeat. No repeating.
China?
Yeah, that's one.
Canada?
Easy, okay.
United States.
Good job.
Korea, Russia, Mexico.
Okay.
France, Italy, Spain.
Okay.
Honduras, Argentina, Ecuador.
Can you scoot your chair in all the way into the table? What about you?
Sorry, now I'm trying to remember because I can't repeat. Mexico.
Ghana. Whatever.
Ghana.
Yep.
South Africa.
My turn.
That was very Africa-centric.
I was thinking that too.
Well, I know there's a lot of countries in Africa, so I was just going for a general picture of the map, you know?
No, I mean, that makes sense. You know, you pick a continent.
We had Europe over there. Somebody started with South America, so I just picked a continent.
What about you?
Norway, Brazil, Paraguay.
Oh,
All right, there it is.
No. Can't use Norway.
Was it already said?
Yep.
We'll do Peru.
There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you, guys. Going back to your notes, though, let's see. Have you dated any other cucks besides him?
No.
Okay.
I haven't.
All right. Let's see. You said there was another guy you dated where he got testicular cancer.
Yeah.
And he wanted to wanted to force you to have his baby?
Yeah, because he was getting his, can I say the word?
Balls removed?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
And then because I was already pregnant, he was like, if I'm getting them removed, then I want to keep the baby.
So you, wait.
So you didn't keep the baby?
No, because I found out he cheated all.
So you had an abortion?
Yeah, I did.
It's very
where are these conservative principles at? Like,
no, but
is there a single conservative principle there? Like, where are they?
I don't agree with the whole you should not do abortion because I was not at a mental state or financial where I could take care of that baby. So, and I didn't want it at the time, so that's why.
So to get this right, I just want to make sure I get this clarified. Pro women's choice, pro LGBTQ, right? Pro women's liberation. Well, is there a single conservative principle hidden anywhere? I'm looking.
Like I'm saying, I don't want to put like a hard label like I'm only conservative, but I lean towards conservative, yeah.
Okay.
Hey, 1 sec. I got to go. 1 sec, guys. All right, sorry about that, guys. Okay, so back to the story. You accidentally got pregnant?
Yeah.
But he told you, right, that he was like trying to have a kid, or what was this story?
We weren't trying to have a kid.
But he was just like blasting.
You call it the pill.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't work, so I accidentally became pregnant, and then like shortly after he found out he had cancer and had to remove his balls.
But he wanted you to keep the baby.
Yeah, because after he got his balls removed, then he couldn't have any babies. So that's why.
And you got the abortion on your birthday.
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
That's not well. Happy birthday to that baby.
Well,
we have the same birthday.
Would it be the birthday or the death day?
Yeah.
There's this great song by Alien Ant Farm called Happy Death Day. Anyways, good band. Okay. He drove you home. Wait, so hold on. Here's the whole story. He got cancer after you were pregnant?
We found out after, yeah.
Okay, and he was like, oh, I'm going to lose my ability to have children. Let's...
keep the baby.
Yeah. You got the abortion, got it on your birthday. He took you to the clinic? Or...
no, my grandma took me to the clinic because he was busy.
Well,
but
it says
picked
here
me up.
he picked you up after. Did he know that you were getting it?
Yeah.
Okay. He drove you home, then he went to the club, and then he cheated on you with his ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
Oh, but the way you said the story originally was like he cheated on you before the abortion.
This is a different relationship.
Oh, how many abortions have you had?
No, it's the same guy. I only had one.
Then I actually don't understand. Help me out here. So.
Well, he cheated throughout the whole relationship.
Yeah, I get it. I get that he cheated.
Yeah.
Right. So you decided you didn't want to have the baby.
Oh yeah, and then I went back to him.
But if it was so bad, the cheating, that you didn't want to have the baby, why would you stay with the guy?
Because of low self-esteem, I guess. I was in a bad place, and I wanted to feel secure, and yeah. So that's why I stayed, to be honest.
Now, just to clarify, a couple of quick points. He did want to keep the baby, correct? And you did not want to because of this history of cheating that he had? Yeah. And you knew that his testicles were going to be removed due to a form of cancer?
Mm-hmm.
So did you do this as a form of revenge?
Not at all. I was just, if I'm about to bring a child into this world, it can't be us as parents because we're toxic and he cheats and I'm not really in love with this guy. And yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys stayed together. After that, you moved to London, and then you got a call from the Danish government that you needed to... Oh, you guys had like a lease together. You guys were living together.
Yeah, but in my name, yeah.
Oh, okay. And this is the genesis of you starting OnlyFans because you were in debt essentially to the... Was it the Danish government?
Yeah.
They owned the...
It's because you call it the IRS.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, taxes?
I guess, yeah.
You owed taxes.
No, not taxes. But if you don't pay your bills, it'll get transferred to another company.
Oh, like bankruptcy.
Collections.
I don't know what it is.
You owed money to a company or something.
Mm-hmm.
You were in debt. And so that's when you started your OnlyFans, and so that you could get some easy money and to pay off your debt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that was in 2019?
Beginning of 2020, just
Okay, 2020. Yeah. You found a guy in 2021 who wanted to do OF with you while you dated. You told him to quit his job?
Yeah.
What kind of job?
Software engineer.
Okay. Were you guys splitting the money?
Yeah. He had his own apartment. He paid for that, and when we wanted to move together, we found a bigger apartment and split that.
Mm. But like the money that was being made on OF were...
Oh, yeah. We split that.
It was 50-50?
Yeah.
Okay. Does he still get money from it or no?
No.
Okay. And then you guys went and traveled Asia that you paid for. Mm-hmm. And then 2 weeks before the trip was done, he broke up with you because it didn't feel the same.
Yeah.
And then you lived together for another 5 months, and then you paid everything.
Yes.
Because he quit his software engineer job.
Yeah.
Did he end up making more from the OnlyFans than he was making from his software engineering job?
About the same with his part.
I think we'll do the other way. Okay. Over here. All right. Okay. And then, sorry guys, we got the final panelist joining us. And then I'll get right into your news, but I'm going to have this lady introduce herself. All right. Welcome to the panel. Scoot into the table as far as you can, please. So tell us your name, age, occupation, and location.
My name is Riley. I'm 27 years old. I'm a Web3 developer, and I live in Vegas.
All right. Any schooling or anything like that?
I have a bachelor's in computer science.
Okay. Bachelor's in computer science. Relationship status?
I'm single. I've been single for a month. Longest relationship is 7 years.
You've been single for 1 month?
Yeah.
Okay. Longest relationship, 7 years. Is that the one that just ended a month ago?
No, that ended 3 years ago.
And then the relationship that ended a month ago was how long, or?
10 months.
Okay. 7-year relationship. Who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
Most recent relationship, the 10-month relationship that ended a month ago. Who broke up with who?
It was mutual.
Mutual. Why was it? What was the reason for the breakup, or?
We both just want different things out of life, and we both accepted that there was always going to be an ending to the relationship. It was never going to be long term. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Can I have you just scoot into the table a little bit? And then, all right. And then the 7-year relationship, why did that end?
Cheating.
Cheating. Can I have you speak close to the mic, please?
Okay.
So you got to lean forward if you need to. And then go ahead, name, circle that which you disagree with, answer the questions down there. All right, so getting back to you. Yeah. You said you found a guy. Oh, no, that already did that. You get weird custom requests on OnlyFans.
I do.
A few days ago, a guy asked you to do a solo. Why don't you tell us? Because, yeah.
It was up to Halloween. So it was in October. And I got a request from a long-term subscriber. And he was like, well, my father's dead. And it would be quite funny if you did a solo tape on his, you call it tombstone? Graveyard, yeah. And I was like, yeah, that sounds fun, I guess. I could do a Halloween special out of it.
What?
Wait, so you did do it? You didn't just get the request, you did it, right?
I can neither confirm or deny
Yeah,
that.
you did that shit. Was this in Denmark?
Yeah.
So you went to a graveyard in Denmark.
Mm-hmm.
A guy requested that on his father's graveyard,
Mm-hmm.
you do what exactly?
A solo tape.
So what precisely did you do?
Well, I visited the grave.
You what?
I visited the grave, paid my respect, and then left.
No, but what
Okay,
did you...
well, let's ask this a different way. When you do something that is solo, what does that usually entail?
Well, me playing with myself.
I see.
Mm-hmm. Solo.
So
It
you
was
went
solo.
and masturbated on a dead man's grave.
Maybe.
This is. Can we get to the part where you're conservative? Can we get? When do we get to the? When do we get to the conservative part here? So here's what we've got so far from you, Madam de Genmark. So far, what we have is that you've masturbated on a dude's grave. This was after you were with a guy and you went and had an abortion, thus making it so that he would never be a father. But it definitely wasn't due to revenge of any kind, even though he was cheating on you. And then to boot, you're a women's lib fan, completely pro-choice, and yeah, I'm just really confused by your stances
Okay, well,
here.
I think the guy didn't get both of his balls cut off. Only one of them. Sorry, my language. But
Oh, is that all? Nice.
yeah, but like we thought it was both of them, so he can still have children. Yeah.
Yeah, right, but you didn't know that.
No, I
At
didn't.
the time, you didn't. Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I'm just trying to draw the parallel here. I think most reasonable, rational human beings would think that if you wanted to keep the baby, you did not want to keep the baby. You were sleeping with him. You claimed you were in love with him, but he was cheating on you. That could be perceived as an act of vengeance.
But he didn't
right?
want to be a father. I think he would just like.
You said he wanted to keep the baby.
Yeah. He did, but I.
How's that not wanting to be a father? That's
because I
weird.
don't think he would like be a father. He didn't
yeah, but
want
that's
to
different.
raise.
You thinking he wouldn't be a father is different than him wanting to be a father. Did he want to be a father?
He just wanted to keep the baby so he can carry on his legacy. He didn't want to be a father.
Like talking about adoption, like was he wanting to?
No, he didn't want to give it away. He wanted me to like.
He wanted to baby trap you, basically, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so it was solo though. What you did on the grave.
Mm-hmm.
Was it a mausoleum or was it a tombstone?
No, it was like
Tombstone?
Yeah, like just a plot of land with a stone on top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were there any like religious markings on it? Sometimes like graves will have like either a cross or sometimes like a Star of David, indicating the religion of the individual. Was there anything like that?
No. But most of them are Christian in that graveyard.
What was the, I guess, did he have a contentious relationship with his father?
I have no idea. I didn't ask. No.
How far did you drive was the graveyard close by or did you have to go out of the way?
It was close by where I used to live. So I was in the neighborhood, yeah.
What's the, Copenhagen, is it?
That's the capital, yeah. I don't live there.
Okay.
How much did he pay you?
Yeah, that was a good question. Yeah, that's what I was going to ask next.
How much? $200, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
You did that for $200?
Only $200?
Yeah, should I have taken more? Like, was that cheap?
Bro, you sold your soul for $200. I mean,
definitely too cheap for that.
Yeah. Oh.
I mean, you shouldn't do it for anything, but like if you're gonna do some crazy shit, man, like that's at minimum that's in the four figures. Like so, over 1,000.
Well, I can redo.
Because I used to traffic in graveyard desecration. What the fuck? Never. Sorry.
In World of Warcraft.
In World of Warcraft, yeah. Speaking of which, guys, join the whatever World of Warcraft guild. Andrew here is just, we're gonna get him. We're gonna get him to play mage finally. But guys, Night Slayer PvP Anniversary Classic Realms. Okay, so so you just masturbated basically on the grave?
Maybe.
Did you? You didn't pee on it, did you?
No, never.
Is that a crime? That has to be a fucking crime. No offense, but.
No, in Denmark it's not.
In the USA, let me see if it. Hold on. Desecrating a grave site. In many cases, it is against the law to deface or desecrate grave sites or human remains. These include removing gravestones, leaving trash, disturbing or tampering with a grave site. Let's see. In many cases, these are felonies. Hold on. Let me look up a California statute on this. California? Defacing or desecrating grave sites. It is a Class H felony without authorization of law or the consent of the surviving spouse or next of kin.
That, I think, is where the loophole is.
Well, this is for California. She did that shit on. But technically, she would have had consent from next of kin to know it, but the California law continues by saying to knowingly and willfully disturb, destroy, remove, vandalize, or desecrate any human remains that have been interred in a cemetery.
Well, a lot of people, because I did a TikTok where I explained, like I vlogged the whole day.
Wait, there's a TikTok of you at the cemetery?
Yeah. Anyways,
I'll find it.
People called the police on me, and the police did nothing.
What? So, the police did nothing?
Yeah, so I don't think...
Wait, there were people around?
No, I did it at night. Yeah.
But somebody called the police on you, so they must have seen you.
Yeah, because of the TikTok. No.
Oh, after the fact.
I posted it like, tonight I will be going here and doing this, and yeah.
Are there any Danish lawyers? We're not trying to get you in trouble.
I have it right here. A desecration of the grave in Denmark is considered a criminal offense under the Penal Code, with potential punishment including fines or imprisonment. It is considered a violation of the respect due to the deceased and their families. The specific details of law depend on the nature of the desecration, but it includes quite a bit. There's quite a laundry list of what the entailment of desecration is. Everything from spitting on a grave to urinating on it to other acts which are considered obscene.
But didn't she get respect from the son, like, to be able to do that?
Yeah, I did kind of get permission.
I'm not sure that a relative can give you permission to desecrate a grave. I think that they can give you permission to do other things, but I'm not sure that they can give you permission. So, like, what would be considered desecration if you went over and you, like, I don't know, X'd out a portion of the name or something like that without the family's permission? That makes sense why that would be considered desecration. But I don't think a family member can actually give you permission to, like, dig up the dead body and do horrible things with it or something like that, right? I don't think that they can just do that. I don't think that that's allowed.
That is fucked up. That is fucked up. Wait, but so question really quick. Did you, I don't know if this is current, did you stop doing OF?
No.
Oh, I thought so, but at one point you were gonna quit?
Yeah, I got a lot of hate because I started on Twitch, and you know how the Twitch community is.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yo, shout out Twitch, what's up?
And then I started like co-streaming with another, and he has like a mental disorder, and then people went crazy, and then it got too much.
Did you do the mic licking on Twitch? Were you a mic licker?
No, I never did that. You didn't
do the mic licking? Are you sure you didn't do any of the mic licking?
Do you mean ASMR? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, mic licking.
I did a lot of
that shit,
like real life stream, where
you do the ASMR. You do ASMR. Here,
you're a mic licker.
Not a mic licker.
Here, can you give us what's the I don't know what that is. Can you demonstrate?
ASMR.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's just like mouth sounds, right? It's just like, and then like.
And then you have specially crafted
disgusting.
mics, and you put parts of the mic in your mouth and lick them
no.
in order to make certain noises, right?
You can also get the ears.
You don't put it in your mouth, like.
All right, that is really cool, I guess, but not really. Let's see. I'm just shocked about the grave thing. That's fucked up, man.
Yeah.
You should probably.
What if his spirit haunts you now?
Yeah, man. I think
I'll let him.
there's a curse on you.
Yeah.
You've been
I'll let
cursed.
him. I let him like
You have a
haunt me.
Danish curse.
Yeah, isn't
Danish
that cool? Like.
That's that is.
Grognar's
Meet
coming.
the Kaiser donated $200. Brian, I better get some love for this TTS.
Oh no!
I heard $200 can go a long way these days.
I will not desecrate a grave, but I will.
I'll do it for you.
I'll do it too.
No, I will. I will urinate on any Democratic political signs in and around Santa Barbara for $200. For $200,
He's kidding.
I will desecrate.
He's definitely joking.
It's a joke. Would that be? Is it?
Yeah, that's a big no. No, he's kidding.
Is that?
He's joking.
No, I'm totally kidding. But is that? Terrorism or what?
No, it's not. No, that's a specific criteria.
But it's politically motivated. It's like a hate crime, not a hate crime, but
no, it falls under. I don't remember what the criteria is.
What
but
is
it's
it?
a
Chat
no-no.
Vandalism?
Well, yeah, but I feel like it's extra.
Public urination is indecent exposure, so that's at least one risk there.
Yeah, it's vandalism. It would be a conspiracy to commit vandalism.
Right, but it's like I think it's because it's politically motivated. There would be it would be worse. I'm kidding, by the way. I'm kidding.
No, what he was talking about was that there was any alliance signs that the Horde finds, we will be taking those signs down immediately. That's all he's saying.
That's all I'm saying. It's a joke, guys. I'm joking.
Yeah.
I'm joking. All right. I'll do
WoW
it.
Classic.
I'll do it for Bitcoin in WoW Classic. Just kidding. I'm kidding. Okay. We have a message here. Sina, go ahead, read it.
Can we please go back to the precise use of the English language?
Chair one.
Chair one, you are not by any stretch of the imagination of conservative, traditional. You're the
epitome
of boundless
degeneracy
and immorality.
Oh,
Thank you for that.
I just want to summarize very quickly for you that he's essentially saying that he thinks you're a horrible person.
Yeah, no, I got that.
Okay.
Damn.
I didn't want there to be any miscommunication. After all, he did spend $200, and it does go. See, if it goes that far in Denmark, we should really be treating these super chatters a lot better, I think.
What is a super chatter?
The person that paid $200 to talk shit.
Oh, yeah.
It's a super chatter.
Yeah. JJ, we can't pull it up, but thank you for the super chat, man. I appreciate it. Okay, moving on then. We have, why don't we just go right next? Riley here, who just joined us. The topics you wanted to talk on, age gap, or actually, hold on, before I get into that. You said you've been single for 1 month?
Correct.
Have you had a rebound?
No.
Have you had any encounter whatsoever with a male or a female, or are they them?
The past month?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So you've been celibate for a month.
Yeah.
Good talk. And you wanted to talk about age gap relationships.
So the guy that I just broke up with a month ago, or it was mutual, there was a 30-year age gap relationship.
So
age gap.
He was 57 and you're 27.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You could have also maybe had a graveyard encounter. That's cool. Just kidding. He probably had another 10 years or something.
If I would have stayed, that would have been the end.
So, is that the only time you've had an age gap relationship?
Yeah. The guy I dated for 7 years. It was just like a year in between that. So.
How did you meet the gentleman?
I was working at a casino at the time, and he was just like sitting up at the bar, and he came and talked to me.
All right. Was it a monogamous relationship?
Yes.
All right. And so what did you, you were a car dealer? Or what were you doing at the casino?
Serving.
Serving?
Yeah.
Okay, so you weren't like one
I
of
was
the
a server,
game
so I would go
people.
around with like the drinks and everything that the
Okay,
bartenders
but you
would
weren't like a
make.
dealer or like a game
No.
person. Okay. And what drew you to him besides his Social Security that he was going to get soon?
So in the moment, honestly, it was my first day at work, and I didn't really know what I was doing, and nobody was giving me real direction to what I was doing. He kept coming up to me, asking me all these questions, and it just got to the point where I was like, look, if you want me to get you a manager, I will, but like, I don't know the answers to anything you're asking. And he was just kind of like, he was like, no, like, I just wanted to talk to you, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, we got drinks after that, like at a different location, and we just kind of hit it off. But yeah.
That same day? Like later that night?
Yeah.
Did you guys smash?
No.
Carnal knowledge?
It was like 3 months into it.
3 months?
Yeah. Well, like, it was long. He didn't actually live in Vegas. It was long distance, so.
But like, so you guys hung out that time, then he left?
Correct.
And then did you smash the next time you saw him in person?
No.
Okay. Would he always come to you, or would you go to him?
It was a little bit of both.
Do you normally make guys wait 3 months, or was that kind of...
I think
because he didn't have much time left. I feel like you needed to like hurry that shit along, you know?
I think because it was long distance, that kind of made it longer than what I would like naturally do. But yeah, no. There was maybe like...
Shouldn't it be the opposite? I feel like it's gotta be the opposite if it's long distance.
There was like 3 or 4... We met up like 3 or 4 times before it actually happened.
I think it's got, for long distance relationships, you gotta speed that shit up. It's because it's one thing if you're like, you can see the person almost at any given time. If it's long distance, you guys can only see each other, once a month maybe? You gotta get the sex in while you can. You can't be waiting.
We were both, we both just accepted that like we wanted to get to know each other better, and we understood that we couldn't do that as easily because it was long distance.
Wait, was he, so just curious on the whole waiting thing, was he like trying to hit and you're like, nah, let's wait.
No, it was mutual.
It was really?
Yeah. If anything, I kind of came. No, he's not gay.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
You sure?
Definitely not gay.
So you're saying he wasn't trying to have sex with you?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Like, there was an attraction between the two of us, but he appreciated like a build-up of like kind of waiting. I guess you could say maybe because he's like older, a little more old-fashioned.
Yeah, old-fashioned.
Yeah.
Old-fashioned. And what, have you ever had the one-night stand?
One time.
Have you ever hooked up your 7-year relationship? From what age to what age was your 7-year relationship?
17 to 24.
How long did that guy wait for the sex?
Like a month.
And then have you had sex, maybe second date, third date, maybe not one night stand, but first date, second date, third date?
Like on a third date, yeah.
So what's the difference? Why do some guys get to hit it immediately? Some guys get to hit it early on. Some dudes got to wait a month. The 7-year relationship guy had to wait a month. 10-month relationship guy, he's got to wait 3 months. Why? Why the differential here?
I mean, the different situations. So for starters, with the 7-year relationship, I was a lot younger.
Sure.
I was losing my virginity at the
Okay.
time, and I was
That's
like
different.
kind of like nervous about the situation. And then once we broke up, I kind of had like a revenge one night stand, and then after that, I didn't really want to have any part in any type of like sexual encounters after that.
Okay.
So then, yeah, the 3 months thing with the guy, it was literally just because it was long distance, and we both just wanted to like get to know each other face to face before, and kind of have like a sexual tension build up, if you will.
All right, cool. Good times, good times. And you have crazy Vegas bartending stories. Couple asked you for a threesome?
So I've had a coworker and customers.
Have you taken?
No, I
any?
haven't. But yeah, the swingers.
Okay. I guess on the threesome thing, has anybody here had a threesome? What?
It's not.
Foursome? You've had more than a threesome?
No.
Here, do me a favor. Hold on.
So it wouldn't be.
Can you tilt your mic down?
Oh, like this way.
There you go. That's good.
Okay. So I don't know if to technically call it a threesome.
Was there
it
like
was,
a dude watching
I guess,
in the corner
almost
crying?
there. No, he was there. He was very present.
Okay. Was he present and crying though?
It was no
crying.
He
Okay.
was. There was no crying involved at all. It was just that it never fully happened, and then we ended up just like both of us at the end.
Just for a second, just to see how it feels.
Okay.
And so then it turned out like he didn't feel comfortable going through with it. He pulled me to the side and he was like, "Look, I know you're stupid drunk right now. You might wake up tomorrow and look at me like, why did you want to go through?" Because I was like, I want it. And he was like, so it happened so that the girl ended up leaving. It just kind of like, yeah, and then we were together at the end. And honestly, I'm glad it happened the way it did, because I'm pretty sure he was gonna be right. In the morning, I was gonna have like regrets and second thoughts, or even back then my mentality is different than it is now. So my headspace where it was way out of sorts. I would have probably in arguments, even if it was like, oh, where's the remote, I would have been like, and you also let you have a threesome, and so I would have been bringing it up in his face probably. So yeah, so that's why I say I don't know if it fully counts.
I could definitely see how that would be his fault.
Yeah, you see, it's like, because as like a girl, I feel like no matter what, even if it's like us, we're saying like, yeah, it's okay, no, it's cool, we're always gonna throw it back in their face in one way or another, subconsciously, I feel. So
how dare that guy let you do that thing you wanted to?
Like how did you let you do that?
Yeah.
So yeah.
We're going to come back to some of the pre-show notes, but we do have Stifler coming in. Ask everyone to rate their own looks on a scale of 1 to 10, starting with you. Go ahead.
I would say like a 5.
5, okay. Sina?
I think I'm a 5 then.
What did you rate yourself last show?
An 8.
Why did you lose 3 points in 48 hours?
48.
Yeah, you were here on Sunday. Do they use a different system in Canada? What is it? They count. There's not time clocks. They count you have a sundial?
Yes.
The sundial. Okay. When the sun.
They use snow metrics.
Snow.
So listen. So you were here when the pile of snow was here, and now it's here.
Yeah.
See? Okay. Yes.
Yeah. So the snow. Yeah. So you were an 8 on Sunday.
Yeah.
Now you're mid.
A 5.
You're a 5. How did that happen?
Just personal preference today.
Yeah. Are you?
It's the makeup today.
Your makeup's all fucked up.
Makeup day.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're so right. It's all. Is it are you gassy? Is that it, or
No.
that could lower your point?
Can I ask, because it seemed like you changed your answer based on her answer, like you kind of compared.
Good catch.
And so like that was her own assessment, and so I was just curious why that would change for you based on what she thought.
What do you rate her then? Because you're like, oh, she rated herself low. I thought she must have been this. So what would you have rated her, I guess?
Well, I would, like, on my scale or her scale?
Well, what would you rate her?
I would rate her like an 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're like, well, oh, if she's a 5, then I must be a 5.
No, it's mainly the way that I look today, I guess.
What happened?
The makeup.
The makeup.
Oh, okay. All right. That's cool. All right. Lost 3 points. And what about you?
5, like
What did you rate yourself last time?
6.
Why the downgrade?
Cause she's pretty as hell. Like what?
Okay. By the way, what is that? Is that makeup or?
Yeah. It's just drawing. Yeah.
But what's the symbol? It's like
It's a spiral.
Spiral. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What about you?
I'm gonna rate myself like no extensions, lashes, all of that.
Yeah.
So I would say 7 and a half. Without.
And then with?
I think when I was younger, I would rate myself higher, but currently, like, maybe only go up to an 8 and a half, maybe.
8.5 with all the stuff.
Yeah.
And then when you were younger, like your peak or whatever the fuck. 10?
I would say 9. I can't get myself a 10. I would never rate myself perfect. And I had one time a guy told me I was a Vegas 10, but an LA 9.
A Vegas 10, but an LA 9.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you?
I want to say on a good day of 5.5.
All right. What about you?
7.
All right.
6.
All right.
7.
I give myself a 5. Andrew, what about you?
Since there's more realistic answers today, I'll go with the actual one. About a 4.
Yeah, not bad, right? Yeah. All right. And then on this one, though, do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time? So you're 23. Do you think you'll be better looking at 33?
I hope, but I don't think so, no.
Okay. You're 18. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time at 28?
Yes.
38?
No.
Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time at 28?
Yes.
20 years' time at 38?
Yes.
30 years' time at 48?
Maybe not. No.
When's the peak?
Maybe high 20s.
High 20s.
Yeah.
Okay. You're 34. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time at 44?
No.
You're 34. Do you think you were better looking at 24?
No.
Better looking now? At better looking now at 34 versus 10 years ago at 24?
Yes.
Didn't you say you were a 9 when you were younger?
Yeah, but
so
I would say
should I go
not
further
all
back?
the way back that far. In between 24 and
So like 28?
28. Yeah.
Okay, so better looking at 28 than you are now at 34.
Correct.
How about this? Wait. Better looking now at 34 versus 18.
Better looking now.
And then how about, well, I'll just ask, better looking at 28 or 18?
28.
Okay. You are 27, better looking in 10 years' time at 37.
To be quite honest, I honestly don't know. I want to say there's a 50-50 no, 50-50 yes. If I have kids, my body might change. So
Let's say
I
you
might.
don't have kids.
If I don't have kids?
Yeah.
If I don't have kids, I want to say I'll look decent enough.
No, the question is though, will you be better looking?
Better
compared to-
looking.
Like, so you now and then in 10 years' time?
That's hard. Considering my eating habits and my just habits, I'm gonna say just probably yes. I'll look better.
Okay. Because
in a
of
few
the
years.
eating habits.
Eating habits, yeah. Like I'm changing up. I'm trying to get healthier
and like trying to work on myself to look better.
Sure, eating habits. Okay, I have a question on that, but and then you're 27. Better looking now at 27, or we're gonna go 9 years back, or better looking at 18?
Oh God, no, not at 18. Better looking at 27.
Better looking now at 27 versus 18. Okay, and then going to you, you're 34. Better looking in 10 years time at 44.
I hope so.
Okay, better looking in 20 years time at 54.
I hope it just gets better.
So you're saying you think you'll be better looking at 54 versus now at 34, excuse me.
I think that will depend on what resources are available to me.
Such as?
All kinds of different cosmetic and athletic
skincare.
Athletic. Okay.
Like different workouts, dietary. We know so much more about nutrition now than we did 20 years ago.
Another diet thing. Okay. So,
I think nutrition.
And you're talking plastic surgery too?
Some, yeah.
Okay, so like
I would
maybe
be open to
lipo or Botox or other implants.
I think it would depend on what I'm insecure about at that point.
Let's go 30 years forward. Better looking at 64 versus now at 34?
Again, I think it depends on what I'm willing to do at that point. Better looking. I think my audience changes, right? So who's the judge? Is it just me or is it generally, right?
Okay.
Actually, I'm actually kind of confused by that. Right? Why would your audience change? It's like the same amount of 20-year-olds as 50-year-olds are going to see you now as they do in 10 years, right?
Well, no. Like I would consider like my judgment now is based on what my peers would consider, and so at 54, I'm also still going to be taking into consideration the opinion of my peers, which would be other people of the similar age. So
why wouldn't you take into account people who were 10 years younger than you?
I mean, I don't necessarily
at what point are they not your peers anyway? Like once you hit 20 or 25, are you just not a peer with somebody anymore because they're 35 or 40?
No, I think there's a limit to that. I think life experience can also change whether or not I consider someone a peer.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know that your audience would change much, right? It seems like it'd be basically the same people or the same demographics who would look for the attractiveness measure.
Maybe a better way to put it is like how we judge attractiveness changes by age. So I personally feel I'm more attractive now. A lot of that has to do with the level of self-confidence that I have. And so I don't think that I had that level of confidence at 24. And I think that as you age, especially as a woman, you gain certain perspectives that only add to your allure as a woman.
Can I ask you a question then?
Of course.
Let's say that a guy had the option between two 24-year-old women. And one was a drop-dead knockout. She was gorgeous, but she was really shy and bashful and didn't have much confidence. And the other one was really not very good looking at all, but she was a boss babe. Who do you think you would prefer?
Me personally? You said she's not attractive at all? Like
No,
what?
not you personally. What do you think the guy would prefer?
I mean, I think it would depend on the guy, right? Like what are his goals
Just
for
your
this
average,
one?
most of your average guys, right? Just on average, what do you think? Which one do you think you would prefer?
I mean, I think he's going to go with the prettier one.
Yeah, exactly. So the thing is like, if that's the case, and I would agree with you, right? I think that that's a reasonable assessment to make. Then what the hell does confidence have to do with anything? Like, if we're asking for a physical metric of beauty, and that's what we're after, so often I hear women say, well, but I'm a lot more confident now than I used to be when I was prettier. But I don't actually understand that answer because it really doesn't have anything to do with the metric of the question of physical beauty, does it?
I think that the confidence piece comes from being comfortable in the position that we don't get dressed up for the boys, we get dressed up for ourselves and for the girls. And
yeah, I understand the confidence portion. I get the confidence part. I understand. What I'm saying though is that if we're asking for just a purely beauty standard, just a physical beauty, like confidence, somebody would have to talk to you. They'd have to know you. So that would have to come into play. There'd have to be an interpersonal dynamic. But what about just somebody looking at you?
I feel like I can determine whether a person is confident or not by looking at them.
What?
Not
How do you determine
always.
that?
I don't think
Not always, but if you are observing a person looking for whether or not they are confident, you can tell by their body language.
No. Yeah, I mean, you get 3 seconds. You're walking down the street, right? The guy's walking past you. He's got 2 seconds. He just takes a look, right? Oh, she's good looking, or she's not. They're not like, they don't got,
If he makes eye contact,
huge goggles, and they're looking through their magnifying glass at you and observing you for multiple minutes, right? They're just like walking past you. They're not going to know what your confidence level is there.
I think it's pretty easy to determine. If they make eye contact, they're confident. If they're not looking at you and they kind of avert immediately, then they're kind of shy. That's a pretty easy indicator for me.
There can be women who walk with a certain gait, let's say. They walk with like a certain way that they do it, where you could think they're very confident, and then you talk to them, and they're totally not. They're like, and they're kind of sheepish and this type of thing. I don't even know if we could judge confidence just at a look. But even if I were to grant that there's some cases where you can judge if somebody's confident or not confident, in some cases, just if we're looking at it on average, I think that most people can determine physical beauty in another person at a glance. Like, it doesn't take much. Just look over, that's all you need, right? To know if you think they're attractive or not attractive. So if you're just going off that purely physical metric, when we ask, between 1 and 10, that's really what we're looking for. It's like, in 10 years, at a glance, is the average guy, when he looks over, going to think that you're better looking at this point in your life or at that one?
I understand.
We're gonna get the rest of the answers from everybody. You are 27, better looking in. Or wait, hold on. Did I get all the? No, I don't think I finished here. Hold on. You said better looking at 64. 30 years.
Then 34.
Yeah.
Depending on what procedures I might have, yeah.
Okay, and what about 40 years time at
probably
74?
cap at that point.
Okay, and when would
I think
when's the peak?
Peak will be between 34 and 44.
34 and 44. Okay, so you have not hit your peak yet.
Correct.
Okay, and then going back 10 years time, were you better looking at 24 than you are now at 34?
No.
And then were you better looking at 18 than you are now at 34?
No.
Okay. Going to you're 27, better looking in 10 years time at 37?
No.
Okay, and then you're 27, were you better looking at 18 than you are now at 27?
No.
Okay, do you think you're currently at your physical peak?
I would say maybe like 24.
So 3 years ago. Okay. And then you're 27, better looking in 10 years time at 37?
No, I believe that I've already hit my peak probably around 4 or 5 years ago.
So 22, 23?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think anybody reaches their peak after the age of 30, in my opinion.
Okay. Fair.
How old are you again?
27.
You'll think differently later.
I mean, what do you mean she'll think differently?
I think,
like, as in terms of she'll cope?
No, I just think as you get older, especially as a woman, and you look back and reflect on your looks later, that drastically changes. That's why I can say now that, like, I peaked at 28, because I can look back and say, like, that, like, I made a lot of changes in my appearance, as far as, like, even just little things, as things I would do with my hair or my makeup that make me look a lot better, that I learned over years. When you're really young, you're kind of just doing whatever, trying to figure it out, different hair color, different haircut, like, so I just think...
I think that's reasonable to say if you're talking about a 4-year stretch, like 24 to 28. Okay,
correct,
yeah, that's fine. But I think it becomes cope when you're 32, 33, and you're like, no, when I was 24, I'm way better looking now. What we're asking for is, like, you're just seeing a picture of a person, right? That's it. You're looking at their 24-year-old picture, and you're looking at their 34-year-old picture. What do you think the average person would find more attractive? The 34-year-old version of you or the 24-year-old version of you?
The average person?
Yeah.
I think 34-year-old me.
Okay.
Erroneous!
Wait, but so how about this?
I wouldn't say that, sorry. I wouldn't say that now about me at 28 or 29. I think I was far better looking at 28 and 29 than I am now, and I also think I was far better looking at 28 and 29 than I was at 18 or 19. So that's why I'm saying, like, and I, like, peak for me varies on the woman. Everybody's peak is different for your physical appearance, in my opinion.
But what if we adjusted for this? Let me ask you this question. Have you had any sort of cosmetic enhancements?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So let's pretend that you're 19 years old and had the same cosmetic enhancements you have right now. And now we're looking at the same picture of you at 34 versus 1920. Same cosmetic enhancements. Which one's prettier?
Definitely when I was younger, 24.
Yeah. So then the basic idea here is that you're using cosmetic enhancements in order to enhance a youthful standard for beauty. That's what's going on. And if you had those same cosmetic enhancements when you were younger, you'd be prettier younger, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So then I think that's why people get so confused by the answer. Women, when they often will say, no, I'll be a lot prettier in 10 years because they're banking on cosmetic enhancements in order to kind of keep their youthful look. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I still think I don't necessarily think that all of the cosmetic enhancements that I have now would look good on me that young. No. So I still think that could be different. Like,
well, which ones? Which ones would have looked worse? You fundamentally have the same bone structure, same height, same everything, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess cosmetic surgery, like, I don't necessarily think all the work I had done on my body would have been appropriate at 18. I don't think it would have looked better. I think it would have looked ridiculous. But I grew up and then was able to, like, determine what I felt like would be best looks-wise as I got older.
Why would it have looked worse?
I don't
at
think,
20?
even if I had all the things I had done right now, I'm taking back what I said. I don't think I would have been more attractive at 18 with all of the cosmetic procedures I've had now. I don't.
No, so let's say it's 20 years old, same exact cosmetic procedures. What about your 20-year-old self would look worse?
I guess it's more of an appropriateness to me. Like,
No, not appropriate, not context, none of that. Just two pictures. 20-year-old you at the age you are right now, or 34, same cosmetic enhancements. Why does 20-year-old you look worse?
I just don't, I don't know. I guess it's hard for me to see my 18-year-old self, how I look now with the cosmetic enhancements. So I guess it's just hard. Like, I don't know how to articulate what I'm trying to explain, but I don't necessarily think if I did all the things I do now that I would look better when I was 18 at all. I did all the things I do now, only in the last few years. So that wasn't until I was in my late 20s that I started making a lot of cosmetic changes. But I just, that's me personally. Like, I don't think that me with this size boobs and this size lips and all the things that I do now would have looked good on me at 18.
Yeah, but why not though?
I just think it would look ridiculous.
I think it's also because you grow into your adult features. Like, same, like me at 18, I wouldn't do all of that, but me at 20, 24, I would do those because I look more mature.
Because you're trying to capture a youthful appearance, right?
Big boobs don't make you, like, more youthful.
Yeah, well, I mean, do you associate shaggy breasts with old people or young people?
Both.
No, you don't associate them with both. You associate
absolutely.
Perky breasts
I've
with
seen
young
lots
women.
of young girls with saggy boobs.
We associate perky breasts with younger women.
Generally.
Everybody does. Everybody associates that. And here, I can demonstrate it for you. Most women, when they go out in public, they wear push-up bras. Why? How come?
I guess to appear like they have pushed up boobs. More cleavage.
And why do they want them to look like that? Why do they want them to look like that? Why do they not want
that doesn't
not
they
look saggy?
They don't want bigger boobs to make them look more youthful,
No,
though. They want bigger boobs to look more
voluptuous. The push-up bra
voluptuous.
doesn't necessarily make them appear bigger. It makes them appear perkier, higher, right? And so we associate that with youth. If that's not the case, then why do you wear push-up bras for?
I don't wear push-up bras.
No, I know, but women, when I'm talking about women, not you, as in you specifically, but just women in general, they wear them nonstop all the time. Why do you think that they use push-up bras?
I think because
especially when they're going to show cleavage. What's the purpose?
I think we want.
Yes, Sina.
What are you coming at me for?
No, it's just like, I don't know. I was just asking what you thought because you've been kind of quiet. So no,
It's to like show that you have bigger breasts, not in general to show that it's perkier.
It's to make them look bigger. That's what I
Yeah.
think.
It's to meet the beauty standards
Mm-hmm.
set
No,
by
it's
men.
not to make them. It's not to make them look perky, huh?
No.
Oh, okay.
So a couple you mentioned diet and eating, and that's gonna make change stuff. And certainly, if you're a healthier weight, that can definitely have an impact. 2 questions on this. The first
By the way, if
question.
it was all about making them look just bigger, why wouldn't you make them look bigger and saggier?
What?
There's padding
Yeah.
in the bra that like pushes it up and also fills
There's
it
also
in
bras
more.
which will push them down.
No.
Yeah, there are.
What?
Yeah.
There are
How
like,
come women? How come
I don't
women
know what
opt for
exactly you're referring to as far as a bra that pushes them down. Like the only thing I can think of that pushes down is you wear a strap over to hold them down, or you.
There are
Like,
bras
that's
which are
not-
designed
but
to push,
generally
to push
most-
down. I don't know. I'm not a cosmetic expert, okay? But my understanding is that these bras do exist, but that does not seem to be what women opt for. They seem to opt for they don't. In other words, I don't see cosmetic enhancements on women where they're trying to make their boobs look saggy, ever.
Well, you're saying they're pushing
That's
them
really-
down.
that's
So
really
then what
weird.
are they doing?
How come if it's just about size, they don't want them lifted?
The
they
bigger
want 'em
your boobs
perky?
are, like then you have more cleavage in whatever bra you wear. Like it's to make them seem rounder and bigger. That's why women wear push-up bras. You don't wear push-up bras, and you just heard from several of us that it is to make them appear bigger and rounder. Yes, perkier in like that's part of it, but it is to make it look bigger and rounder
what I'm saying
and
is
fuller.
that all the cosmetic enhancements seem to be on par with a youthful appearance, not an older appearance. Not designed for a mature look on women, but designed for a youthful look on women.
I don't know. Is a BBL necessarily youthful?
I
to
don't
meet
even
the beauty
understand that
standards.
phenomenon. That's some
Okay,
some
but
bizarre,
that's the phenomenon. It's a beauty standard.
That's some weird, bizarre phenomenon that people get into. There's all sorts of fads that happen like this inside of society that I don't actually understand. BBLs don't look good on anybody. They've never looked good on a single human being who's ever had one, and they're never going to. But that aside, when you're talking about things like boob jobs and this type of thing, it seems like they definitely want them to be perkier, not less perky. It seems like getting the appearance of sagginess out of the picture seems to be priority number one.
Okay, my point being is that BBL is to make you rounder and bigger, just like push-up bras are to make you rounder and bigger and more voluptuous, and that is a cosmetic procedure. That is not to make you look more youthful. You could say Botox is to make you look more youthful. You could say skincare, facials are to make you look more youthful, but not necessarily boob jobs or BBLs or push-up bras. They're not to make you look more youthful. You could see a woman. You could see a woman who's 55 years old and has
Women's number one response for why it is that they get a boob job is because they feel like their breasts are sagging.
No,
Or
it's
too
because they
small.
want bigger boobs.
Yeah, I would agree that it's because they want them bigger. Women might wait until.
Hang on. That also happens. I'm giving you the number one answer that I'm looking at here. Is because they want them lifted.
Or just bigger. I had nothing when I got mine done, and I wanted something.
Yeah, I understand, but you guys are young, right? It's true that now younger and younger women are having them done. That didn't used to be the case, especially. And even now, it's still in the age bracket of 30s when they're most commonly done. That's the number one answer given.
But isn't that after children when they're just flat?
Yeah, and what would we associate after children? What happens with the breasts?
They get saggy
and flat.
That's right. It's so right, exactly. So you want them to look more youthful, so you do what?
Put stuff in it.
Yeah, you perk them up, right? That's what the goal of that is. Or at least it seems like that's the case to me. I'm sure that there's women who also have small breasts who want to have larger ones. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying that it seems that the number one reason is for the purpose of youthful appearance. At least if we associate perky breasts and not saggy breasts with youth, which I think most people would.
I feel like it just depends on what you're, getting them for. Like, yeah, older people, I agree with Andrew, to make them look less saggy. And then younger people, nowadays, they get it to make them look bigger. So I feel like it goes both ways.
Well, women have always gotten them to look bigger too. I'm just
Yeah.
giving you in the course of answers. If we're looking at the respondents and surveys who say, why did you have this done? I'm just telling you about the number one. I'm not saying that enhancement. And also, by the way, a big one for breast augmentation surgery now is reduction in size. That's a massive thing that's been happening over the last 5, 6, 7 years. So there's that too. I'm just pointing out what the answers are when women are surveyed for why they want to do this.
Most women don't get a reduction because they don't want to look youthful, or it's normally
I'm not talking about the reasons for breast reduction. I'm talking about the reason for breast enhancement.
Yeah, but then you bring up breast reduction as if that's
I'm just trying to tell you the trend. No, I'm just trying to tell you the trend of right now. There's a trend where younger and younger people are getting breast surgery. That's true, right? But it's good. The trend's going both ways for both enhancement and reduction.
But I was just trying to say that reduction is generally because of health issues or pain that you suffer, your neck, your shoulders, your back. I know, just saying. But a lot, and the only women I know that have gotten reductions is because of that reason, is that because they deal with pain from that or issues from it. It's not because they decided they don't like them anymore.
I'm not disputing any of that. It's just not. I'm just trying to explain the trend. That's all. I'm not trying to give you the reasoning for why they have reductions. I haven't looked up all the answers for why they have reductions. I would guess also there's a fear of breast cancer and probably many other reasons that women would cite for this. But when we're talking about enhancement or why most of them are getting boob jobs, it seems that they want to maintain the youthful appearance, at least from my perspective. And most cosmetic surgery is not designed to make you look older. It's designed to make you look younger. You could say a BBL perhaps isn't, but a BBL seems like it's a fad cosmetic surgery. Not like there's some timeless cosmetic surgeries like a nose job, boob job.
I mean, I could again say I don't think that. I lost my train of thought listening to you. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it was your turn. I'm sorry, I was done talking.
It just down the river of thoughts. So.
Okay. No worries.
Andrew, what do you think would be the kind of, if there was, and I don't think it, even if there is, well, there maybe is, but it's certainly not as prominent or as frequent, what would be the equivalent male cope? Like balding? Like if guys started coping, oh yeah, women,
No, I wear a toupee for my friends.
I was going to say a hairline.
Yeah, women.
I wear a toupee for my friends.
The less hair I have, the more attractive women. Like, is that the cope? Would that be the cope?
No, it's like the bigger my beer belly, the more attractive women find me.
I don't know if that matches on as close. It could be penis size. Like, oh yeah, women love my 3-incher.
I mean,
height. I think height would be it, right? So men get, if a man were to say that they were getting surgery to increase their height, and there are men who do that, it's super dangerous, but they do it. Yeah. And they were to say, I'm just doing that for my pals. I think we would say that that's cope. We would be like, bro, you're not getting your height increased because you're buddies. You're getting your height increased because you want to be more attractive to the opposite sex.
No, I'm not saying that the comparative cope for the whole, like, I wear makeup for myself, I do XYZ for the women. I'm saying the cope about I'm going to be better looking when I'm older. I think the comparative, like, what is the comparative cope there insofar as women's unwillingness to acknowledge that, typically speaking, they're going to be the most attractive and most desirable by men in their early 20s.
That's actually a really good question. I'm sitting here racking my brain.
Like, I can't think of...
As many men as I've talked to in various panels about these topics, they just kind of cop to it immediately. They're like, yeah, of course, I was a stud when I was 21, and now I'm 45, and I got a beer gut, and blah, 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 right? So they seem to just kind of be honest about it. I don't know. I haven't really heard much in the way of... maybe some of them cope, but I haven't heard much of it.
Oh, so I guess men, when it comes to like them aging, I don't know if it's like totally similar though, because I think there's differences between.
Oh, I guess I'll have more money. That could be the big one. Right?
I was about to say, I'm sorry.
Like, I'll be able to offset it with money. I'll be able to offset my bad looks with money.
I'm sorry for like interjecting like that, but I was gonna say, I think that's the only option, unfortunately, that's left for men.
I literally had a conversation the other day with one of, I was in an Uber, and this dude who had a whole company, had everything and stuff was going down, and he was very openly and honestly admitting to like, yeah, and I know I'm like gonna end up with like nobody by the time I'm like getting older, so I'm just building a foundation for myself. I'm gonna become super rich, and I'm gonna get myself a young girl, give her everything, you know what? So she doesn't leave me.
After having heard you say that, I can't actually say that that's cope. Because it seems like it's the opposite of cope. So he's going, okay, long term, right? I definitely know I'm not going to be more attractive. I definitely know that. So I'm going to have to hedge my bets properly with one thing that I can give to the opposite sex that they'll really like. That sounds like the opposite of delusion to me.
But then the girls take advantage of that. That's the problem. And then we end up with girls that feel the entitlement of like, this is why we have so many women that are like, well, yeah, of course I'm supposed to be treated like this and given all of this.
Yeah,
and
I think that
need
some men
anything
can
in
be
return.
taken advantage of, right? But if the entire dating strategy that you have is, I'm really ugly, but if I'm rich, I got a shot at good-looking women, then basically the goal is to make yourself a gold mine for a gold digger, right? I mean,
Yeah, because like
isn't
that's
that
all
basically what you're doing?
Yeah, that's straight up what I told him. I'm like, so you're basically gonna look for a gold digger, and he was like, and they're very like, some dudes I've noticed are like, it's kind of shocking, I guess. Well, to me at least, I'm like, they're like, well, yeah, I'm fine with that as long as.
Yeah, I don't even know how that's taking advantage though. If he's expecting it, if he's like,
yeah, I guess in my
that's
mind,
basically
you know,
what my
it's
options
like
are, you know.
Taking it, I guess for somebody who views it conservatively and actually views it as like, damn bro, like you really gonna just let somebody, like a girl, really just take advantage of you that way, even though he's willingly, like you said, he's letting it, like, so is it really taking advantage at that point? But I mean,
I think that there's probably a lot of men who have a long-term dating strategy based around the fact that they think that when they're older and have many, many more resources, that they can be much more appealing to the types of women that they want. And I don't even think that they're wrong. So that seems like it's proactive and the opposite of delusion, but rather being proactive so that they can basically stay in the dating market at an older age. I do think that it's a bit delusional, though, to hear 20, 21-year-olds say that they think they'll be just as attractive when they're 45 or more attractive. I think that that's wildly, I think that that's crazy. Granted, there could be some who are. I'm not going to dispute that, but the overwhelming vast majority of women are not going to be more attractive when they're 40 versus 20. That's just insane.
I don't think it matters.
I don't know why anybody would ever believe that. Even women don't believe it.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
I don't think it matters how healthy you try to stay too, because looking at my mom and grandma, bless our genetics, we all look really young for our ages. My mom looks super good for her age.
Yeah, you do.
My
You
grandma
look
looks
super
good.
young. When you said your age, I was like, no way, really?
Yeah. That's the genetics that I have. But even though, if I am healthy at, 10 years from now, that doesn't mean I'm going to look better, compared to myself now, even though I could be healthy.
I think that what happens is, I think you have a good point here. I think what happens is a lot of women hear this. You're not going to be attractive at 45.
Yeah.
Versus you're not going to be as attractive at 45 as when you were 25. But I think they just hear you're not going to be attractive at 45. And it's like, that's not what anybody's saying.
Exactly.
There's tons and tons of 40, 45, 50-year-old women who are highly attractive. It's just the comparison in age to their 25-year-old self. Generally, they're less attractive than that.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes sense. It's youth, right? Mm-hmm. It's what every cosmetic industry promises you. They promise you a youthful look. I've never seen this will age you quicker skin cream. I have never seen that marketing yet.
Now, going back to my questions here. So, I forgot one of them, but some of you mentioned dieting, eating. I guess the question is, all else being equal. So assuming that everything that you could have at either everything that you could have at 40, you could have at 20, or nothing that you could have at 40, you also similarly can't have it at 20. Do you think, those of you who said like the whole diet eating thing, I think it was it you and you, both of you, better looking at 20 versus 40, all else being equal? Into the mics, guys.
I want to say maybe at 40. I kind of agree with what you said. It kind of doesn't matter really.
Wait, what?
Because it doesn't.
The health?
Like yeah, even if you do take care of yourself,
right.
like you never know how you might end up. Like
you're not going to make yourself look younger.
Yeah, exactly. Like I don't know exactly how I might look in 40 years. So I could look better than I do now in my 20s. I'm 27. I could look better, or I might just not. I look worse.
Okay. And before I get to that, your answer?
I just want to make sure I understand the question all the way. So you're saying if my 20-year-old self kept eating the same way all the way until I'm 34 and then 44, so not changing my diet between.
Hold on.
Oh,
because she's trying to weasel out of it.
No, I'm trying to understand the question. I'm asking for clarity.
Your state of being in terms, because you guys like to add shit on. Well, when I'm 40, I'm going to be in the best shape of my life. Doubtful. I'm going to be the most healthy I'll ever been or will be. Doubtful. I will know how to do my makeup orders of magnitude better than I did when I was younger. I'll dress better, I'll have Botox, I'll have plastic surgery, I'll have all these interventions. What I'm saying is, any intervention that you could have at 40 also in this hypothetical would have been available to you at 20, or alternatively, none of the interventions that you plan or could get at 40, none of those are also in this hypothetical available retroactively at 20. All else being equal, comparing how you look without makeup, without anything, at 20, your natural self at 20. And I'll even say, this would, I think, even be in favor towards the 40, but your body fat percentage remains the same. Your body composition remains the same. Everything remains the same. Are you better looking at 20 or 40?
Personally, I think I would be better looking at 40, only because I did not really feel like I grew into my woman's body until like my late 20s.
What do you mean grew into your woman's body?
Like I don't feel like my hips really finished developing until I was 28. So I didn't feel curvy until I was 28.
Didn't feel curvy until 28. Okay.
So even no cosmetic procedures whatsoever, I like my body better at 28 than I did at 18.
So,
I would say 40-year-old body is better than 18 because I didn't like my body.
So were you like anorexic at 20 or?
No.
You were.
I was just more athletic.
So you were more athletic than you are now?
In different ways, yes. I feel like I have a more feminine figure now than I did at 18.
Okay. And so let me ask you a question. Do you think most men would choose 40-year-old you over 20-year-old you?
I think.
In this scenario?
I mean, I can't say 40 because I'm not 40, but I think more men approach me at 34 than they did at 18.
Really?
Yes.
More. When you say more men approach you, and are you out and about at similar rates?
Not similar rates, no, because I'm not going out every weekend.
Wait, do you have a kid or?
No kids.
No kids. Anybody here have kids? Okay. So did you go out more often when you were younger or more often now?
More often when I was younger.
And you went to college and all that?
Yes.
So just to be clear, and you're 34, right? Or yeah, 34?
Yes.
So you were in college pre-dating apps, pre-social media?
No.
Well, there's like Facebook, early
I had a MySpace.
Early Facebook. Yeah.
That's how old I am.
I mean, this sounds I'm 35, I'm your guys' age. I find it very hard to believe. I mean, it could be, look, there's the rate at which men are approaching women in public now compared to, I'm assuming, 2008 to 2011, 2012, when you would have been in college. Most people have much more opportunity to meet people in college. Is this, are you lying? I mean, are you just lying?
No, I'm giving you my opinion. You asked me if I feel like I'm approached more.
You get approached more. Now at 34, after Me Too, after dating apps, after social media, where, like, back then, if you were a dude and you wanted a girl, you had to go out and get her. You had to approach. Now dudes can hop on Instagram. They can hop on a myriad of dating apps. I find it really questionable here.
What if she's just more attractive now?
I mean, it could be geographic too.
Let me give you some clarity, because this is maybe where the...
Hold on, I'll let you give the clarity, but one sec. It could be geographic insofar, like, maybe now you live in Vegas and before you lived in a 1,000-person town. That's the only scenario, like your geography changed. Otherwise, there's no way girls are getting approached more now than they were pre-dating apps, pre-social media. But go ahead, explain it.
I think that maybe the misconception here is that, like, you think I'm getting, like, the DM contacts, and I don't really have that engagement. Because
I'm talking in person. I'm talking in person.
Yeah, so in person, I feel like I'm certainly approached more in person when I'm out now.
Compared to you at...
Compared to me at 18.
Your
100%.
fit self at, like, 18 to 22.
Yes.
Okay, well, look, I don't know your experience. I'll go ahead and grant it.
It's her confidence now.
Perhaps I shouldn't have even engaged in this. I would just say that's not necessarily, like, just because you get approached more isn't even necessarily evidence that you're more, like, that means you're more attractive. Because we've all heard stories, for example, of, like, if there's girls at the club, like, it's actually the average to cute looking girls that are going to get a bit more attention than the smoke show 10 out of 10 stunner, because a lot of dudes are going to see that really attractive girl and be like, they're just going to disqualify themselves. They're not going to step. They're like, I can't get her. She's too hot. Oh, here's this average chick. Let me shoot my shot. Not saying that's you, but I'm saying...
I mean, I did rate myself a 7, so that's pretty average.
But what I am saying is, I don't think the fact... It seems dubious, but I'll just... Okay, fine, whatever. You get approached more now, post Me Too, post dating apps, post social media. I don't know, man. I think there is something to be said for... Just because you get approached more doesn't necessarily mean that makes you more attractive. So, in any case, though, so your position is, all things being equal, more attractive at 40 than 20.
Yes.
And then for
Sorry,
you,
yes.
And then for you, more attractive at 40 than 20. Into the mic.
Yes, I wanna say it's a 50-50. Right now, I would say that I feel like I'm at my peak, like considering from where I was in my teens and stuff. But yeah, like I said, considering that the fact that I feel personally in my teens, I wasn't as approachable, as attractive. And now in my 20s, I feel more attractive myself personally. I feel more confident in myself to say, like, oh yeah, I think I am pretty, and not feel weird about it. Maybe like once I hit my 40s, then I'll be like, oh, okay, cool, I am, maybe not to everybody, but like I said, who knows, I might have kids.
So you mentioned confidence, you mentioned how you feel. What does this have to do with how you actually look?
Yeah, that's why I said, like, I might have kids and stuff, so it's to everybody else's eyes that might...
Nope, not what I'm talking about. How does how you feel, or your confidence, or your security, or I suppose lack thereof, have anything to do with how you actually look?
If people swipe you on Tinder, they don't see what you're feeling, they see your looks.
You're right. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. So let me
Damien,
take
pull up
out
my Instagram for me.
Let me take out my how I'm viewing myself and my feelings out of it.
Yeah.
So I guess right now, realistically, right now in my 20s, that would be my most attractive.
Scroll to the very bottom on my Instagram. All right, I've gained weight. Scroll down. Hide the TTS thing. Scroll down.
So glad
Is that
bringing this up.
All right. Click on the one where I'm like zipping up my wetsuit. Click it. Okay, scroll down. X out of that. Scroll up a little bit. What about? The little tank top one. There you go.
Oh my.
Okay. So I was like 10. I don't know. I was fit.
Chapstick. Looking for my
Chapstick?
Traffic. Looking for my chapstick.
Where did that just come from?
No one's seen that movie? Pop culture reference?
What do you mean?
How
It's Miami Vice, I think is the movie.
No, it's Malibu's Most Wanted. But where did it come from? It's like, why did you
Because
say
he's
it?
wearing the
do-rag? The fucking
the
Tupac?
rag on it.
Yeah,
With
it
the
is.
wife beater, you kind of look like.
Anyways, I would say back then, even though I think retrospectively I was in insane shape, I had a little bit of love handle. I had like visible six pack, and I felt insecure about my body. I was like, man, I got to lose that little 1% body fat, and I could be a bit more muscular here and there. Regardless of how I felt, objectively, I was in better physical shape and I looked better when I was young. So even though I'm fucking lardy as fuck now, and I actually don't give a fuck anymore, in some ways I was more insecure and less confident when it came to looks then. Now I just don't fucking care. That doesn't change the fact it has anything to do with how I actually look. And objectively, I was better looking then.
Yes.
Measured by my body fat percentage and how muscular I was and my fitness, etc. So you guys are just coping.
No,
it's
but that's
all
just,
cope. How you feel is irrelevant.
That could just be like you bloomed earlier, because some people bloom later, right?
And also, I would argue that you had a girl on a different episode, and you brought this same like topic up, and you showed your photos, and she was like, "Oh, you were so hot when you were young, blah blah blah." But I would argue the opposite. I find you far less attractive in those photos, like truly.
Yeah, women are different though.
But isn't that preference?
So the difference here is that women typically prefer to date men like around their age range.
But like your weight looks better to me.
I mean,
I would agree with that
personally.
Women
don't want a skinny man.
Diet for a while.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Anyways, were you saying something, Sina, or?
No.
Oh, I thought you said something. I was going to respond to you.
I do have a question though.
Yeah, what's up?
What's stopping you from looking like that now? Because theoretically,
willpower.
Well, theoretically, like men tend to stay better looking than women as they get older. Like
Sure.
you see men models who are like 80, 90 years old compared to women who model and their prime is 20, 30.
Mm-hmm.
So what's stopping men from looking better as they get older?
What do you mean?
I think men become more attractive when they get older, like the silver fox thing. And women become like not better looking.
I think it has to do with like women's hormones too. Like, you know, we all have hormones and our body changes as we get older too. And I feel like it doesn't affect guys as much. Yeah.
Burritos is what's stopping me from looking like that, I guess. But I mean, it just comes down to fitness, you know? And anyways, let's see here. We're going to just move it on. I'm still trying to think what the equivalent cope is in men. Like if men were just like, yeah, you know, women prefer like below average penis size. Women prefer like, it would be like a guy. Because the thing is though, I like when it comes to this shit, I feel like short men aren't coping about it. They're not like, oh, pull up. Can you go into the Discord, Damien, and find the meme of, what? It's in the meme folder. It's like the yes, I'm right ones. It's probably at the, I'll try to find it. But, do you have it pulled up? It's resources, I think it's in the memes. No, it's not in the memes. It's in the media folder. It's the second to last one. You are all wrong. Yes, you are all wrong. Can you pull that up? Oh, yeah. I kind of think yes, you are all wrong. And then what's the next one? Yes, you all are wrong. It'd be like most short guys, they're not like in denial about this detriment. They're like, they acknowledge like, yeah, most women like taller guys. They're not in denial. They're not like, no, most like women really prefer 5'5" manlets over 6 foot plus. Like they're like, nah, most women prefer the 6 foot guy.
But some women can also be like, yeah, I know we get old and ugly, you know, and some women have a different opinion.
Yeah, but most of the, like, we've asked this question to like probably over like well over 100 women, and like the amount of like, oh yeah, I'm going to be better looking in 10, 20, 30 years. It's like, no offense, ladies, you're not.
Well, how would you know?
Biology.
Yeah.
Biology, what they've polled men. They've polled men, like, in terms of what they find most attractive. And like, you on an individual level can't really dictate what, because attraction is something external. Like, what are you attracted to? Like, I guess you could be attracted to yourself. I don't know what that's called, auto something or something. Like some sort of sexual kink where you're like, you want to fuck yourself or whatever. Okay. But it's like, attraction is external. So people external to you determine what's attractive.
I agree with that.
And so for this reason, when it comes to female beauty, males are typically the purveyors of this. And if the vast majority of men prefer women at 25 versus 35 or 25 versus 45, that's what is most attractive.
I feel like a good comparison, and correct me if I'm wrong because you're
Sure.
a man, but I feel like maybe like guys taking steroids to make themselves look, you know, stronger. Maybe that's a comparison.
So are you saying like
like in comparison to like a girl getting a boob job to make them make their,
to keep his youthful appearance, he's doing steroids.
Yeah.
Wait, so what is the, like, something a guy could do?
Yeah.
Like women
that's like
get
not
like
really
surgery.
natural to,
Yeah, and
well, look, guys do all kinds of things. I mean, they take drugs for their hair, they get hair transplants.
Yeah.
Men are not immune to feeling deep insecurity about their physical appearance. That's not my argument. My argument here is the cope when it comes to women saying, oh yeah, I'm going to be better looking at 45 than at 25. It's like, I'm not saying women, just to be clear, I'm not saying women can't be attractive at 35, 45. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you compare a 25-year-old woman and then age her 20 years, she's not going to be better looking.
But what we're trying to get is like some might be and
I don't
some
care about
might
some.
not.
I don't care about some. And actually, if all else is equal, like I'll grant to you, for example, that a woman who is morbidly obese at 25 and then she falls into all kinds of money, and she at 45, she is like within the top percentile of fitness of all women, not just women of her age. She's in the top percentile of fitness and she's gotten, I mean, she was morbidly obese, so she had to get all that fucking skin or whatever removed, the loose skin. She used to be a meth head, and now she's not a meth head, and she eats super healthy, and she's been super healthy for who knows how long. Maybe, like, yeah, she'll probably be more physically attractive. But you compare a healthy 25-year-old to herself, who's still healthy, at 45. You really think she's going to be better looking?
No.
So explain to me a scenario where there's any woman who's 25 who looks better in 20 years' time.
I guess like a woman who do cosmetic surgery to make themselves look better.
Well, that's another thing I want to, like, okay, natural 20-year-old,
Yeah.
healthy, versus healthy 40-year-old who has had every single possible cosmetic surgery, and she went to the best surgeons who charged the most, and they did the best job ever, not botched. She got every single thing that could have improved her appearance. Do you guys think the woman, and look, not obese, she's just like normal body weight percentage, normal, healthy, whatever, normal at 20, best plastic surgery in the world, 40. Who's more attractive, starting with you? The 20-year-old or the 40-year-old?
I would say that
same girl.
Yeah, I would say the 20-year-old, because I think, you know, your physical, your skin, I think it's more plump and youthful when you're young.
20-year-old.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say that honestly it's about equal.
Equal. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
If you're getting plastic surgery to like look more conventionally attractive, then probably when you're 40.
Okay.
Actually, 20.
Okay.
Yep.
20.
I think the 40-year-old.
I'd say the 40-year-old.
Definitely the 20-year-old.
Wait, who said 40-year-old? Was it?
I did.
You yeah. Man, you guys are crazy. You guys are crazy.
I mean,
do you guys ever?
20, but you said you look better
you know
now.
what? This makes me think of this. This makes me think of this. Do you guys even know what men are attracted to? Do you just not go through life ever considering? You just always, women just think about what they want. You never stop to think what men want and what men find attractive.
You said, do we think we will be more attractive in these amount of years? Not do men think we will be more attractive in these amount of years? So we answered based on our personal
but attractive to
how we
who?
think we're attractive.
I've talked to a lot of guys about this topic, and 99% of them say that natural is, you know, what they prefer.
Right.
Nothing done to them.
And here's where you guys are going to get really upset. The 40-year-old natural woman beats out the perfect surgery, beats out the fake 40-year-old.
What if you can't tell though? What if she doesn't disclose it and you can't tell she's gotten surgery?
What do you mean?
She's enhanced her appearance.
I'm just going to point this out. I understand your question, but for the most part, and this is not always the case, but for the most part, we can usually tell if somebody's had cosmetic enhancements. People's body shapes and this type of thing have to have certain proportions in order for them to look symmetrical enough for you to believe that they are legitimate.
Yeah,
And
I mean
so-
mainly facial, not body, but yes, you're right.
Yeah, but same with facial, even with face, right? You can often tell when someone's had a nose job or
I don't think nose
various
job.
things like this. What?
Maybe lips. I could say lips, but that's
Yeah,
kind
I
of
don't
about
think
it.
you can tell a nose job. If it's done poorly, then yeah.
Yeah, most of them aren't done well.
The older the
Most of
woman
them
gets,
aren't
the
done
worse
well.
it looks.
Look, I don't know. It's just interesting to me.
How would you feel when it starts like going down, like how you said, like once you get older, especially because you said it was a 40-year-old woman, right? When it's especially in the face, it'll start, this is plastic surgeons say this themselves, it starts like melting down in the face. That's why they have to keep going back and going back and going back. Then you hit 50, then you hit 60, then you hit 70. Now that 20-year-old is now 30 or 40 and she looks great, and that 40-year-old that invested all that money into that amazing surgeon is like still looks messed up.
Let me ask you guys this. Do you think if we were to poll men, because you guys have your own thoughts on this, of course, but if we were to ask men if they would prefer the 20-year-old who's natural versus, if you were to fast forward her to 40 with all the best plastic surgery, who do you think the men pick?
Well,
does that, for those of you who said the 40-year-old with plastic surgery more attractive than the 20-year-old natural, who do you think men pick? I think it was you.
I didn't say 40. I said 20.
I'd say they pick the 20-year-old, yeah.
Yeah, I go men pick the 20-year-old.
Men pick the 20-year-old. Why?
For a variety of reasons.
Because she's more physically attractive?
Well, I mean, depending on the man that you're talking to, they could be looking at her for physical appearance. They could be looking for someone to carry a child for them. So that's obviously a more prime candidate than a 40-year-old. So
okay, how about he doesn't want to have children?
Oh, then he's going for the 40-year-old. That's fun without the risk.
Wait, less fun without the risk?
No, I said that is fun without the risk.
Wait, what do you mean without the risk?
If he's not looking to have a kid, then he's going to date the 40-year-old because she's closer to menopause.
They're both...
Then why
extreme.
all the rich
They're
men?
both...
Why do they all have
In this hypothetical scenario, he is not concerned.
Well, that's what I said.
It
depends on what the man is looking for.
Okay, the 20-year-old has her tubes tied.
The 20-year-old has her tubes
If
tied.
if you're going to add on that...
My first answer was the 20-year-old, and then you added on something else, and so that's what I changed my answer back again.
You said, well, what if he wants to have kids? And I'm saying, okay, even the man who doesn't want to have kids.
His priorities are going to be different than the man going for the 20-year-old. So there is a man that would choose the 40-year-old over the 20-year-old, is what I'm saying.
I'm not asking you.
But most men,
oh my
what
God,
would most
yes,
men choose?
yes.
The 20-year-old.
And I answered that question first, and I said the 20-year-old.
Yeah, there will be some men who pick the 40-year-old. What do you think most men would pick?
Again, I answered that question the very first round, and I said the 20-year-old.
Okay. Because, all right, never mind. But you started saying because of so how about if most men didn't want to have kids, who would they pick?
Does the 20-year-old still have her tubes tied?
Okay.
It's too much hypothetical.
There's no prospect of having children with either. The
20-year-old then.
Okay. All right. What about you?
The 20-year-old.
Because they're more physically attractive?
Youthful, physically attractive, yeah.
Dumber.
Sorry.
All right. I'm going to move it on. We've been on this one for a while now, but okay, we're going to get into Katie. You're a paralegal dancer, escort, OnlyFans, or you don't do escort anymore?
No.
Oh.
I did for many years though. So, and there's also lots of stuff that has been shared or stolen on porn sites, but I've never done porn.
Oh.
All sorts of.
But you reached out to us October 10th, so just 6 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And you said you do escorting.
Well, former. I should have put.
So how
former.
recently? Oh, okay. All right.
But I still dance, and I do I wouldn't even say OnlyFans anymore. It's totally died out, but I did for a few years.
You wanted to, I guess one disagreement you had with the show is that makeup, and this is a point of mine, makeup is deceiving and changes what you look like.
I specifically put that because that day I watched an episode where you guys discussed it, and it was just something that was fresh in my mind. Mm-hmm. Truly, I think I do think makeup can be used to be deceiving. However, I think you would have to go to extreme lengths to deceive. I think you could wear a standard amount of makeup, and a man can be able to tell how drastically different it's going to look when you take the makeup off or wake up the next morning, right? It was just fresh in my mind. There's many other topics you've talked about that are.
Can you pull up that tweet? It's the makeup tweet. It should be already pulled up. And then there's a couple other things we can pull up here. Let me see what we have. Does anybody agree with her? So my position is that makeup is deceptive, lying. Anybody disagree with that? Anybody else? Disagree. Anybody else?
I disagree.
Disagree? Okay.
Like 50-50.
50-50?
50-50.
50-50?
50-50.
I would say it's a 50-50 kind of.
Okay. So can be. Do you have it?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Very deceiving, yes.
I mean,
so that's what
that could be a dude on the left.
Like, that's what I would say is extreme. Like, you are very drastically trying to change your appearance, so you are trying to deceive. But I think a lot of women wear makeup and they just kind of enhance their natural features, and you could still tell that when I take my makeup off, I'm not going to look drastically different than I look now. My skin might not be necessarily perfectly smooth.
Who's willing to take off their makeup?
I would take off my makeup. I have no qualms.
You'll take it off?
I will.
We'll do it later on in the show, but
Okay.
You'll take it off?
I'll think about it.
All right, who's wearing fake lashes?
I have extensions, so I can't take them off. But
You can't. Oh, that does.
I can take them off.
That does a lot. The fake lashes does a lot of heavy lifting for women in general. Just saying.
I could agree.
We got an update on Mason. I'm gonna get that sent. Actually, what I'll do is
He has
I'll
the
do it later.
Neutrogena wipes.
We will. Okay,
I almost
so
brought mine because I
you'll
thought
take your
we'd
makeup
go
off.
there.
I literally have videos of me without makeup.
Well, I don't know where to. And there's probably like filters and.
No, there's no.
We'll do it at the end of the
filters.
stream. At the
I'll
end
do
of the stream.
video, okay.
So you guys don't have to like go the whole show.
You'll get all of us. How about all of us?
Looking all.
The only episode that all of us did. She's like, no, thank you.
All right. Yeah, look, I mean, it just seems kind of, the whole makeup thing seems, I agree with you that there's scales to it. Like a girl puts on a bit of eyeliner. I don't think that's like gonna substantially change men's appraisals of her attractiveness, but women use a bit more makeup, powder, foundation, contouring, fake lashes. There's all kinds of makeup techniques that they can employ, the amount of makeup they use, the type, like I don't know what it's called.
Absolutely. But I guess it was just my thing was like deceiving is intentionally trying, you know what I mean, like to mislead someone. And there are like that picture was a very great example of where a girl used and went to great lengths to change what she looked like. But I don't necessarily think like if you took her makeup off, it would really change what she looks like at all.
No, but I think makeup can be deceiving, but not lying, because you're not lying and be like, this is my natural self.
No, yeah.
So I don't think it's
think
lying.
we go.
I think it's maybe deceiving.
I mean, the thing is, though, a guy could even be consciously aware. Like, a guy can... Although I think there's, like, for example, young men are a bit more naive to it. They don't have the requisite experience with women to, like, really have a full-fledged idea of, like, the degree that makeup can change a woman. Or there's guys who are just perhaps older, but even inexperienced. But even if a guy is, like, has a good sense of... women's usage of makeup, there is this sort of like attraction happens really rapidly, and it doesn't happen on the timeline of, okay, I can see she's wearing makeup, and attraction is instant. So it can happen before the guy's assessed the degree of makeup. So you've kind of like, even if he like post attraction trigger has made a determination, oh, she's wearing makeup, you've already kind of elicited like his attraction drive. In addition to that, many women on dating apps, for example, will never post a photo of them without any makeup. A lot of people meet on dating apps. On your social media profiles, perhaps where men might be meeting you, sliding into your DMs, you're never posting a picture of you without any makeup. You've not really given, the guy an opportunity to make an assessment of how you look without the makeup.
But that's not the most important part. If we're speaking on a relationship basis, then of course, like, your physical appearance is the number one on how you guys meet and get to talk, but he should also be attracted to a personality.
Sure, I 100% agree.
So at least 50-50.
I 100% agree, but like you guys sort of cheat your way to getting the opportunity.
Okay, so would you
because it would be like me saying, well, I had to lie to her that I'm an attorney, but I actually work at McDonald's so I could get my foot in the door so she could see my sparkling personality. Because if it was not for my appeal to her superficial interests, then she would not have otherwise given me an opportunity. Ergo, I had to deceive her on some level.
Guys do that. They
Yes,
use a picture
it's
from
wrong.
2016,
Sure.
but now they're like gained weight and older and you
Right,
know?
but that's wrong. Or there's other ways in which women care about looks too. There's ways men will lie. Maybe they lie about their height.
Okay.
That's a good one.
If a man was balding,
Yeah, and he wore a hat.
and he wore a toupee,
Yes.
would you consider that deceiving, or is
Sure.
that just enhancing his natural face structure with fake hair?
I mean, that's not what he actually looks like, wearing the toupee.
What about a beard? If you were to shave your beard,
Yeah, I would look different, yeah.
so would you consider a beard
I don't
deceiving?
think, no, insofar as a beard is natural, whereas makeup is completely fake. Like, I could be on a desert island and grow a beard. If you were on a desert island, you would not, I mean, unless you were fucking weird, you would not like start mining fucking material to slap on your face. That's a survival situation. Makeup is fake. Makeup is artificial.
But girls look like that. Like when we go out in public, we put on makeup. So we're not lying because we take our makeup off in the night when we sleep or if we
Yeah.
are at home. So like,
Look,
we look like this.
That's sure. Going back to the beard point, I suppose, like for example, I'll grant that there are men who maybe they have a weak jawline or a weak chin, and they grow a beard. 100% could be the case.
Wait, Brian, isn't shaving the beard the unnatural thing?
Sure, shaving the beard would, I suppose, be the unnatural thing.
So then the argument that she's making that you're trying to hide something is the opposite, right? It's like that's the natural state of things.
I suppose. But I think the bigger thing here is, well, then, like, how far do we bring it when it comes to hair? Well, I suppose everybody should just shave their head, both men and women, and then we can, because I think in the same way that a hairstyle on a man can make him more or less flattering, I think the same thing can be said for women. In the same way with the beard thing, this applies to both men and women. Perhaps a man who's balding or a man who has a large forehead, same with a woman. A woman could wear bangs. A woman could cover her 5 head or whatever the fuck. I don't think styling and grooming is quite at the same level as makeup, though. In addition to this is an argument I frequently make. I think when people are making appraisals or assessments of physical appearance, typically I think the top 50% of your face is going to be much more heavily weighted than the bottom 50% of your face. Like from here up versus here down. So look, the beard can do some lifting for people, but when it comes to...
What about the teeth? Because I feel like teeth are a big thing.
Sure, yeah.
Like if you're
fucked
I'm just
up,
saying,
yeah,
like,
somebody with nice, sure, somebody with nice teeth, that can be a factor that gets put into one's physical attractiveness. But I don't think you can make comparisons to beards when it comes to makeup.
But what about hair transplantation? Like when you're balding and you just move your hair.
Yeah, no, I see that. The thing is, though, is that I don't know. It would be deceiving insofar as, well, the toupee one is interesting because that is not like, that does not become a permanent thing, right? So like he could take that shit could fall off. Like you're fucking and it falls off. Oh, fuck. He's bald. What the fuck?
A Donald Trump.
Or some shit. But like,
That'd be funny.
the interesting thing though, even with the toupee, but to your point, like the hair transplant, is that a man could, like, men into their 40s and 50s can still have a fantastic hairline and a full head of hair. So the hair transplant is perfectly mimicking something that exists either in one's youth or exists for other men, or exists of men of that age, or can exist naturally independent of for other men or for when he was younger. No woman, the fake lashes.
No, the boobs.
Hold on. No woman, when it comes to the fake lashes, has natural lashes that look like fake lashes. No woman has eyeline. No woman naturally has black marks around her eyes. No woman naturally has lipstick and all that. No, right? So the hair transplant one
and the boob one, because women, if they had
okay, go ahead, but I have a response.
Yeah. If they had like perfect boobs, and then they get children and they become flat and saggy, and then they get, a boob job. Isn't that the same for a guy? He had hair, he lost it, and now he's getting it back.
It could be, although the thing is with breast implants, there is no natural state of women where they ever have plastic in their chest naturally.
You can get it fat.
What's that?
You can get
fat transfers?
Yeah.
I'd have to research that, but when it comes, not all women who get...
I have that.
Cool. But when it comes to this, right, so I think most men can, like, if they see a woman with fake breasts, they can tell. Whereas, so I don't really think that while there are women with large breasts, women with large natural breasts, those don't look the same as fake breasts.
But the same with the hair transplant. Because...
Well, look, I'll grant to you, if you can tell that he has a hair transplant and it doesn't look natural, then sure.
You can pull up a Danish Twitch streamer.
Sure,
because
there's botched
like
hair
so
transplants.
Thin,
sure.
And then it gets, if you got it done badly, it's like a perfectly shaped, hairline.
I mean, so I'm looking at your Instagram right now, and you said, so you don't have implants.
I do, both.
Oh, you have both?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because so then you're not a good example then.
No, I'm not.
Because I'm looking at your Instagram profile.
Are you looking at my boobs?
Yeah, I can tell. Those don't look like natural titties.
How can you tell?
I have a fake boob radar. I can tell. Well, typically, here's one, for example. So there is to some degree a lack of cleavage. So typically there'll be a bit of there's other indicators, but there'll be a bit of a gap here that you would not notice in a woman with natural breasts. You don't know what I'm talking about? Have you seen fake breasts before where it's like looks like a ball and a ball?
Oh yeah, yes.
And then there's like
a gap.
That's one indicator. The other indicator can typically be, given the size of them, they're too held up than they otherwise should be. Because women with large breasts, they will, I'm not saying they're going to be saggy, but they're not going to like sit quite fall as high in the chest.
But you wouldn't know unless they take their clothes off, right?
I mean, if a woman's in a bikini.
Okay, then you would know.
Right. Okay. Here, Sina, read this one for me.
You women need to read up on the science behind attraction, specifically the effect women fertility and fertility cues have on male attraction. Do the math. What does your fertility look like at 40?
Lucas, thank you for the message, man. Really appreciate it. Let's see here. Why don't we go to Twitch really quick? Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a prime sub. Bearded Fetus, what's up? I think he's in the guild. Thank you, man. Thank you for the prime. Guys, if you're watching on Twitch, drop us a follow. Drop us a prime sub if you have one. Drop us a follow. Drop us a prime sub. Check if you have a prime sub available. Hook it up, boys. Hook it up. Thank you, guys. Appreciate all the support over there on Twitch. And then you wanted to talk about, I don't know if this was disagreements, but you wanted to talk about abortion, sex work, relationship roles. Let's start with relationship roles. What did you want to talk on that?
Again, those were just topics that you have talked about before. It wasn't anything very,
okay.
like...
Was it like disagreement or...
No, just I've heard different opinions on the show, and so it was one thing that stuck out to me, like that you guys talk about.
Was there something in particular, or?
Let me think for a minute.
Okay. And then was there disagreement on the sex work one?
Not necessarily. It's, I have to kind of like replay in my head, but you guys talk about gender roles, sex work, women being in the sex industry and being in relationships. So these are just all in general things that I could talk on and touch on because of my experience.
Okay. I'll throw this out then. This is something I've said when it comes to sex workers as it relates to dating. Not really interested in having the conversation about, just for the sake of time, sex work bad. I mean, not really interested in that. But so I think, for example, if a woman... certainly if she is engaged in sex work, I would consider this non-traditional conduct. Ergo, I don't think she deserves traditional treatment. So I've said, for example, women demand men to pay for first dates. They say that this is chivalry, this is gentlemanly treatment. I think in order for you to, as a woman to be deserving of gentlemanly or chivalrous treatment, you need to correspondingly hold up your end of the deal, which would entail being a lady, and a lady, you preclude yourself from being a lady if you are engaged in sex work of any kind. Thus, I don't think men should pay for first dates. I don't think men should be providers to women engaged in sex work. That's my position. Agreements, disagreements?
The first date, like, but I feel like a lot of people put a lot of like emphasis on like, oh, a man should pay for the first date. I don't necessarily...
ever for a sex worker.
Ever, never. Okay.
Yep, that should be 50-50, or she should pay for everything.
Why?
It's a total reversal of, it's totally non-traditional.
So you think that because women who are in the sex field, they shouldn't have like objections or opinions?
Oh, well, so there's a couple things here. One, anybody can demand anything. Maybe you can get it, maybe you can't. And I do believe that there's a lot of simps out there and the total decay of society. Men are desperate. So a lot of men will put up with a metric fuck ton of bullshit from women and still do the simp shit, still pay for shit, still be a provider, because that's sort of their natural essence. And men have been like force fed a bunch of bullshit and a bunch of feminism for decades, saying it's okay, like women can behave this way, women can be sex workers, women can be these progressive, non-traditional women, and you still gotta sack up. You still, when it comes time, you still gotta be a traditional man, because, and this is actually something that's upheld by women themselves, and I suppose credit to you women, despite you guys being the least traditional you've ever been, being the most promiscuous, being the most involved in sex work, bringing the least to the table, falling as little in line with traditional gender roles as you do, you still demand traditional treatment, and you still demand men fall into their traditional gender roles, and you still get it, because women have massive leverage when it comes to dating, when it comes to sex, and when it comes to the sexual marketplace.
Woman privilege.
Yeah, so I think men. So.
But
yes, basically.
But just because a woman who is in the field of sex work, it doesn't mean that she won't provide the traditional stuff that the men want.
Well, so I'll grant to you that, for example, a woman who's a prostitute, she might know how to cook, she might know how to clean, she might even be submissive. Although if he says, I want you to stop sex work, and she continues doing sex work, is she really submissive? She could cook, she could clean, she could be feminine, she could be submissive, I guess. But I think being a prostitute, one way or another, is just so in contravention of being traditional that it's kind of like, you know, the big thing.
So then, but isn't that what guys want? Like a traditional man. You guys want a woman who will cook, who will clean, who will do all that stuff for you.
But not at the cost of she's a prostitute.
But what if he's into that?
Then he's a man who's willing to date a prostitute is probably not a traditional guy who's looking for a good, wholesome woman.
But then you guys always say, what do women have to offer?
Not prostitution.
Yeah, not prostitution.
Wait, let me ask you a question. So do you think, typically, for most men, do you think OnlyFans is a pro or a con? I know you make money, but do you think it's a pro or a con?
Obviously, it's a con to most men. But what I'm trying to say is,
okay,
you guys always say, like, what do women bring to the table besides the fact that number one, she has pussy. Number two, she cooks, she cleans, she bows to you.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah, we'll play that later.
Well, I feel like this is kind of a straw man, though, because what happens, you're conflating two different phenomena. So the thing that you're conflating is when we ask women what they think they bring to the table, and that's their answer, versus what we say women bring to the table that is desirable to us. So these are two different categories. So neither Brian nor myself have ever said, and I know this for sure, having been on as many episodes as I have, that the only thing a woman brings to the table is her vagina and cooking and cleaning, right? What has happened instead is that we've asked many women, what do you bring to the table in a relationship? And that tends to be their answer.
So then what would you say that women bring to the table?
Well, regardless of what I think that women bring to the table or not, I was just correcting the conflation that you were making there when you say, well, you guys always say that women only bring A, B, and C in response to Brian's OnlyFans. And it was clever because the idea there was to say, well, Brian, what's the matter with it? Because you say that that's all women bring anyway, but that's never been Brian's position.
Yeah, so I guess going back to it, what's your argument, I guess? Like, what do you... Because my position is, they don't deserve it. Now, do men still pay for, will men still pay for first dates for, like, an OnlyFans chick? Sure. Mm-hmm. Will men still, do traditional shit? Sure. Mm-hmm. Can an OnlyFans girl score like a masculine guy? Sure. Do they deserve it? Not so I don't think so. But there's a lot of men out there. So, and I think in some ways, a lot of men have been conditioned through exposure to kind of modernity and degeneracy, it's almost, I think, and this is what I'm actually in some ways trying to undo, is no, as a man, you can have standards, and here's XYZ, here's a bunch of standards you can have. One of your standards can be, or should be, it's kind of suboptimal to date women involved in sex work.
If men could live off of doing OF, would it be the same, then men didn't deserve us cooking and cleaning for them?
So you're saying if there were male porn stars?
Yeah.
Well, you snuck in a little word there, right? It's very sneaky, loaded language. The word that you snuck in there was deserve.
Because Brian said...
No, hang on, no. Hang on. Let's separate, again, we got to separate this out when you say deserve, right? Brian's asking, why would a woman who wants a traditional man, but it was not traditional herself, deserve one? right? So you're asking, in this reverse question for deserve, the reason that this doesn't apply is because women don't seem to give a shit about how many women a man has slept with. They think it's weird, in fact, when they're pulled on this, that a man stays a virgin until they're in their 30s or 40s. They think that there's something wrong with him.
True, but
And
what
so
if it
they
lives...
tend to compete. They tend to compete over men who have many sexual options, right? And men tend to want to compete over women who have very low body counts for the assurance of paternity, I think.
But I'm not talking about body count. I'm talking about him exploiting himself like on an OF.
I mean...
Yeah, well, let's just grant it for a second and say, no, he shouldn't expect to deserve to have a traditional woman.
Mm-hmm.
But if we take the word deserve out, right, this idea of who deserves what, would the traditional woman care? That becomes the question. As much as the traditional man would care. That's the question. So do you think that the trad girl cares as much about the high body count man who was on OnlyFans that tons of women desired versus the opposition? I think that they would not care as much.
Traditional women want loyalty as well. Why wouldn't they want
Yes.
loyalty?
Because they don't have to assure paternity the same way that men do. Women are always assured paternity. You always know the child is yours. It comes out of your body. The man, though, he's never assured paternity. And so the reason that men tend to find this revolting, I think, comes from a biological standpoint. We've only recently gotten paternity tests, for instance. And so men want to know that the child that they have is theirs. And so that's why loyalty matters so much. And so they see signs of non-loyal women, and promiscuity is the number one sign of that. Whereas in the reverse, doesn't seem to be the case. Men with high body counts don't seem to have a huge problem settling down and being loyal.
Would you guys rather have a boyfriend with a high body count, or what would you rather have, low or high?
I prefer low.
Low.
It doesn't really matter to me.
Doesn't matter.
Yes, same. It doesn't matter. I think for the man, it's always different.
I think I would prefer low, but I wouldn't ask.
I'd prefer low.
Honestly, I prefer high.
I prefer, both are high because then they're like, then
So
they know what
here's
they.
the difference, right? So then the big difference is that just so you know, if this was reversed and it was all just kind of normal men sitting at the table, basically all of them would say that they would prefer low.
That's
right?
true.
And this was quite the mixed bag of women who said, actually more women said high than low. And so that's where the distinction in preference comes in.
Well, only one said high.
And she's non-traditional.
No, I don't care, right? The answer
didn't
I
even
don't
get to
care
answer.
also means that if they have a high body count, it's irrelevant, right? They don't care. So if they're like, I'll grant to you, you're right, I misspoke. I'll grant to you that they didn't specifically say the word high, but if you don't care if it's high, then it's basically saying the same thing. If a man says, I do care if it's high, I think that they would have responded that way.
Right. We're to Andrew's point, whereas most men would say, I do care.
I do care.
I would care if it's high. I prefer it to be low.
Correct.
But so I guess going back to my original position, which was, I don't think that, like, you as women kind of got to hold up your end of the deal. So my position is, okay, you want guys to be chivalrous, gentlemen, providers, pay for dates. You gotta look, I'm not saying you gotta be a nun, I'm not saying that you don't have to be perfect, but I think involvement in sex work is just, to me, such this blaringly you're a progressive modern woman. You don't deserve the traditional gender. You don't deserve the man to fall into his traditional gender role. You can still get it. I'm sure most sex workers have no problem getting guys to pay for first dates, especially if you date your simp people on OF. Yeah, they'll fucking simp for you.
Personally, I don't think you should even be going on dates if you're a sex worker, because the point of going on dates is to find the person that you're gonna marry, you know, as a traditional woman.
Sure.
That's the whole point of going on dates, is to find the person that you're eventually gonna marry. And I don't feel like most, not saying all, but I don't feel like most women that are sex workers have that mindset.
Yeah.
To marry.
Yeah.
At least at the time.
I mean, does
of them
anybody?
doing sex work.
I mean, I know we have 3. You still do OF? Do you do OF?
No.
You do OF. I mean, do you guys have thoughts? I mean, I'm sure you guys disagree. I'm sure you guys are like, no, like, even despite me being involved in this kind of like non-traditional field of work and having nude photos of myself out there, whatever, I still want a man to be chivalrous and be traditional. And is that fair to say? Or
I think it's a little crazy to say that single women in the field shouldn't date at all. If there's
no, I'm sorry, she said that.
Yeah,
I'm moving right along off of that because that's not my position. I'm not inclined to. You can date, go find yourself a degen soy boy lefty though. But let's get to my position, which is I already stated it. So
we don't deserve this. Is that what we're?
No, you can look if you can find a guy who's willing to date you.
No,
sure.
But
In
you
fact,
said that we can find them, but we don't deserve them. So I'm just
I
making clear that's what you're trying to reiterate.
I don't think
right?
it's a fair deal.
I agree.
Although then I guess you could say, well, life's not fair, blah blah blah. But
it's definitely not fair. I agree. I've
guy.
been in that industry for a long time, and I don't think it's fair. I would never expect a fully traditional role from a man, and I've been in, I would say, a relationship where the man did not care at all. I provided everything. I paid for everything. Never had a job. And then I dated someone who was the opposite. Does not like it at all. Is not okay with it. Does not feel like we should have a traditional role because of that. And so I've dealt with both. But I do agree that I don't think that sex workers, I don't necessarily like the word deserve, but I don't think that dynamic works if you're a sex worker. You cannot expect a man to give you all of the traditional things if you are in that industry at all. But I think that a woman can be in that industry and still value traditional roles and want that eventually, but I think she has to stop doing sex work and then pursue a traditional role with, gender role relationship.
And I'll just add this, like these are my views, and I know for a fact that I can sit here all day and say, well, these girls who do OnlyFans, sex workers, they don't deserve this. But at the end of the day, I know there's a sucker born every minute. New sucker turns 18, whatever the fuck. I know that you guys, despite whatever the scope of your sex work is, whether you're strippers or doing OnlyFans, shooting porn, even literal escorts or prostitutes, I know the guys there are men out there who will still hold up their end of the bargain, hold up their end of the deal. They'll pay.
Less and less though.
Perhaps through the work of the charitable work of the whatever podcast.
In my opinion, that will never work. They might do it for a while, but that will never work long term. That relationship will not last. Any man in that, in the beginning, they might think, you could even say in the position, they think like, oh, if I do all these things, then she might stop. Right. But that has to be like a hard line. Like you have to decide, I want to stop so that I can have this traditional relationship. So I
guess I do want to move things on and wrap it up on this specific point, but it seems like many women they've completely forsaken, abandoned, cast aside almost any and all of their traditional gender roles, yet oftentimes with the utmost entitlement, they still expect men to adhere to our traditional gender roles. It's kind of like you want your cake and to eat it too. It's like, on one hand, you have women who are just pushing like liberal, feminist, progressive equality values as far as humanly possible. Sex work, totally fine. Men are insecure if they are unwilling to date women who are currently letting other men blast inside of them. No modesty in either their conduct or appearance, promiscuity, etc. On the other hand, when it comes to your gendered expectations of men, you may as well be like 1950s bachelorettes. You want men to be chivalrous. You want men to be providers and protectors and leaders, take all the initiative, pay for dates, open the car door, get you flowers, get down on one knee, propose, spend 5 figures on a ring.
Double standard.
It's just, to me, it's just kind of crazy. So, I don't know. Just, whatever. So, moving on. I guess going back to you, though, I think there was... relationship rules. I don't know if you said maybe there's a disagreement or on something.
No.
Okay. Abortion. Are you pro-life, pro-choice?
I wouldn't say I'm pro-life or pro-choice. I lean more pro-choice. I will say that, but I see both sides.
I don't want to linger on the abortion topic. I'm actually just curious, though, by show of hands, and we won't linger. Don't really feel like having that convo tonight. Who's pro-choice? Okay. Pro-life? All right. Okay. And then, let's see, moving on to... Did you provide any notes or no?
No.
Okay. In your Instagram bio, though, you're a certified peer support specialist. Is that like a therapist or...
That is so I was certified through NAMI, which is the National Association Mental Illness. It was a certification I did with the project that I help here in California, and I hosted peer support groups for veterans and their caregivers, and I covered a multitude of topics from healthcare navigation, the VA system, claims management.
You do counseling or?
I am not a licensed counselor, peer support. I'm a caregiver, so I'm allowed to.
You also describe yourself in your Instagram profile. You're an Aries sun, Virgo moon, Cancer rising?
Yeah, it's part of my astrology chart.
What is that?
It's just part of your astrology chart. So there's different, based on when you were born, where you were born, what time, all that.
Yeah, I am a Sagittarius.
Okay.
Do you guys get that from me?
I'm a Sagittarius.
I'm pretty sure you're
Do you guys?
You've done this before.
Do you guys get?
I don't get it.
You're not getting Sagittarius?
What your sign?
Are you anybody getting Sagittarius?
Me.
Oh. I'm actually a Capricorn.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you guys fucked up. All right. Where do we? Let me see here. Oh, we have Lucas. Go ahead, Sina.
Gee golly, she's she's cool, she's clean, she's submissive, and she's also Lorena
Bobbitt.
What a wholesome tradition.
Into the mic.
What a wholesome traditional gal. Cheer to if a girl isn't a prostitute.
Afuera! Right off the bat. Do you want to respond, Sina? Here, Sina, what do you think about this? So, a girl does OnlyFans. Do you think the guy should pay for the first date?
Honestly, I think that the men, they don't have to, but every girl has their own opinion, right? Like, some girls would like that, but obviously, like...
Okay. Sure. Yeah, I guess... I mean, look, I'm sure there's, like, OnlyFans girls out there who their standard is, like... Yeah, I'm doing OnlyFans, but like, yeah, you're gonna pay for me if we go on the first date, and if you don't pay, then there's not gonna be. They're not saying this, but like, that's the mindset. There won't be a second date because this is my expectation. I can get it. I want it, and yeah, they can get it, but don't think that they deserve it. I'm going to get into the questionnaire stuff. I'll get back to the other. Actually, let me just do a quick glance here. If there's any interesting. Sina, let me do your notes really quick. You said men can be sassier than girls in a relationship?
Yes.
Have you had that experience?
Yes.
Yeah. How is he sassy?
Like, sassy in a way where it's like they complain so much more about anything compared to the girls. Like, say, like, I don't know if you know the term, like, men who are on their periods.
What? Men complain more than the girls? What?
No, there are some men who do complain more than the girls.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some, but I mean, come on. It's like, women are notorious for complaining nonstop.
And then this way.
They're like they're notorious for it.
So you think men complain more than
There are some.
Like
men.
here, let me give you an example here. Okay, wait, do you feel like you would be more? Let's just play this game real quick. The game is: do you feel like you'd be more likely to hear this phrase from a man or a woman? Ready? Okay, so show of hands. Ready? I have some concerns. Show of hands if it's a woman. Show of hands. Yeah. Show of hands if it's a man. Yeah. Okay, you ready? Here we go. I'm on a journey. Show of hands if it's a woman.
Oh, that's definitely a woman.
On a journey.
Show of hands if it's a man.
Yeah.
It's like a typical single man thing.
A typical single man tells you he's on a journey. Huh?
Yeah.
I'm on a journey to
Yeah.
find myself. Adventure.
Yeah.
Let's go on an adventure.
Okay, you ready? Here's the last one, real quick. Show of hands, man or woman. Okay, we're going to start with, is the following from a man? Wait, what? What's so funny? What?
Just the
What,
prepping.
you already knew? You already know what I'm going to say? Okay, so we have the journey, we have the concerns, then what's the third one? I forgot what the third one was. I had them written down here.
I'm pregnant?
Let's see. No, that's always going to be, yeah.
Is that a complaint?
Can we talk? Is that a man or a woman? Show of hands if it's a man. Show of hands if it's a woman.
Question: have any of you had the experience of, and guys do this too, but you're dating a guy and he doesn't. This can sometimes go both ways, I think, but whatever. I'll throw it out there. He doesn't text you enough. Anybody had that experience?
I would say yes.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's just me.
I feel like it depends on the girl's definition of enough.
I'm such a fucking shit texter, but I'm 35. I didn't have that back in. I had a rotary telephone.
You
just
sent
kidding.
letters.
I sent.
Just feel like your personality is not necessarily very like, I'm just going to be texting you all the time.
Oh, no.
Like, I would feel like I would kind of get that vibe.
I'm like, text. The only reason I would text is to be like, okay, here's the plan. I'll see you here at this time. I'm not going to be like, how was your day? Let's have a 1 hour conversation.
Wait. That was my last one. Real quick, last one. Okay. Is this a man or a woman? It's not what you said, it's how you said it. Show of hands if that's a man. Show of hands if that's a woman. Yeah.
What have you done for me lately? Yeah, good. It's a good talk. Good talk. Sina, what else you got? You got anything on this, or is it, sassy? You said sassy. I'm kind of sassy.
Yeah, so you understand.
Sometimes I can be sassy.
Yeah.
But mostly it's the girl.
I've dated a guy who my ex was extremely dramatic, but I wouldn't say more dramatic than most females.
Yeah. Sina, you said size doesn't truly matter.
Yeah.
Are you talking about penis size?
It doesn't.
Okay.
I disagree.
You're a size queen?
Not necessarily a size
Just that
queen, but
women
I
with active OnlyFans
I think it matters.
You think just going around the table, does size matter? No.
No.
Nope.
I'd be lying if it does matter.
It does matter. Okay.
Yes.
Does matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
So wait. Yes. For those of you who said yes, now I can see a girl saying like, if he's got a micro penis, then. But like, are you saying that, like, would you be dissatisfied if he was average?
That would depend on the abilities. Average, like I think you could.
Like I think average is like 5 inches, not particularly girthy.
It's a no for me.
No go. Okay.
No.
No go.
No. If it's not girthy, then
if it's
no.
not girthy.
But if it's 5 and girth, then yes. If it's 5 no girth, then no.
I mean, I'm gonna stick with my answer if size matters.
Average
for me.
girth, I guess. I don't
think I'm above average, but size matters for me. So.
Okay.
I think it matters in the sense of what you were saying, like micro. But
Right.
yeah, average is fine.
Average would be fine.
Yeah.
So for you three then, unless, or I guess I'll include you on this. Why don't you here show with your hands what you consider to be like? What do you consider is average, and then what do you want?
What do I
Here, hold
consider
it up.
as Average. I think you said 5 is average, right? 5.
Yeah, but you said average, no bueno.
Yeah, no. But I'm not gonna
What-
like put my hands up. But I'm like.
Okay, just tell us inches. Then.
Okay,
Yeah.
7, 8.
Okay, so like 1% of men, I guess. Okay.
Like as big as the cup is fine. Like that's.
What? Hold on.
Like wide. She's
wait.
No,
saying
not wide. Not wide.
Not
Not
the girth.
wide. No. Tall.
Wait, can
Length.
somebody?
I think it's 5.
These are like.
This
5.
is.
No, bro. That's.
Is
No,
that
it's 5. That's 5.
That's 5 inches.
That's
Hold on.
fine.
Let me measure. I'm measuring. I'm getting.
That has to be 5.
Because
Inquiring minds need to know the size,
I
the
got the
height
measuring
of the
tape
cup.
right here. Hold up, bro. All right, let's. I won't touch the. part
there's
either.
no way that's.
What is
That is. It's like 6.
That's what I said. I said it's 6.
It's.
Okay,
I don't know
so-
if they can see, but it's. It's yeah.
even
it's
if
6.
it was, like,
that's an
you know,
inch. That's an inch above
fine.
average.
That's
And then
fine.
girth. Why don't you show us the girth?
So like just at least like that is okay.
Oh, at least. Oh, okay.
Yeah, at least like
All
that.
right,
But
that's nice.
I've experienced like and it's painful.
Straight into your mic again.
It's just painful. So
It's painful if it's small.
for no girth wise, if it's like thin.
Wait.
If it's too thin, she's saying it's.
She's saying it's too long and too thin. Then it's painful.
If it's too thin.
Yeah, for the female.
What?
It's
Thin.
yes.
It's not that she's saying like if it's longer than thicker. That's
just
kind of
like
like what she's
poking.
saying.
Yeah, it's just
it's
like
like a needle. Like
How would that be? That doesn't make any. If it's a 6-inch and thin versus 6-inch and girthy.
most girls actually prefer girth.
No, I know, but how would it
No,
be
like, if it
painful
was-
A
he's?
needle. When you get a needle, you can't feel.
Are you what? I'm sorry.
Let me
What?
just to clarify, let me just explain with my experience. It was like at the least 4 inches, and I was like, cool, I'm not judging nothing, we're cool, I fuck with you. But it was fairly thin. It was like, I want to say like that.
That's
And
probably average.
It wasn't. It was like it was just a painful experience in the moment.
Why would that
so-
be? Wait. What did he have like a fucking razor blade on his penis? How the
Just,
fuck
like,
would that be painful?
It wasn't. It was like I felt like pokey. That's the best way to explain it.
That literally
pokey.
makes no sense. It doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, it
If
just.
you had a cervix, you might understand.
Yeah, true.
If you had like a wide
What?
pussy.
Wait, so it hurt because it was hitting your cervix.
No, just the like friction of it, and I get it like it just I can't
know,
explain
man. You should see an
it.
OBG. Something's wrong with your
I
pussy, bro.
can't
So
explain
you gotta talk to
it.
you gotta
I
talk to an
can't explain it.
OBGYN.
No, because my
Yeah,
man
that
now
doesn't
is
even make
great, and we have like amazing sex. So that was the only
So
experience.
okay, what about you? I guess the minimum size or whatever.
I mean.
Into the mic, please. Into the
Oh,
mic.
my bad. I mean, I think that the cup is a pretty good rendition in terms
Of
of
the-
length
okay.
and proportionate.
That'd be minimum though. like minimum
average
that-
is minimum for me.
Okay,
like
and
5.5, 6.
then
Proportionate to the rest of it.
girth,
Yeah.
length, or girth.
I want the girth proportionate to the length. So like I don't want it to be a.
But if you had to choose.
Oh, if I had to choose between?
No, never mind.
You want the girth proportionate to the length? And so like 6 inches long and 6 inches wide?
No, like I want it to be because right, we're saying like a minimum is what he asked me, and so I don't want that, and that's not proportionate.
Okay.
So I want it to.
I was like, wait, what?
No.
Wait, so just to be clear, if the guy was like 5.5 inches and like average girth, done.
Probably be fine.
Done deal.
No,
done deal.
Done.
No, that's fine.
No, but that's below what you want.
No, but I said I'd be fine with even 4 inches.
Oh,
and
but the
average girth. If it's average
if the girth is average,
then that's fine. I'm not judging. That's cool.
Oh.
Because if you got motion, then that's cool. We're rocking. That's
what
fine.
about you?
Tell me the question again. I'm sorry. I was listening
So
to
is
her.
it like done deal if like average?
No.
Oh, okay. But done deal for you.
Yeah.
So like, let's say you're hooking up with a guy like first time, and then like, do you stop the hookup or do you do it?
I don't think I would stop. I think that's kind of fucked up.
So you would still fuck him, or you wouldn't?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of already in the process of that, right? If I'm getting to see like the size of he takes it out, and then I'm like, never mind, we're good. Like, no, I wouldn't do that to someone.
Okay, so you'd go through with it.
By the way, it's a pity fuck.
I might try to like,
they don't know that.
I don't know, finesse the situation or something, but I'm not just gonna be like, you're not cutting it. Like, we can't do this anymore.
But so like you might fuck, but then there won't be a second. Like it's over.
Yeah. I think.
Damn, bro, y'all superficial. Fuck.
Sexual compatibility matters. So like, it really truly does. If you're gonna be with
imagine
someone,
if you're excited and then a girl has like no labia, what would you do? Would you leave her there on the bed by herself?
Oh, I mean, look,
You said
I'll
you want
date.
an Audi.
I do prefer. Look, maybe I shouldn't talk on this subject. Wait, hold on. What? That's weird hold on. I'm just checking something on the Twitch thing. One sec. What the hell? One sec, guys. Is it gonna? Why is it so low? Normally it's like, I don't know, whatever. Okay. New creation. Thank you for the gifted sub. Yeah, I mean, like, but the thing is, like, I'll date a girl with an innie. I prefer Audi. You know what I mean?
But is it a deal breaker?
If she has an innie? No, it's not a deal breaker. If she has an innie? No.
Does color matter of like the labia? Because
great question.
Yeah, because men are like, is it pink?
Yeah.
But what if it isn't?
I don't care.
I also think
Don't
that's
care.
different though, because the comparison's not the same. The way a dick feels versus just labia is different. You're saying like, because it was based on preference, right? But I'm just saying like, our preference is different because it's how it feels, not just how it looks and what's attractive.
Well, there's a different feeling, kind of, too.
For color?
If it's an Audi. No, if it's an Audi, there's a bit of a different sensation, I guess you could say. But I'll agree with you that like, yeah, it's not really gonna have a massive. It's a very minimal. What's a better word? Minimal, negligible difference.
Yeah, and I feel like for women too, it's like it matters. If you might not care if it's long or thick or whatever, but like it's just different for women. Like it feels, what feels good for her would feel different for her, you know? So I just feel like it's a little bit harder to compare that.
Yeah. Well, and this and we won't linger on this one too long, but this goes into one of the questionnaire things. Do you disagree if women care more about looks than men do? A couple of you circled on that one. And I do think this is one of the arguments I make, is that I think women care more about looks than men do because there's a lot of things that women care a lot about that are completely out of men's control. So the 3 things that are totally out of men's control that have to do with like, to some degree, physical appearance. So like height, totally outside the man's control. Hair, like if he's balding, a lot of women would have strong preference for men with full head of hair. Without like drug or surgical intervention, totally out of his control. And then like penis size, which I don't think that's so much like a visual thing, but it's a physical thing that women care about. Like I don't think maybe there's some visual component, like it could be psychologically stimulating in some way if the guy's got like a massive cock. like just a big horse penis, like just a tree trunk of a peen, you know? Like that could be psychologically stimulating, you know, but I think like on some aesthetic level, you're not like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Whatever. Maybe some of you are. I don't know. Maybe you see a giant.
No, that's true. There is too big.
There is.
Yeah. Well, okay, that's not totally what I'm getting at, but in any case, I think you guys care. I think you guys care more about looks than men do.
Well,
I disagree.
If you think about how like you know, like if you take a guy versus a girl swiping through Tinder, a guy is more likely to swipe right on almost every girl that he sees that's somewhat attractive. A girl is going to be a lot more picky, and they're, you know, barely gonna swipe. I've seen it with my own eyes with my friends,
with
both guys and girls.
Yeah, that's actually, you raise a really good point, a really good argument on this one. It's like if you look at, you know, women say, oh, I don't really care about looks, and this is like any girl who's been on a dating app, if you know their swiping pattern, and they might say, oh, you know, it's like it's like most people on dating apps, even women, aren't like doing a thorough investigation of the entire profile. They're not like looking at every single photo. They're not reading the prompts. Like most people are like, look at the first photo and it's like swipe, 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 this way, that way. So yeah, that's a really good point, because y'all swipe on like 10% of dudes.
But I could argue that men will swipe a lot more because they're willing to just fuck.
Yeah, they just
whether she's super pretty or she's not that pretty, she can be average, and they'll still go out and pursue and possibly engage. But women will be more picky in that way.
And just to be charitable, men will also, even like some of men's strategy on dating apps is to save time, because women are really the selectors and the gatekeepers on dating apps. They'll just, instead of like, wasting their time, like, let me pick. No, they just swipe on everybody, and they let women do the funnel or whatever, and let the women be the deciders on the match, essentially. So they would swipe yes on a woman who they otherwise would not find attractive and not even have sex with even. They're just like, so. But I think if you were to do some sort of experiment where like the men had to like, okay, do you find this woman attractive? I think most men the majority of men will appraise more women as attractive than the reverse. But most women find like, we can go around the table really quick. What % of men do you find attractive?
I mean, I go for personality because.
Well, you don't care about looks at all?
I do to a certain degree.
How do you select then on a dating app?
I usually don't use dating apps, but
if you were to use a dating app, how would you select?
After, like, what vibe does he give? Does he smile a lot? Does he?
Well, let's just make this easy then.
If he looks arrogant, I would like.
Okay, but let's make it easy. Let's make it easy. I totally get that you care about personality, but are you saying you don't care about looks at all?
No, I do.
Okay, cool.
I do.
So whatever your like metric is or whatever when it comes to like looks, I'm totally agree with you. Maybe you care about it 1%, but like that 1% is the first thing that's going to come. Even if you don't care about looks at all and you just factor for personality, you still can acknowledge whether a man is attractive or not physically, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what percent of men do you find physically attractive?
Like on the street or on a dating app?
Street.
I would say 50. 60.
Okay.
Yeah.
50.
Cap.
Maybe 70.
Cap.
A percentage of.
You would date 70% of the men that walk by on the street.
Well,
assuming they all had good personalities.
I'd say if they were like most men are conventionally attractive, I feel.
Really? Okay. All right.
There's a lot of men in the world, so
maybe I'm crazy, but I'm saying like 25%.
25%. What about you?
I'm engaged now, so I'm done. But when I wasn't, it was like a cool 50%.
50%.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
I'd probably say I'm like 30 to 40%.
All right.
I'm saying 30%.
Okay.
I'd say like 15 to 20%.
All right.
When I was
pretty
single.
generous. You guys are a little generous.
Yeah, fucking right. Yeah, right. Brian, do you have the? I never liked the segment, but this would be a good time to roll out the segment of the dating app where you could ask if they would date or not date. I would actually like to see that based on those things. I just don't believe it, not for a second.
We could. I don't actually. I don't know if we.
Who does he not believe?
I don't think we have like the login still. We probably got banned, and we should have. If we were gonna do it, we should have done it before because, like, true. You know, because it's like if somebody takes a position, they're going to try to conduct themselves and act in a way to affirm the position, even if they're lying about it. You know, like they're typically not gonna like. Expose themselves. Yeah. So let's get into.
Then what you do? You know what you do in the future? Then you ask them this question, and then you get nothing but ugly men, right? And then just only go through the ugly men, and then have them bite the bullet that they would date them, just so that they can affirm their nonsense, right?
I like it.
That would be a good way to do it.
I like it. Okay, what else do we have from Cena? You can't tell your partner not to do something if you do it. Meaning if your partner says, I don't like that, don't do it, then they should follow the same rule. What's the, like, I guess the context here?
It's like if you were to tell your wife, like, don't do this because I prefer you wouldn't do it, I don't want you to do it, I think in return the men should also do the same. Like, say, I don't want you to go out and party on Friday nights. The men should also like stay home and not go party on Friday nights. Does that make sense?
So you're looking for reciprocity, basically. Reciprocity and respect.
I guess in a way.
I think that's fair. Although I kind of want to argue it because, I mean, I think let me just preface this by saying I think going out to bars, clubs, parties is stupid. Regardless of your sex or gender or whatever. I'm introverted. I've done it a bit when I was younger. I just can point out actual reasons why I think it's like stupid and whatever. So I don't think anybody should do it just on that basis. But I think there's a difference because, like, as a guy, you can go out to a bar or club and no girl's gonna come and hit on you ever. But as a girl, if you go out to a bar or club, like, there's a fairly high probability, like, you can, like, before you even go out, you can probably, like, anticipate somebody's gonna come and talk to me, you know?
Depends on what you do with that, though. Like, me being in a relationship, I have respect to my boyfriend, you know? We have a mutual respect when we both go out, you know? We have boundaries and stuff, and I'll tell a guy off if they come up to me, just out of respect for being in a relationship.
What I'm saying here is I'm not saying that because women get approached, it means that something's going to happen. Certainly it can be the case. The woman can go out and will never have any sort of temptation or anything will happen ever, although there's a higher likelihood. And in addition to that, even if you have perfectly good intentions, the men that goes to these venues, I don't know what their intentions are. You are potentially putting yourself in a dangerous position. As men, you guys look to us to be leaders and protectors. If you want us to be leaders and protectors, you need to give us authority. We need to be able to have authority in the relationship. And part of this would include safety assessment, risk assessment, going out to bars, clubs, parties. There's a lot of drunk men. Men do stupid or even criminal shit when they're drunk, or even if they're not drunk, these venues can attract demented fucks. And I mean, I don't know, why is it that in these environments, you got to watch your drink. Somebody could put something in your drink. That has nothing to do with your conduct, everything to do with somebody else's conduct. I don't want you in that position to begin with. So if you don't go to the club, you've totally precluded yourself from being in an environment where this sort of crime is likely to happen. In addition to that, I'm trying to think what else. A guy could try to like touch you inappropriately. If they're drunk, it happens all the time. That's not your fault. It's never your fault. But I guess I wouldn't. Well, I don't mention and go to the bar with their girlfriend, but if you did go to the bar or club with your girlfriend, then she's going to be like, look to you to do something about it. Then you end up in a street fight. Something happens to the guy. Something happens to you. You got into a very dumb fucking situation because your girl wanted to dance. Fuck that shit. If you're in a relationship, you don't take your girl to the club, you don't take your girl to the bar, it's gonna be a problem eventually.
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
So I think there's a couple of points that need to be factored into that decision. You mentioned at the beginning that you're an introvert. You don't like going out to those kinds of places.
Yeah.
And so I would encourage you to find a partner that is similar. I've kind of been in this situation where, I'm married. My husband has opinions about certain things. One of them is that he's not comfortable with me traveling outside of the country without him. And it's to a place that I have been before. And this has been a topic of ongoing discussion in our marriage. And while I can have empathy for the position that, he doesn't want me put in that position, it also kind of discredits where I'm coming from, in that I have a very strong intuition. I think all women kind of have that feeling when you know that you shouldn't be anywhere anymore. And that's not to discredit that there are stupid people, drunk people do dumb things and they can expose you indecently, but that's the same thing as saying, like, if me getting in my car every day, there's the potential that a drunk driver is going to also get in their car and hit me. So should I not drive anymore because there's drunk drivers?
Isn't there a matter there of respect, though?
There is a matter of respect, and that's why it's an ongoing conversation.
Well, hang on. Let me just make the case, and then you can respond. I would think that there would be a matter of respect there. So you as the wife of your husband, you are an extension, a representation in a way of him and him of you, right? So you, just even for appearance purposes, if you're traveling out of the country and things like that, I could see where a man could see that as being disrespectful if you wanted to go without him. That kind of makes sense, right?
Just the fact that I'm going without him?
No. It's not the fact that you're going without him. It's the idea that, so he'll probably frame it like, I don't trust other men, right? It's not you. It's not that I don't trust you. It's that I don't trust other men who are around, something like that. Is that more akin to the type of conversation you're having?
Yeah, and also the distance is a fearful position. It's like farther, more difficult to get to me in the event that there is an accident. Or something.
So I'll break this down the best that I can, at least, because I've heard this kind of go back and forth so many times. It's not really a matter of him not trusting you or not even trusting other men. It's a matter of him wanting to show respect to him. And so from his position, it's very likely that he thinks the most respectful thing that you could do is never put him in a position where he'd have to tell you not to do that in the first place.
If I have been transparent about my desire to travel prior to our relationship turning to a marriage, is that something that,
Yeah, I mean, even then, right? It's like the idea for men, right? The subservience, respect from the woman is extremely important. And it seems that if a woman would want to go out, for instance, like with her friends to a nightclub or something like that, I think you could trust her just fine. I just think that they find it to be highly disrespectful. Just like if they were, perhaps walking down the street and holding hands with a woman, you would be very upset by that, even if they meant nothing by that. I don't know exactly how they wouldn't, but the point stands, right? It's like there's a different metric for what is considered respectful or disrespectful. And if you're married and you go out of country without your husband, for the purpose, you know what I mean? There's he says distance, he says this, he says that, but he probably just feels like it's disrespectful.
I can respect that position.
Yeah.
But so going back to this, I don't know. In any case, Sina, I think your point was just like both people should uphold it. Yeah. And I think what I was kind of maybe rambling a little bit, but I think the point I was trying to make is that there's kind of differences. I agree with you that, like, I would probably not date a girl who is interested in raving and partying and going to the club anyways. But I do think it's actually a good standard for a lot of men that perhaps this sort of people who participate in this sort of stuff might not be the most relationship-minded person, because when it comes down to it, I do genuinely think that in terms of the differential here and the asymmetry, a woman who goes out to a bar and a club is a bigger liability to the relationship than the reverse.
That's
For
probably
the relationship.
probably one of the only things I disagree with you on, just because of being in a long distance relationship. You know, we have to build that trust with each other, and you know, we both tell each other, you know, everything when we're going out, who we're going out with. You know, and I strictly, you know, we both strictly go out to hang out with our friends, and we're both very conscious of who we go out with too. You know, like I go out with, you know, my girlfriends that I know are gonna, you know, stand up for me no matter what.
Wait, what part do you disagree with though? It being a bigger liability for the woman to go out. I think it's a liability for both people to go out, but
not necessarily.
So the disagreement is like precluding your partner from going out. Is that the disagreement, or?
I mean, if your partner had, you know, different, like if my boyfriend were like, oh, you know, I don't feel comfortable with you going to this place with these people, I would respect that. And
how about period? I don't feel comfortable you going out to any bars, clubs, etc. Period.
Oh yeah, then I would totally respect him.
Okay, so what's the disagreement?
Like how you were saying, like that basically, like if a girl goes out to a bar, that's disrespectful. Is that what you were?
You said she's a liability to the relationship.
Yeah,
more of a liability.
It's a bigger liability than the reverse, because here's why.
I mean, yeah.
To the relationship?
It's a bigger liability because one of, I think, the hypergamous nature of women, like women are much more likely to like potentially like you guys will trade up if the opportunity presents itself, and like this presents an opportunity for that. Actually, that's a terrible argument. Let me retract that. The main issue is that when it comes to way that men and women flirt, it's totally different. So you guys would agree that, well, let me ask you guys this. How many of you here, when you go out to a bar or a nightclub, you will like actively approach and go up to like 10 guys in the night and try to flirt with them and sexually pursue them? Who here does that?
Never.
Ever? Have any of you gone to, and look, I'm going to just preface this by saying, I don't believe this, but you guys just go out to the bar and club to have fun. Saying that, have you ever gone out to a party or a bar or a club and you weren't like, yeah, I'm going to go fuck some dude tonight, but you thought, oh, maybe in the dark recesses of your mind, because you could never even comprehend ever having sexual interest in a man, have you ever thought, oh, it would be nice if I met a guy tonight when you went out?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
You never thought, I can't wait to maybe have male attention tonight. Oh my God, bro. Ever?
Never at a bar or a club or anything.
So just to be clear, you've never gone out to a bar or a club with, I'm not saying you were thirsty, not saying you were like fucking on the hunt for some penis, but it never even crossed your mind like,
dry spell.
It'd be nice to meet like a cool guy tonight.
Yeah, it crossed my mind. Definitely.
Like it's never been even a part of your motivation to go out, right?
I don't go out.
You've never been to a bar or club?
I've never been to a
When
club.
I was like 18.
Okay.
How old are you? Me?
Well, the context is going out to bars and clubs. So, I mean, if you don't go out, then you don't go out. But you've never been to a rave or a party? Look, I'll make the point though. Nobody here? You've never been to a social gathering and you're like, it'd be nice to meet a cool guy. Really? You guys can't even cop to like having romantic or sexual interest in men?
Yes. Yeah.
You're saying we've never done it?
Oh my God, what are you guys all fucking asexual, aromantics? No. Oh my God, you guys, women can never even, you guys can never even.
I said I have.
Why can't you just admit that you have interest in men? Why is that so, oh my God, bro.
Oh, definitely have, especially like when I was younger, and I would go out like.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
of course.
Now that none of you even granted me that you have any romantic or sexual interest in men when you go out to these environments. Okay. I'll make my point.
Not when I'm out.
Sure, I'll make my point regardless. Where do you guys prefer to meet men?
On Twitch or...
You prefer to meet them on dating apps and fucking whatever. Okay, whatever.
No.
The point I'm trying to make here is that when it comes to getting into a relationship, we all agree that a man should stop pursuing women, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Men should stop pursuing women. It would be cheating, right? If you were in a relationship with a guy and he went up to a girl, he approached a girl, took the initiative, and flirted with her, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do women do that? No. What do women do? Women put themselves in positions to be pursued. They put them in positions to be approached. You won't slide into a guy's DM, but you'll post a revealing photo or post something on social media.
What? No, we
Hold
slide
on.
into people's DMs.
Oh my, okay. Do I have to address the constant exception thing? Do women slide into men's DMs? Yes, they do. Do you do it at the same how many DMs do you get per day?
Me?
Yes.
Not a lot.
Even as a OF content creator, you don't get...
Yeah, no, not like
How
DMs. People react to my stories.
Okay, how many DMs do you get? 1 per day? 2 per day? 3 per day?
Yeah, 2 per day.
2 per day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you've been on social media how long? You're 23? 2 per day. Okay, so there's you've had like would you say you've had like 2,000 men DM you then?
Yep. Not
You said 2 per
Insta.
day.
Yeah.
2 per day.
Uh-huh.
There's 365 days in a year.
Mm-hmm.
In just 1 year, that's over 7.
But some of them are the same, like just double, triple
That's not
texting.
Individual DMs.
Yeah, but not that often.
Okay, then what? How many individual men DM you?
Like
per week?
3 a week.
3 a week.
Yeah.
Okay. So in a given year, that's over 150 men who have contacted you, offering you a romantic or sexual relationship, essentially. How many men per year do you DM?
I DM a lot.
Okay, how many?
Me?
Yeah, is it 150 a year?
More.
And really? And how many respond?
Not all of them. Yeah.
All right, whatever.
She's unique, though.
Okay.
We will say. That's not.
So
like, you're trying to
people
make the
just
point
wanna
on the wrong
love
person.
The fucking exception. I hate these exception arguments. It's such a waste of time. It just totally, every time these exception, oh, there's an exception. It fucking totally derails the entire conversation. People can't even grant the general point that's just widely known. Women do not initiate when it comes to romantic relationships to the same degree or same frequency that men do. Mm-hmm. So, like I said, what do women do? You don't slide into men's DMs, right? You post a photo and then you try to elicit contact from men. When it comes to modern dating, we have a clear cutoff on men saying it's cheating for you to use the methods in which you get women. We say if you go approach a man, and it applies to women too, for example. If a woman were to approach a man, that'd be cheating too. The problem is that women don't do it. We're only cutting off men's system for getting women, but we don't cut off women's systems for getting men. And so the fair proposition would be men need to stop approaching women, and you women need to stop putting yourselves in scenarios and locations and positions where you can anticipate and where women would put themselves with an expectation they get approached. This isn't to say you can't go to the grocery store even though men approach you at the grocery store. It's not what we're saying. But when it comes to very specific social gatherings and social venues, bars, clubs, parties, where the expectation is going to be that you're going to be approached, and people are drinking, there's alcohol involved, there's drugs involved, people will hook up at these venues, they'll fuck after these venues. If you go to Trader Joe's, you're not getting finger banged in the bathroom after 10 minutes of talking to some dude at Trader Joe's. I've been to bars, I've been to parties, I've been to clubs.
I can agree with that.
I've seen some shit go down. People be fucking in the middle of the party sometimes.
I take a slightly different approach here. So while I'm known for kind of giving logical arguments, and this will be one as well, I'm going to try something a little different. I'm going to try to make some emotional appeals, and perhaps it'll be a bit more effective.
Sure.
So do any of you girls who are here have any irrational fears? Are you afraid of things like a irrational fear of spiders, perhaps? Anybody?
Small space.
Yeah, small space. Any other irrational fears?
Heights.
Heights, yeah, that's an irrational fear. And perhaps you have bad dreams occasionally that give you bad intuitions that are kind of irrational as well. That happens often to women, right? I can see some nodding heads. Well, what if you were to kind of suppose this also? I think that often men are kind of left high and dry on this because we're often kind of looked at as being extremely rational, logical, and I think men are. But they also have irrational fears. And what if it's not a matter that they don't trust you, but it's a matter that they have an irrational fear? That the fear itself perhaps is not a rational one, that you're going to go out and sleep with another guy if you go to a nightclub or something like this, but rather they don't want to have to worry themselves to death with irrational fears, just like with all the irrational fears that you expect them to kind of take care of on your behalf, that you don't want to be tortured with. You want to be comforted so that you don't have to deal with them. And you would consider that to be a matter of respect. Like, let's say if you had a terrible dream or something like that with a bad intuition, perhaps you just want to be comforted, just like have a hug, right? Have them acknowledge that, hey, even though that fear is kind of silly, don't worry about it, honey. I still love you, and it's no big deal, right? Wouldn't it be the same thing on the other foot? Like, couldn't we grant a little grace towards the irrational fear that men could have when it comes to something like that? Doesn't that make sense?
Yeah, I think men are very valid.
Maybe it's not completely rational, but just like you want to be comforted and respected for your irrational fears, don't they also deserve that?
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think at that point it would even be irrational because, you see stuff happen all the time, to girls.
Well, I'm not saying that. I think even irrational fears are based in something of a reality, right? Why are you so afraid of a confined space, for instance? Well, because you envision perhaps getting stuck in it. Or why are you so terrified of heights? Well, because perhaps you envision falling from a great height and that terrifies you. So that's based in a reality. It's just the fear itself is irrational, right? But all those fears are still based in some kind of reality. So because you have these experiences like Brian's talking about in bars where there's a lot of drinking, perhaps you've seen some fights or seen some weird things go down, the chance of that happening with your woman may be very, very, very small. So therefore the fear could be very irrational. But shouldn't there be a little grace granted and a little respect granted to them for also their irrational fears, not just your own?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So if you were more of an extrovert and you did like going out, but you didn't want your lady to go out, would you honor what she's saying and say, okay, I won't either? Because men go to the club to hook up with women. Women might go to enjoy attention or this or that, but men go usually specifically because they want to try to engage with women or hook up with women. Like, I could say a bar is different. Guy friends go to a bar, hang out, watch sports, whatever. But clubs specifically, I think men only go with one intention, and it is to try to pursue women to the point of sleeping with them.
Sure. So if you had a man, well, I don't know if you do or not. I'm sorry. I mean, it's just a hypothetical. If you had a boyfriend, husband, whatever, and he wanted to go out to a club, right? And he said, "Honey, you don't trust me," right? You would say, "Yeah, I trust you, but," right? Because you have this fear, right?
Right.
And the fear might not even be rational, completely rational, but wouldn't it be very respectful of him to respect your wishes in that instance and say, "You're right. I'm going to stay home." Why torture your mind with this irrational fear that you have when I can just help you avoid it altogether?
Yeah, for sure. I was just wondering if Brian agreed. Like,
so hang on. So if that happens in reverse then with women, where men say, I don't want you to go out to a club. I don't want you to go out to these bars. I don't want you to, isn't that also kind of a matter of respect then, that you don't do that on his behalf?
Correct. Yeah, I was agreeing. I was just curious what his ultimate answer was. If his lady said, I don't want either of us to go out to the club, would he respect that? Or is he saying, as the man in the relationship, he's going to say, I don't want you doing this, but I'll decide when and where and how I'll do this. I was just curious if what she was saying, he would do that in a relationship.
Yeah, so even just to answer your question really quick, even if I was extroverted, I don't think any of my actual rational objections to going out to a nightclub change whatsoever. So like all those stupid things that come with nightlife don't change whether you're introverted or extroverted. There's probably extroverted people who also think nightclubs and parties and bars are dumb as fuck. But in a relationship,
if you were more inclined, like say you do enjoy going to the nightclub, whatever, and she's like, well, if I can't go, I don't want you to go either. Would you?
I think it's fair. Well, okay, like the situation would either be, if I did like to go out to the club, it would probably be if I'm putting myself in the position. And is the scenario she's asking me to not go out and she's not going to go out, or?
Well, she basically said
she wants to go out.
You both should honor the same practices essentially.
Yeah.
And if you don't want her to go out, then you shouldn't be able to go out.
Yeah, I guess.
But isn't that revenge?
I guess.
Isn't that revenge against a fear that one person has and the other one doesn't?
I thought it's respect.
Yeah, but no. I would agree with you if you had an irrational fear, or something that really would bother you, and that's why you're asking them not to. But what if you don't share the same fear, but then you just demand that they do it anyway? That sounds like revenge.
I mean, I don't see it that way. I'm just saying she just
Why
made the point
why wouldn't it be? If you're not actually afraid of it, but if they're afraid of it and you're not, right? It'd be like this. It'd be like, I'm afraid of spiders, so you also, right? Whenever I jump around screaming when a spider comes around, you also need to jump around screaming when a spider comes around. That doesn't make a lot of sense, right? So it'd be the same thing applied here. If you have this great fear that your partner's going to do X thing, and so that person's going to kind of like assuage that fear. They're going to do what they can to assist you in that by showing you the respect of not making you worry yourself to death. But you don't have the fear which is reciprocal. Then telling them not to do the thing sounds like it's revenge. Like, well, if I can't, then you can't. Like, wouldn't that be the opposite of fairness?
I'll move on after your answer if you have one.
I don't.
Oh, okay. All right, I will move it on. I'll have you read this one.
The wife that wants to travel to
go
another
to Twitch, Damien. Go ahead.
country without her husband or to a nightclub with her friend is actually already single. He just doesn't know it yet.
Do you have a response to this?
Yeah, I'm never leaving my husband, so.
Okay.
And can we add some context? Like, we've been best friends for years. I introduced her to her husband, so I know him very well. Like recently, we've had this conversation over the last few years about being able to travel down to Mexico. And now she's been invited to a bachelorette party where no husbands are going. All of the wives or girlfriends or whatever are going as a group. And so should she not be trusted to be cautious and to be careful and to still be allowed to go and enjoy that?
I'm not letting my girlfriend or wife going to a bachelorette party.
So would you go and like hang out nearby?
No, she's not going.
So then if you were invited, would you go?
Here, let me paint it like this.
That was what I was getting
You can go. The relationship is over. It was nice to meet you. We have different values. You're not respecting my boundaries. I'm not going to control you. Mm-hmm. You go ahead and get drunk and have your male stripper. Mm-hmm. That is not conduct.
That's extreme.
That is not conduct conducive to, in my view, in terms of what I want in a partner, to a long-term relationship or a marriage.
Would you have a bachelor party?
No.
Would your wife have a bachelorette?
I wouldn't. These dudes who get strippers, that's fucking weird.
It's not about strippers. Bachelorette parties are not for only strippers.
Okay, well, look.
Well, then
Like
what?
you can go,
you know what's crazy?
Go and have no promiscuous
Dude.
Well, then
activities.
sure. Hang on, sure. You're right. If there's absolutely going to be zero strippers there, and you guys are just like hanging out and sewing stuff, then yeah, she can go, sure.
Or just sitting at a resort, just at the pool, where you don't even leave the resort.
That's different. When you say a bachelorette party, right? What comes to mind is not a resort where you're sitting at the pool. What comes to mind is that you're at a male strip club, right? That's what comes to mind.
Or there's
if you're saying,
I don't think so.
if you're, or there's strippers involved. If you're saying that is not the case, right? And the bachelorette party is, well, me and the girls are just going to get together in the local resort and have some drinks and this and that. Then what would even the problem be there, right? Like, why even bring that up as being something in which would be controlling for somebody to say yes or no to, right? What's even objectionable there?
What do you mean? I'm just saying there's a specific reason and event to go out of the country. Whether they decide to partake in activities that are inappropriate is totally different than trusting your wife to be able to travel safely and come back safely and still make the choices while she's there to not engage in inappropriate activity. That's her choice. That's respect.
We're back to the idea of trust, right? And so the idea is that I don't think it's a breach of trust for somebody to have fears which may not be considered by you to be rational. So for instance, I'm not in your brain, so I don't know what goes on in your brain. There's a good possibility you're the most trustworthy person on planet Earth, and you know if you go to a place like that you would never do anything like that. But your significant other doesn't know that. They don't know that for sure. They can think it. They can 100% put as much faith in it as they possibly can, but they could still have an irrational fear there, or even in this case, even a legitimate fear. And why not do everything you could to placate that person's fear by something so simple? Something so simple is just, it's not all about me, but also about you too. And if it's all about us and not just me, then if this really bothers you that much, I don't want your brain tortured. I don't want your mind tortured. I don't want you hurting. So I'm going to stay here with you instead. That seems like a great compromise.
But didn't you say that it was revenge?
Well, hang on, respond real quick.
I can't agree. I don't agree with you. Like, I think it's one thing to say, oh, I have an irrational fear, but it's another to let irrational fear control how you're going to conduct your relationship and where you go and what you do. Again, I gave a very valid option of, right, like if you feel so strongly that it could be unsafe, travel with her there, stay in the same hotel, allow her to do the things with the group of girls that are not inappropriate, and be there and be a protector for her if that's how strongly you feel.
Remember that all of this is a compromise in her behalf. What's her compromise?
Sometimes relationships are compromises.
Hang on. Let me ask the question. What's the compromise on his behalf? What is she compromising for him in this situation?
She's not the one restricting him.
Yeah. Let her answer the question. We don't need the sisterhood things.
What do you mean?
At
this point, nothing. Like, but at different points in a relationship, you make different compromises.
So hang on. So in this situation, right? The idea here is he makes all the compromise, you make none.
This time.
Hang on. So the idea here is that, well, then why should he compromise at all? Why not dig in his heels instead and say, no, I don't think you should go, and I don't want you to go. And whether or not you think that that's fair or irrational, I'm going to stick by my guns like you're sticking by yours. That doesn't seem like it's very healthy.
Well, there will be, I'm sure, many other situations where she will have to compromise for him. Maybe this situation, no, but he can make that compromise now, and she can make.
How a relationship
I feel like it
works.
does depend on the situation.
All sorts of compromises made across a wide spectrum for all sorts of things. Perhaps she has issues with money. Right? This is a very common thing. Women want to see X amount of money in the bank account for large expenditures, so the man compromises a large expenditure that he wants to make so that she feels that sense of security. That happens all the time in relationships. It's one of the number one reasons people get divorced, in fact, is over money, because they don't want a larger expenditure. Men like to spend on large expenditures. They like to take a little bit more risk with money. Women like to take less risk with money. So a compromise, right? Okay, you can see the fatter bank account. That's great. Okay, but I also don't want you to go gallivanting to Europe, okay, for a bachelorette party. Do you think you can do that for me? That seems to be a pretty reasonable ask. And it seems like it's very selfish and self-centered to instead say, no, I'm a boss babe, I do what I want, and the compromise only works here one way.
But I didn't say I'm a boss babe and I do what I want. I said there are
I'm not
options.
talking about you specifically.
Either way, for any woman, if you're rational and you can think and you can say, like, are you willing to do this and make this compromise so that I can be there for this important event? And then obviously prior and later on down the road, I will make compromises for you as well. That's just how relationships work.
Yeah, but you're not going to compromise on the thing that he wants now, right? This is like, in this case, he does all the compromise, you do none. Right? Why would this be a deal breaker? Would this be a deal breaker to compromise on this and say?
I mean, I think the compromise would be him attending the Bachelorette and being on property while I'm participating in this process, and that is something that we have discussed. So, I can understand. I even feel like I've said this with my partner, that I feel like, his reservations are coming from a place of fear. So I'm glad that you brought that up, because I think you articulated it well. The compromise for me would be him going with me and traveling to the place that we're going for the Bachelorette, and then kind of checking in and out while we do the girls only kind of stuff.
Well, why? Well, wait. I mean, that doesn't assuage the fear. Why? So. Well,
if he's with me, then that does assuage the fear.
No. If he's checking out while you're doing the girls portion of it, right? That defeats the entire purpose of what creates the fear to begin with.
Can you expand on that?
What's that? Yeah, if you said he checks out while you do whatever the girls' portion is, right?
Yeah, like he wouldn't go to the spa with the girls because he's not it's not co-ed.
But that defeats the purpose. It's what you're doing with the girls that is so concerning, right? And that's the problem.
No, it's for him. It's the travel out of the country without him that is the problem.
Well, I mean, in this case, perhaps it's a good enough compromise to say you're going with me to the place. You know what I mean? So that you can see with your own eyeballs, and that in some ways mitigates your fear. Perhaps that's fair enough to do. But I think it's also fair to compromise and just say, well, if this really is such a problem for you, then I just won't go. I just won't go. If it really is something that's going to torture your brain, it's going to torture your mind. Well, even if I don't think it's rational necessarily, I know that you remember that I do all sorts of things that are irrational all the time and have all sorts of fears which are irrational all the time. And, you're pretty understanding about those. So, I'll be understanding about this. And but I think for women often what happens is they only see the compromise on the one side because men generally tend to be so logical, they forget that they also have fears, whether you think they're rational or not.
I definitely see both sides where Andrew's coming from. Like I've been in a situation where, me and my friends were planning on going to Mexico. It ended up not happening anyways, but my boyfriend, he expressed his concerns about my safety, and I don't think it was, like, me personally, I don't think it was controlling in any way, which I think that's a lot of what women think that is like they're just being controlling. But like in that situation, I mean, he was looking out for my safety.
Let's just assume for a second it is controlling. Like, so what? In relationships, we control each other's behavior all the time. We control our preferences all the time. We control all sorts of things in the behavior of the person that we're with. For the purpose of necessity, we have to do this. People have to control each other, literally, at least to some degree. Otherwise you wouldn't even know what your significant other's preferences were. There's always a segment of control in a relationship. I just think that that's fine. I don't see why that's a big deal exactly.
Yeah.
I think that seems totally reasonable to me. That both sides in a relationship want to have control over different arenas for different reasons, and they have to give a give and take, right?
I'm going to let a couple chats come in really quick before we do that, though. Quick question on this. What is it? Would you guys want to, I guess, control, like, let's say your boyfriend or husband wants to go to the strip club. Would you tell him, no, I don't want you to go to the strip club? Or would you be totally fine with it going around the table? Go ahead.
I would go with him.
Okay, but he wanted to go alone or with his boys.
I wouldn't mind, honestly.
Wouldn't mind? Okay.
Yeah.
No.
You'd have an issue with it? Okay.
I would say no.
You would say no?
I would say yes.
You'd be fine with it? Okay.
I'd say no.
No?
I'm fine with it.
Fine with it? Okay.
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
No, knowing my boyfriend now, he would not even take $1 million to walk into a strip club.
Well, if he did though, you would have an issue with
No,
it though.
yeah.
See, but here we get to the heart of it, right? So in this case, honey, I would trust you to go out to a strip club. Why wouldn't you trust me to go out to Europe? So this is the idea here, right? It's like I would trust you to do that, but you don't trust me to do this. But it really doesn't have anything to do with the logical aspect, right? It has to do with the respect of assuaging the fear of the person that you love. I mean, that's what I think it ultimately would boil down to, right?
And also some people might say, well, the strip club's different. And I agree. I agree with you. The strip club is different. And here's how. That guy walking into the strip club has a 0% chance of fucking any of the strippers.
But that doesn't matter.
But and the strippers don't want to fuck him, right? But you go to a nightclub, if you're like, if the guys, okay, like 99% of the club want to fuck you. And that's the difference. Anyways, we have some chats coming in from our good friend. Bro, okay, Law Paladins, my dude. Law Paladins, you fucking start leveling up, dude. Fuck Season of Discovery, bro. You're gonna be the main Olsey, you know? If you put in the effort, you'll be the main tank for the whatever guild. Start fucking leveling, bro. We need you to help us raid lead, guild lead, anniversary era. Anniversary realms. Get with it, lol paladins. Audio, hello? Is there no audio? Oh, that's weird. Was it muted? Normally it makes like a little...
They have a lot to say.
Or does it not make...
Yeah, they do. It's okay, though.
Oh, go ahead, Sina. Read it.
It's not about safety. She wants her cake.
Go ahead.
And also wants her cake eaten too. She may not leave her husband. I bet he's providing something she finds useful. If that ends, she's gone.
There's another one coming through. I'll have you read it, then I'll have you respond if you want to. Go ahead. 1 sec. Sorry, it's taking a moment. Law Paladins, thank you, man.
The compromise is she gets some new penis in Mexico. He gets to pay
alimony.
Sounds very fair.
Do you have a response to either of those?
I mean, I'm not leaving my husband. I'm very satisfied with where I'm at and I'm not looking for a new penis, so.
Good times. All right, moving on. Okay, let's go to, we need to get to the questionnaire, so I'm going to get through. Kyla.
Yes.
Male privilege, you had thoughts on it? Go ahead.
Yeah, I know that most girls nowadays think that male privilege is a thing, but I think it's quite opposite. Being a female, I know that there's a lot that can get handed to me. Just, say, going to a bar or whatnot, I've been offered free drinks by either, bartenders or some random person. A guy, that's not going to happen. It's pretty rare that as a guy you're gonna get things handed to you like that.
I think
else, I just think it's a total myth.
The myth of male privilege. Okay.
Yeah.
And what about like beyond dating though? There's the talk of male privilege just in society. Do you think that's also fake news or myth?
Oh yeah, 100%. Girls think, especially now, with Trump being in office, they think that their female rights are being taken away, which is a total myth. They have more rights than men do, I feel like, just like what I said as an example. They get away with a lot more. In court systems, I think you all know what I'm talking about. In certain cases, they get away with it a lot more than men do. And I just think it's really backwards how most females think about male privilege being a thing.
Word. Sorry guys, my papers are out of order here. And then you had something on, a guy asked you to be his girlfriend the night you met?
Yes.
Okay.
I think he was just drunk, and I just laughed at him. I just thought it was crazy, though, that someone would ask that.
That's called a red
Complete
flag.
stranger. Yeah, red flag.
Okay.
Love bombing anyone?
On the note of, hold on, let me just see here. I'm going to skip a little bit ahead to, I think only one person said they disagreed with, I think it was you, Jasmine, right? Or you're 5'3", right?
Yes.
Okay, this you didn't put your name, but I'm assuming that's you.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
There is no right a man has that a woman does not, to which you disagreed. What's that?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
In the questionnaire, you disagreed that there is no right a man has that a woman does not.
Okay, yeah. I disagreed because I took it the way I understood it. I could be completely wrong. I kind of correlated with kind of the same what you just said right now, where in the sense that how, for example, in workplaces, a lot of women will say, well, oh, men get paid more, or they will get a better position, or will get hired quicker, will get this job offered to them versus the woman.
I apologize for interrupting you, but just for the sake of time, the statement was, do you disagree? There is no right a man has that a woman does not. So you don't disagree then?
I don't disagree, no, because we women actually have more of a right.
Okay, so perhaps it was just an error there. Okay, so your position is women have more rights than men do. Okay, so then never mind. Going back to Kyla then, you said abortion is an excuse for girls to sleep around.
Yes, absolutely. Not every single case. I know, the exception that I have, along with a lot of conservatives, are, in very rare cases of rape and incest, or the woman's body not being able to carry the child. Those excluded, I believe that a lot of girls use abortion as an excuse.
Let's just skip I know, Andrew, you want to argue it, but
I'll leave it alone.
We'll skip the abortion.
I think it's used as an
tonight.
excuse.
All right. Okay. So going to your notes, Jasmine, any past involvement in sex work?
Not involvement in sex work.
Sugar daddy, anything like that?
Something like, yeah, basically had like a sugar daddy.
OF, stripping,
no
escorting?
stripping, no escorting, just like a sugar daddy.
All right. And was there a but in there, or?
I was gonna say it was like an involvement with someone, but that person just became like a sugar daddy. There was no sexual encounters or anything like that.
Okay. You said your first boyfriend when you were 16 was a drug addict, and you didn't know of it until 2 years into your relationship. He was your first everything. Unfortunately, he passed away from an OD.
Yes.
Okay. What drug?
It was. Can I say them out loud?
I mean, I guess it doesn't.
It was crystal and meth.
Okay. You sometime after his death, you met someone who you dated for 3 years. You got married when you were 22.
Yes.
It ended up really bad. It ended in divorce. You initiated the divorce?
Yes, correct.
You felt like life was going downhill. You contemplated going into what they call a hoe phase.
Yes, yeah.
Did you go? You were crashing out. Did you go into the hoe phase?
No, that's when the whole sugar daddy thing went. That's where the whole butt thing came in.
So you thought about the hoe phase?
Yes, I thought about it.
You thought about it?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't do it.
Didn't do it. No.
Okay.
No, didn't do it.
Right.
The closest I came was with the whole sugar daddy thing, and yeah.
It says here you were almost pimped out by somebody.
The same man.
Wait, the guy, the sugar daddy guy, or the
sugar daddy
guy? Sugar daddy.
Mm-hmm.
He was like a literal pimp?
Yes.
Oh, so but when you say almost pimped out, like it was just like a BJ, or? Like he.
No, he almost
Got
he
you.
basically wanted to make me one of his like because I mean obviously we hooked up, it was like a thing. Then I found out
okay, I see.
what he did, and then
It says you were jumping motel to motel.
Yes.
But then there you didn't have any clients or anything.
No,
But he
no.
was trying to get you.
I would just help him around with whatever girls he was working
I
with
see.
whenever he would leave to a different state or anything like that. I would just whatever he would tell me to do, I would just do that.
So you were like a helper.
Wait, you assisted him in pimping?
Essentially, you could say
Did you
that.
smack a hoe?
No.
So you were a madam.
Not a madam. That's like a bottom.
She was
bitch.
like an assistant.
That's like yeah.
I don't know if that's
I thought a madam was a woman who ran a
female
house of ill repute.
Quick question.
What do you call them if they?
Quick question. Were you assistant pimp or assistant to the pimp?
Assistant to the pimp.
Not assistant pimp.
Yeah, no.
Assistant to the pimp. Okay, got it.
But maybe this is too personal, but you guys were sleeping together?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's more of like, I mean, you were essentially the bottom.
Because because
Wouldn't that be the top bitch?
in order,
that's what it's called in the game. It's called a bottom bitch.
In order for
That's
me
the
to
one,
like
the right
live
hand?
with him in the places, motels, I would obviously if I wasn't going to perform with other men, I had to perform with.
I see. Wait, really quick, bottom bitch.
Wait, hang on. You what? Wait. How do you move that on, Brian? Don't move that on.
Okay,
Wait,
okay.
He's like, wait.
Wait a second. You were performing in hotels with women?
No. It was just after it was just him and I in the motel, or in the place wherever we were. We would, get intimate, and then that would be it. We would go to sleep. It would be like an open relationship, but it would be a pimp and I guess whatever you say, a top bitch or a bottom bitch.
bottom
bitch.
And
yeah.
he was paying. How much was he paying you per month?
He was just I was doing it for food and shelter.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
This was after my divorce.
Okay, so I mean, forgive my language here.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I don't think this is inaccurate, but you were prostituting yourself essentially.
Essentially, yeah. It was basically, you could call it that, because this wasn't a man who was respecting me. This was like I said, that's why I said it was like basically a hoe phase.
Did he record videos?
Of me.
I thought you said you didn't do the hoe face.
With the whole then I guess I did.
I mean, that's probably a hoe phase,
he's like
right?
essentially trying to groom her. That's the process, and so.
I mean,
yes,
he was
that's
trying
what
to groom a fully grown adult, right?
No, but I'm saying
who was using their body for resources. I'm not so sure that that's what I would call groom.
I'm saying he's trying to groom her into being one of his hoes. If he's just sleeping with her and then having her run errands and blah blah blah, that's different.
I just want to also put out here really quickly, I don't have the ability to go work. Like, I am not legally from here, so my process to
Wait, you're an illegal?
Yes, so I couldn't.
I'm calling ICE right now.
I
It's my
couldn't.
patriotic duty. You're going right back. Where are we sending you?
So
You're going
he
right
would
back
also-
today. You're going right back today. This is MAGA country.
So he would also use that because he knew that. So I couldn't just believe me, if I could go, McDonald's pays $20 an hour. If I could go and work a decent job, then I would. I had to do multiple things.
Wait, there's plenty of illegal immigrants who.
Oh no, yeah, but there's a certain category that you have to go through. I was a ghost in the system at the time.
Well, no, they pay under the table or something.
Yeah, but it's very, very difficult, and a lot of times you have to be a guy to get those jobs because, like I said, it's labor jobs that you do.
Sure.
When I did do certain jobs like that, I was doing them with my father. At that point, I wasn't with my father.
One question though. How many hoes did he have?
It was a variety of girls. It would be sometimes 5.
Yeah.
For the most part, it would be like.
So he was like he wasn't just like a pimp. He was a pimp.
Yeah, it was like, it was yeah.
Damn, son.
I was just taking note here as I was thinking about this story. Your English is really good. I don't really even detect that much of an accent.
A lot of people say that. Yeah, I got here when I was 3 years old.
Yeah, so wait. So since you were 3 years old, you have been unable to work in the domestic United States, even though you were married. Did you marry an American citizen?
Yes, but we did not process any type of paperwork. I did not marry for that.
Yeah, I know, but as a person who marries an American citizen, you have a pathway then to legal citizenship.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
we
so
didn't.
you
He did not want to do that. We did not do that. That was not an option. And yes, I've been here since 3 years of age. I only have 5 people in my family that are here. We have we're very culturally strict family. It's not like, they don't know the laws either. A lot of my whole only 2 people in my family, which are my siblings, are legally here. I'm in the process now of getting my paperwork, thank God. And so, yeah, at the time I had them, like I said earlier, my mentality was far gone. So I was thinking, whatever it takes, whatever I need to do, which was obviously reckless. It was not correct.
What did you do for work to get yourself out of that situation?
I'm sorry?
If you couldn't work. What did you do for work if you couldn't work to get yourself out of that situation?
Eventually, I found smoke shops, the tobacco industry. So like how I am right now, thankfully, I've been managing the smoke shop for quite some time now. It's about to be almost 2 years.
So the smoke shop hires illegals?
A lot of smoke shops, believe it or not. Yeah.
I do have to move things on. Right. I do have to move things on. We have 2 chats.
Hail and well met. Lol Paladins donated $200.02. You're just gonna throw me under the bus, bro? I'm out here in the mean streets of the Barrens. I'm level 18 and running whaling caverns tonight. What level are you?
Look, I've been very busy the past, it came out on Thursday. I got shows on Sunday, Tuesday. I'm level 14, okay? Cut the guy a break. I work, I'm very busy. When we're 60, though, I'm going to duel you in front of Orgrimmar, Lol Paladins. I'm just telling you, man. You better, hold on. Let me play some music for you, bro. Hold on. Where is it? Hold on. It's going to be like...
You are not prepared.
I'm gonna fucking... I know that's Burning Crusade or whatever the fuck, and we're playing classic and shit, but bro, it's gonna be... What are you playing, bro? What do you... Lol Paladins? What are you, a shaman? You can't even play Paladin on Horde side, bro. Your main class, you can't even play it. I'm a rogue, dude. I've been playing rogue since 2005, son. I'm just gonna, boom, fucking come up, and you're gonna let me get the opener, because that's what... if you're a gentleman, you're going to do that in the duel, right? Boom, open, cheap shot, fucking backstab, kidney shot, boom, gouge, re-stealth, cheap shot, boom, fucking cold, eviscerate, boom, you're dead. GG, Lol Paladins, boom. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. Okay, go ahead, Cena, read this shit.
To the OnlyFans girl,
thank you, Victor.
Do you believe there is nothing wrong with what you do? If that's the case, would you have issue about family subbing to your content? If so, why the contradiction?
How would you feel if your dad registered on OnlyFans and his name was Big Daddy 77,
nice,
and he started messaging your type or messaging you on OF, and he was like asking for customs, and he's like, I want you to send a video of,
like my dad wants my content?
Yeah.
Does he tell that he's her dad?
I don't know, he just confuses her with another Asian woman.
But wouldn't he be able to know that I'm his daughter?
I don't know, I don't know.
Will he text her like, hey,
maybe
great breakfast this morning.
The context,
can I have this custom?
I think the context of the question is if you were to continue this work and you found out that a family member was going to or has subscribed to your content, would that give you any conflicting feelings about your performances?
Of course.
Yes.
I don't know about you, but...
Thank you, Vector, for the message. I do appreciate it. Okay. And then I guess going back to you, Jasmine, and as far as your notes go, let's see, you were saying dating topics you'd love to speak on, going 50-50 with a man on a date, how women should conduct themselves on the first date. So do you think women should go 50-50, or what's your position quick on that?
Just based on right now, how things are right now, I think it's a smarter decision for both genders to go 50-50.
Oh, okay. Let's see. I actually talk a lot of women about why it's a really negative thing to become a feminist. You try to educate more young women on the roots of feminism and how this whole ideology of being an independent woman started. So you're anti-feminist, essentially. Okay, going around the table, do you consider yourself a feminist, starting with you?
No.
Okay.
No. Yes.
No.
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 Nope.
Just you there. Oh, okay. All right. There it is then. I'm going to get into the questionnaire then. Going around the table, would you rather, some of you said, well, would you rather cross paths with a man or a bear in the forest? You said neither. You can't pick neither.
Oh, well then a man.
Yeah.
Man.
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 Bear.
Man.
Okay, just one bear. Why do you pick bear? And why don't you pick man?
I wish you watched this episode.
Into the mic.
I picked bear because I grew up camping and hunting, and so I feel like I have a better understanding of what to do in that situation, and men can be more unpredictable.
All right. Well, real quick, what do you do in that situation?
What do I do in that situation? I make a lot of noise, and I make a lot of noise and try to scare the bear away. They're definitely more afraid of me than I am of it.
You make a bunch of noise?
Yeah.
Flail your arms, maybe?
Probably.
Don't you run towards it?
No, you don't run towards it. You don't want to show aggression. You kind of, you want to make yourself look big, and you want to slowly walk away. You can't outrun it, so trying to run is a little dumb.
Isn't that for specific bears?
Huh?
Like, it's like black bears?
Well, I grew up camping in Yosemite, so I'm talking.
Well,
that's just.
We're not going to linger too long on this just because there's only one bear answer. So you've made like an assessment that there's a risk with it when it comes to man. While the bear could kill you, the man, I'm assuming your position would be, well, the man could do like other worse things, essentially.
Yes.
Yeah. What percentage of men then do you think would do this?
I think it's a low percentage of men that would.
How much?
I don't know the
10%?
statistics.
Well, what do you think? Or how do you feel? 10%, 20%, 30% more? 50?
I think that
50-50?
10% of men given the opportunity would make a poor choice. That's without knowing any statistics. So,
and
10%
does this include,
or less,
like,
is that fair?
Would this also include like 10% of your male relatives?
Yes.
Even 10% of your own family members?
Yes.
You're prepared to say that they are also rapists?
I think that presented with the opportunity, 10% of men or less would make a bad decision.
Including your immediate family members?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's all I got for that, really. Okay, all right, moving on, I guess.
Sounds good.
You think? Couldn't you just like yell and flail your arms, scare them off?
I mean, I don't think I can outrun a man, and I don't think that men are afraid of women.
I mean, you can outrun a bear.
I think a bear is more easily startled by a loud being that it doesn't understand that a man is by a woman.
Oh, one last question on this, I guess. Does it change if it's 10 men versus 10 bears?
Does it change if it's 10 men versus 10 bears?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd still choose the bear.
How about 100 men, 100 bears?
I mean, that would be like a 50-50 split for me at that point. It's a lot of bears.
Okay, but 10 men, 10 bears. I'm just curious, though. You said, and I think your number's high, and it doesn't really reflect actual crime statistics, but you said 10%
or lower. I clarified later.
Sure. Okay, but let's just, if we use even the higher number, the highest number you gave, 10%, that'd be one of the 10 men would do this. If they were all there, they're all there, right? It's don't you think the 9 men that wouldn't be inclined to do this, 9 men versus 1 man, they could easily pull him off you? Like, what do you think that 9 other men would do in that situation?
So I wasn't taking into account that all 10 men would have input into the circumstances. I think that if there were 10 men present, the 1 man would be less likely to misbehave because of the presence of the other men.
But you still picked bear. 10 men versus 10 bears. You still picked 10 bears.
I did not consider the opportunity that the other 9 men would be preventative measures to the 1. I didn't consider that when I gave my answer to the bear. So if we can say that 9 of those men would stop that 1 man, then I'd probably go with the 10 man.
Not necessarily, but I'm just using your own statistics.
If you were lost in Yosemite and you were in the forest for a couple of days and you saw a random man, would you ask him for help?
If I had been lost, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but wouldn't 10% of them then viciously essay you?
I mean, if I'm lost, it's kind of like a moot point at this point. I'm trying to survive.
Well, that's very strange.
If the risk is essay and survival, I'm going to choose survival for sure.
That's super strange to me, though, right? Here's why that's super strange. Because if essay would be preferable to getting mauled by a bear, right, then why would being lost in the forest not be preferable to being potentially essayed? I don't understand that.
It's where you are in the process, right? So have I been lost for 1 day? Like, I feel pretty comfortable and confident in my abilities to survive.
I've been lost for 3 days.
Again, I'm still pretty comfortable, but again, if I haven't seen anybody, then yeah, I'm going to talk to the 1 human that I'm coming across.
I just want to let you know that here's your order of operations for preferences. This is why it just doesn't make that much sense to me. You would prefer to be spawned in with a bear, even though there's a good potential that the bear would maul you to death, being spawned in the forest with you, versus a man, because the potential is that 1 in 10 men would make what you call a bad decision, which I assume is to SA you. If we were to extrapolate that logic, that means then 1 out of 10 men that you would run into in the forest would also do this, right? So why is that the threshold breaker that being
so
lost
I guess
in
maybe
the forest?
where my
Hang on. Let me finish the question. Why would it be the case then that being lost in the forest was less preferable to SA than being mauled by a bear?
Well, I guess I'm not really considering SA being worse than being mauled. I feel like if a man tried to attempt to SA me, I would fight to the death, so I'm dying either way. So that's why I would choose the bear. I would rather die brutally than have to fight off the
Well, then why wouldn't you just prefer to stay lost in the forest rather than have the potential of the SA? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, at 3 days, I mean, I'm looking at death either way. So that's where the logic comes from.
Yeah, but wouldn't you rather die in the forest than die being SA'd? Because you're fighting to the death?
I mean, starvation is a very slow death. So depending on where I'm at, again, in that process, the scale will slide.
Okay. I still
Level
don't
of
actually
desperation,
understand.
I guess, is where I'm at.
Well, I guess moving it on. Really quick question for you, actually. Actually, never mind. It was just like something in your Instagram. Not a big deal, though. Okay. Let's see here. Going back to the questionnaire, or actually, really quick, can we pull up Twitch? Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Ooh, he was quick. Did you guys see how smooth? Oh my God, chat. W's in the chat for Damien. I need W's in the chat for Damien. We need Wamian in the chat. Oh my goodness, he is on fire, Damien. He's on fire. Picanto, thank you for the prime. Humor, thank you for the prime. Creation, thank you for the prime. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a prime sub if you have one. Check if you have a prime sub available. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show. Every single month, this podcast is viewer supported. Without you guys, we wouldn't be able to do the show. I'm not like over here. You know, we're dwarfing these other channels that are getting Spotify deals. We're dwarfing these. I'm not trying to be offensive to the little people. It's just like a term, whatever. We're dwarfing these people getting massive sponsorship deals. Guys, controversial show, controversial topics, sex dolls in the background. It's not happening. It's not happening. Spotify deal's not coming. The sponsor, the fucking, I don't know, the Raid Shadow Legends, never coming. The fucking Athletic Greens, never coming. Support the show, guys. We need we're viewer supported, so do appreciate the show. Thank you by the way, just even if you watch, but thank you everybody who so generously supports the show. So off to the questionnaire. How tall are you, and what's the minimum height of a man you would date? You use DeGenmark, 172 centimeters. I don't even know what that is.
5'7"?
You're 5'7", okay. And how big for a guy?
The same.
Or taller?
Yeah.
Okay, Sina, what about you?
I'm 5'2". And then I said, honestly, if you really think about it, height doesn't matter that much.
Okay, don't care. Any height? Would you date a guy who's 4'11"?
Shorter than me?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah?
I'll kneel.
Would you dominate?
I'll kneel.
You'll kneel?
Yeah. I'll get on my knees.
Oh, use a stool.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool. Isabella, you're 5'8".
Mhm.
Minimum height of a man you would date?
5'6", 5'5".
All right. Katie, what about you?
I'm like 5'4", 5'5". I put on there 6 feet. I have dated shorter than that, but I won't again, I don't think.
All right. You are 5'3".
I would date 5'9". I date shorter, either.
Okay. What about you?
I'm 5'4". The shortest guy I dated was my same height, so I would do that again.
Okay. How tall's your husband?
He's 5'10".
5'10". Okay. What about you?
I would date a guy the same height as me.
And you're how tall?
5'4".
Okay. And then
I'm 5'4", just anything taller than me, really.
how tall's your fiance or boyfriend?
He's gonna get mad at me if I say this wrong. I think he's
11 3/4.
5'10".
5'10"? Okay.
Sorry if I got that wrong.
How dare you get my height wrong?
Is Wayne Brady gonna have to choke a bitch?
Okay, next question. What would you want the minimum yearly income to be for your future husband?
I don't really care.
So you'll date a McDonald's worker?
Yeah.
Really?
Like all of my ex-boyfriends, yeah.
Okay. Sina?
7 figures.
So like $1 million
Yeah.
plus a year. Okay. All right. How much did your ex make?
My ex?
Your ex?
He was a kid.
Yeah, how much did he make?
On
his paper route.
A month or a year?
On his paper route.
On his paper route?
I don't know. Okay, never mind.
$7?
Sweet. What about you? Isabella.
When I'm older, $75K, preferably 6 figures, but.
Okay. Katie, what about you?
I said 200,000.
Minimum?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I give or take a little bit, but yeah, that would
Okay. What about you?
As long as we're surviving.
Yeah, how much
we're
do you live
fine.
in where?
In LA, in like
How much do you
Silmar.
need, how much do you need to survive in LA?
I
Do you-
suck. This is why I leave the finances to my man.
Here, let me ask you a couple clarifying questions. You want kids?
Yes.
How many kids?
2 at the most.
Two. Okay. You want to stay living in Los Angeles?
Maybe.
And do you want to also be working, or do you want to be stay at home and take care of the kids?
I want to work, but my fiance wants me to be a stay-at-home once I have kids.
Okay, because you're engaged, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, just the economic realities. I mean, he's going to have to earn a certain amount in order to like fulfill his wants and then your own kind of desires, I guess. How much does your current guy make?
He makes. He has 2. I'm so sorry. He has 2 well-paying jobs right now. I don't know exactly the amounts. I honestly don't ask. He just kind of handles all the money, and that's pretty much it.
You guys live together?
Yes, we do.
He pays all the bills?
Yes.
All the rent?
Yes.
All the dates?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
It wasn't always like that, though.
Sure.
I was gonna add too. That would be if I was a stay-at-home mom.
The 200K.
So like, yeah. Mm-hmm.
You don't have kids, right?
I don't have kids. I'm
do
almost
you-
aged out.
You gotta.
I at this point I see
got time.
both ways. Like I could see being a mom. I would love to do that, but I also can see my life not
Sure.
going that way.
Going over to you, Amanda. You are already married. If you're comfortable sharing, how much does the husband make?
We make the same amount.
Okay, you guys are both
contribute
working.
equally,
Okay.
yeah.
Riley, 100 or how much would you want?
150.
150K a year, and you're a software engineer, right?
Yeah.
And so do you make pretty good money? You make 6 figures?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then Kyla, what about you?
Just anything more than me, because I believe I'm very traditional, so I believe that the guy should be able to provide for me, but I
Sure.
also don't want him being the only one financially.
Okay. I want to do the delusional calculator for Katie. Katie, we're going to do the delusional calculator.
Okay.
It's fun. It's fun. And then I suppose we'll do it for Riley also. And then maybe for Sina. Let's go ahead. All right. This is for Katie. Age that you would date.
Age that I would date?
Yeah. For the man.
Ooh, well, like just youngest to oldest? I don't know.
Yeah, range.
Like maybe
Closer to the mic.
28 up to
Cougar over here. Shit.
Well, my last
lacking young.
relationship and the one I'm back and forth with
young.
is 28.
Okay. All right. That's and then top end. You like them geezers, don't you?
No, I think actually dating my personal life, like 50 maybe.
50? All right.
Maybe.
And I'm
But
assuming
I'm like
just exclude married. I'm assuming she doesn't. You don't want to date a guy who's already married. Why do they fucking have that option? It's so dumb. Okay.
It's a test.
Because there's actually probably a significant amount of women who will date a married man.
Really?
Yeah.
Like with the expectation that he stays married?
No, with the expectation that they can gain these resources because he has them and he's married. So, like, for instance, I'll show you. I'll prove this to you. So when you do this delusional calculator and you get to the number, go back up and then check the married box and watch how different the result is. It's actually pretty interesting.
While I agree with you that perhaps there are a good amount of women who would, are they going to, when asked, certainly on the podcast, are they going to say it? That's different.
Some of the ones on this podcast for sure.
I don't know,
but yeah, I get what you're saying.
I don't know if we've ever had a girl say, like, oh yeah, I'll include the married guy, and let's pull it back up.
Well, no, they just said that they were sleeping with married guys or dating them.
Sure. Race?
No, I mean.
Any shade? Okay, that's fine. Minimum height, which was, you said 6 foot. And then minimum income, 200K? Do you want to exclude obese men?
Yeah, yes.
Yes. Okay, let's find out. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. Oh, fuck.
Now, Brian, if you add 0.1%, 0.96%, go back real quick and click on married, and I want to see what the difference is.
We'll get that pulled up. So click.
Leave everything the same, and just click that, or don't click exclude married.
I think if you so it's 28 to 50.
Yeah.
I think did you hit refresh or?
Oh yeah. What?
Oh, I think if you just hit the back button, it'll for next time. But and exclude obese.
Exclude obese.
200,
and then 200K.
Okay. Still fucked.
But a significant difference,
That is
right?
different.
Significant difference. So that's why that's included in there.
Yeah.
What about the obese
Good times. Good times. And then we're gonna do it for Riley. Randy Riley. Go ahead, Riley.
So age, you can do 27 to 57.
Into the mic, please. 57? Really?
Yeah.
Really, son?
I mean, that's the last guy
You
did.
you gonna?
Yeah. 57.
Okay, that's all right. Okay. Exclude married.
Yeah.
Okay. Race.
Any.
Height.
You can put like 5'5",
5'5",
5'4".
yeah, 5'5". Exclude obese. Yeah. Okay. 150K. Find out. All right, not bad. I mean, 1%. 1%, and then we're going to do it for Cena.
1% is pretty bad. That's pretty bad.
Cena. All right. Age?
The lowest.
Yeah.
So, was it 20?
Yeah. You can go lower if you want, but...
Yeah, even lower.
Okay, just max it, yeah. And then age?
The oldest I've dated was...
What would date?
30.
30, okay. Exclude married?
Yes.
Race?
Any. Oh.
What? Damien! Minimum height?
4'11".
She will date a short king. Exclude obese?
No.
You'll date a 4'11" obese guy? Okay, lady. Okay, bro.
Hey, you gotta. That's not fair.
No, she'll date obese, right? Right?
No, exclude it.
Okay.
I was gonna say.
Max it. All right, find out. 0.062%. Good times. Okay, I don't know. That's cool. That's cool. You guys are.
Now, what's interesting is like, if you just took a couple of those standards and just worked within the confines of those standards, like you said, okay, we'll drop the income down to like 50,000, right? Drop the income down to 50,000, and they can be around 5'4", like your height was fine, right? Minimum height for a 4'11". But if you just drop that down to like 50,000 or 60,000 a year, the percentage would skyrocket. Skyrocket. Or if you just unchecked obese, the percentage would absolutely skyrocket. It's like, because the standards become rigid, so rigid. Well, and think about this too. When you say obese, there are men who are considered obese who aren't actually fat, right? They're just super strong or really big. They have a bad, BMI. You know what I mean? So within that confines of that rigidity, you could just drop a couple things, and it would just skyrocket the chances of finding the type of dude that you wanted.
For shizzle.
Just pointing that out.
Faux show. Before I get into the other questionnaire stuff, are there any other dating topics? Perhaps first, any disagreements that any of you have with anything? Maybe you've seen the podcast before, something that hasn't already come up, and any disagreements from anybody? If not, any dating topics any of you would like to touch on or ask for advice?
I wanted to go back to the chat that came up.
Which one?
The one was like, what if a family relative subscribed or chat or something? He also asked, do you think what you're doing is wrong? And we didn't get to answer that. And
Sure.
I don't think it's wrong what we're doing, because because if men didn't buy it, then we were out of a job, you know?
Andrew, do you want to, I want to not linger on it too long, but Andrew, do you want to have a little quick back and forth on this one?
So even if it were true that the reason that the industry exists is because men buy it, why would that negate your responsibility?
I'm just where the money's at, you know? If I can live off of this because men decides to buy it, then why wouldn't I?
So let's assume for a second that there are people who they enjoy doing murder, but they don't enjoy doing the body disposal. So they murder the people, and you come in and you dump the bodies for them. That's where the money's at. Are you doing anything wrong?
But that is illegal. OF is not illegal.
Yeah, but let's say it wasn't illegal. Would you be doing anything wrong?
No.
Well, it is illegal.
No,
because if
you
I
wouldn't be doing anything wrong.
Well, you didn't do the murder.
Right. So, but you're contributing to the industry that's murdering, right?
You're contributing, but you're not doing anything wrong. You're just
Right.
helping, right?
Right. So they're just doing the murder. All you're doing is burying the bodies, right? You don't have any responsibility.
Basically.
You're just going where the money's at. So from your view, the idea here is that it doesn't really matter how much damage you do, Because if these men demand that you're doing the damage to them, you're not doing anything wrong. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. If your dad, let's say, was slightly mentally ill, your father, and he ended up with a woman who treated him like garbage every day and made him do horrible things, and he did it, right? He did it because he was, slightly, let's say, mentally ill in this case. But it was his choice. Would you support his choice to do that? Or would you tell him that he should leave?
I support his choice, but also I tell him
You would
to
support
leave.
his choice?
No, you wouldn't.
No, because is there really anything you could say?
Really? You'd support his choice?
Okay, I want to support his choice, but also there's nothing that you could say to him if he was so certain about it, right?
Why not?
Like I could say to him,
People change their minds about things they're certain of all the time.
but if he's like firm on it.
Yeah, people change their minds on things they're firm on all the time. I mean, that's what argumentation is for, right? It's to assist people in changing their mind from things that they've made up their mind about. People make up their mind about things all the time, and they're completely wrong. In fact, I would say 99% of things people think they know, they're wrong about those things. 99% of people's worldview is totally wrong, right? And the facts they think they know, completely wrong. So people kind of necessarily have to change their minds all the time, right? Because it's just demonstrated how wrong we are all day long, all the time, and all sorts of different things we do. So why not try to talk them out of it?
But how many guys watch like our industry? It's basically.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing is, though, is that even if that's the case, if you could demonstrate that you were doing a lot of damage to these guys and that they were forming addictive behaviors, highly addictive behaviors around the things it is that you are doing, wouldn't you then have some agency and some responsibility to stop doing that?
But then we should cut off all tobacco and alcohol,
Why?
Because that's addictive to people.
Yeah,
Some people can't handle
So
it.
there's a threshold for damage. Breathing oxygen, right, can damage you. You can play guitar too much and become addicted to it. There's almost anything on planet Earth you can become addicted to, but we kind of create these thresholds on what type of damage is acceptable within society. And I would think that if you're just completely rewiring somebody's brain from the ground up, doing this much damage to yourself and society, that we can create a threshold there.
So corn is more damaging than alcohol. When people drink, they become violent, they become like not themselves. Isn't that more damaging than
but here's the thing. Most people drink pretty responsibly, right? When you're talking about corn, for instance, right, the amount of damage that it does rewiring a person's brain is significantly more damaging than a person has a couple of drinks a week. Significantly more damage.
And
how?
Yeah, how? And what is the damage?
Because what happens is we create these thresholds for people. So if a person's watching pornography all day, let's say, or not even all day, they just watch it a lot, what happens is they begin a step-up process. And we have research and studies which shows this over and over and over, right? Not only does it lead to human trafficking, which is, I think you would agree with me, is pretty fucking horrible, right? Especially underage human trafficking leads to that. In almost every place where porn is legalized, the human trafficking is through the roof in comparison to places where it's not. But also what it does is it stops a person from being able to orgasm unless they continuously up the dosage, the dopamine dosage to the brain. And so you've probably seen this with your own clients, right? At first, they may ask you to do something that's relatively modest or moderate, and then they kind of step that up over time, right? They're willing to pay a little bit more so that you do kind of more and more and more intense sexual things. Is that the case or not the case with many of your clients?
Most of them just like delete their account or never chat again. It's like a
I'm not talking about most. I'm asking, you have clients who do this, right? They just gradually step it up, right?
Yeah, like 2%.
Yeah, right. So they gradually step it up.
But it's the same with alcohol.
Okay, hang on. Let me make the argument, and then you can respond to the argument, okay? Can we do that? Let me just make it, and then you can respond. So anyway, they'll gradually step it up over time. They gradually step it up over time. And what this does is it actually is highly damaging, not only to their brain, but it's damaging to the person who's doing it. So now you have an entire sea of young women who dedicate their life to OnlyFans, and men don't want to marry them. Men don't want to, they don't get married to them because of their sexual history and the fact that their kids can go and, you know, see the vagina online and things like this. Then we open up the can of worms as to what happens even to the ones who do, whose children get mercilessly bullied in school because mommy did pornography and her nudes are all over the place, all over the internet. And then they come home and they're like, hey, gee, mom, look, this is a picture of you sucking this guy's dick. What's going on here? It's a pretty disturbing phenomenon culturally. So it has all sorts of cultural impacts and phenomenon which go well and above and beyond what an individual experiences usually when it comes to societal destruction, right? So what an individual drunk does, I agree with you, it's bad, but we have all sorts of things to assist drunks, right? We try to make sure people, we try to make sure people don't become drunks. We try to make sure we do everything we can to make statewide propaganda about why it is that you shouldn't drink and drive, why it is that you shouldn't be getting drunk too much. Everywhere you look, there's anti-drinking. Everywhere you look, it's anti-smoking. Everywhere you look. Society is not promoting that, but there's no such programs against OnlyFans or sex work at all. It's in fact the opposite, right? Nudity is exploded inside of the private market. So I'd say these are massive distinctions between these two industries. Go ahead.
Wait, are you saying, like, are you gearing this towards OF is wrong, or are you saying, like, the whole sex work industry is wrong?
Yeah, I'm saying that we had a pre-porn pornography society, and that society was better than the one we're in right now. And the reason it is because the degradation to the overall demoralization, the demoralization has led to the overall degradation. That's the right way to say that. The demoralization has led to the overall degradation of society. And so, and this has happened over the span of multitudes of years. Alcohol's been with us for 2,000 years. This idea of pornography is a recent phenomenon.
Yeah, but like I live partly in Budapest, in Hungary, and that's like the capital of corn, the corn industry. Like,
yeah, do you think Budapest and Hungary are phenomenal places, or what? Especially Hungary.
Yeah, I love it.
But what's great about Hungary?
Low taxes, no immigrants or refugees. Like,
so they have some quirks. But let me ask you this: if Hungary didn't have pornography, what would be bad about that? How would that make Hungary a worse place?
It wouldn't make it better.
Yeah, right.
Worse.
It wouldn't make it, but it would probably make it a better place.
I don't think so, but I'm just saying that I live in a capital where corn is like normal. So I think here in the US you look down upon it, but like in Europe, it's kind of,
No, they look down on it in Europe too. They look down on it in England. They look down on it in France. They look down on it in most of Western Europe. You're talking about some Eastern Bloc shitholes. Even in Eastern Bloc countries, they still look down on the shit. So I don't know what you're talking about. They definitely look down on it. Yes, they do. Name the country where they don't look down on it.
Czech Republic and Hungary.
Some Eastern Bloc countries?
Yeah, also in Denmark.
Yeah, but all of Western Europe, yes, Western Europe looks down on it for sure. And America looks down on it. Australia looks down on it. Canada looks down on it. Most of Mexico even looks down on it. They don't like the idea of sex workers or corn workers.
But in Europe, they would date them.
What's that?
One sec, hold on, I'll let this go
Vector
through.
donated $100.
Thank you, Vector.
Family is your flesh and blood. You and them feel an intrinsic need to respect each other. The thought of them seeing you naked is disrespectful to you. You feel no need to respect strangers, right?
Yeah, but I'm sorry.
No response, or do you want to respond to Vector, or? Vector, thank you for the message. I do appreciate it.
So
I'll
what
let you
was
guys
he
get
saying?
back to it then. Sorry, Vector, she doesn't have.
No. I just need to I didn't quite understand it.
Wait,
Was it for you?
I think for all OnlyFans girls.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, wait. I'm just trying to understand. Wasn't porn like a really big thing before the 2000s?
Yeah.
In the 80s, yeah.
Yeah. So, but you're saying, because porn is free, no?
Yeah.
So-
well, remember, when do you think the internet came around?
Oh.
For all that free porn. When do you think that came around?
I do.
In red light.
I do need you each to make your final points.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
give you each 30 seconds.
Okay, so my point is this, is like, just very quickly, and then you can respond, right?
Yeah.
Just to summarize. It's not that alcohol and drunkenness and things like that are good. They're not good, right? And generally for society, it's not good to have a bunch of drunks going around. Same thing with cigarette smoking. Same thing with fried foods, right? Too much of any of this is pretty much bad for you. However, we seem to have some type of social containment for these activities, and society at large definitely snubs their nose at drunks, right? You can't hardly find a place anywhere to smoke a cigarette, right? Society has done everything that it can possibly do to run campaign after campaign against these activities because they consider them to be degrading to society, not good for society in any way, shape, or form. In this particular case, I do not see that ever happening, or, well, not ever, but I don't see it happening currently in Western nations when it comes to porn. So that's the distinction in the phenomenon.
We have red light district in the Netherlands. That's a whole street.
A guy can sit in his room and fap you on his internet. What do you mean? Like, you don't need to go to the red light district.
So is your argument essentially it's legalized, therefore, because we acknowledge that in these countries, certainly these European countries, it's legalized
And more normalized than here. People don't look down upon it as much as you do here in the US.
Let me ask you a question. Would you rather date a guy who never had to pay for pussy, or would you prefer to date a guy who has to, who sees 2 different prostitutes a week? Which guy would you prefer to date?
The one who didn't pay for it, of
Why?
course. Because he's a high value man, because he can get...
So
which
low...
means you're devaluing.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm valuable at all.
That means you're devaluing.
Yeah,
that
no,
means that
I
you
don't.
think
I
that
don't call
women who do
myself a
that
high
work are
value.
less valuable.
I don't call myself a high value woman. Not at all. No.
Okay.
That's not the
You know
argument,
how absurd it is that Brian lives in a state currently where he can't get a plastic drinking straw because of the stigma against plastic. He can't go down to the burger joint down the street and get a fucking plastic drinking straw because of the stigma against plastic, right? But right now, he could go on that laptop and pull up all of your naked pictures. That's fucking wild.
Please
okay,
do so.
that's fucking wild. It's insane. That is not the world that anybody wants to live in, okay?
W California. Fucking or L California, L California, fucking California, California stand, fucking can't even get a plastic straw. It's fucked up. Okay, guys, TTS has 50% off, guys. 50% off on TTS. You can go to streamlabs.com/whatever if you'd like to send in a TTS. Normally it's $200. We've reduced it down to $100, $99. If you guys want to get it in, it's a $100 TTS. This show is viewer supported. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Appreciate it, guys. Okay, we're going to get into the questionnaire. So let's see. Marriage is a bad deal for men, to which you disagreed. Katie disagreed. And Riley disagreed. Kyla disagreed. So my position is that when it comes to marriage, how about instead of me giving my case for why marriage is bad, and I have plenty of reasons. For those of you who said you disagree that marriage is a bad deal for men, I'd like to hear from you guys, and maybe you just tell me why men should get married in today's day and age.
Have you seen all the, what is it called? Those speech that all the guys see, like Andrew Tate, all of those, like, get yourself a woman, get married, and she can...
This is something Andrew Tate says?
No, not specifically, but...
Okay, what do they argue then?
But all these, like, clever male figures who speak, Jordan Peterson also, he says, get yourself a woman who can support you so you don't cloud your vision with other, like, girls.
So why can't you have a monogamous relationship that does not include marriage?
It can, yeah.
Okay, so
but
I can.
But if you love someone, why not get married?
If she loves me, why get married?
What?
If she loves you.
Your argument is, if you love each other, just get married. I can just say, if we love each other, why get married?
Because it's a tradition to show each other that you love each other.
Okay. Sure.
Isn't it?
I don't disagree with you that it's a tradition that typically people who love each other do. That's not really a compelling reason, because you mentioned tradition, right?
Yeah.
Like, do you want to get married?
Me?
Yeah.
If I find the right guy, then yeah.
Yeah, and it's a tradition, right? But it's like kind of goes back to our conversation about like paying for dates.
But if you want to marry for money, I think that's wrong.
Sure,
you should
totally
marry
agree.
for love. Yeah.
But you say it's a tradition. Do you think society is, in any imagination of the word, traditional? Do you think most modern women are traditional women?
To some extent. I think there are some traditions that we still value, such as marriage.
Yeah, so we've gotten rid of the traditions that women typically have to adhere to, and we've kept the traditions that women benefit from: male chivalry, male providing, male protection, and marriage. Women benefit from this kind of conduct from men, and these kinds of arrangements. Men, explain to me, I guess, what. Hold on, before. How about? Okay, I'll just go for it then. What can I, as a man, get from marriage, or what do I get out of marriage that I can't get from a long-term monogamous relationship with a woman?
I don't know the laws here, but
How about Denmark even?
Yeah, okay. In Denmark, you just split everything. Like, you can, if...
Are men still breadwinners in Denmark, generally speaking?
It's pretty much 50-50.
Is it 50-50?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know alimony laws or...
Actually, women tend to earn more in Denmark.
Could be the case. Scandinavian country. I don't know the alimony laws. I don't know the laws in Denmark, but...
But why wouldn't you want to get married?
You guys need to create a convincing case for me to get married. I can give you... First, I'll give you all the reasons. But first, I want you guys to tell me why I should get married, or other men should get married.
Don't you want like a loyal woman to be locked down? Like,
just very quickly, before you make that argument, I'm sorry, Brian, I just wanted to help you out with some of your Denmark questions. For the divorce rate there, only 29% of divorces are initiated by men in Denmark. It's almost the same exact story across the board as it is here in the United States. And also, the courts tend to rule in the woman's favor, even in Denmark. So, just pointing that out.
Go ahead, Sina. What were you saying?
Like, don't you want a loyal woman to know that she's only loyal towards you?
So you're saying I can't have a loyal woman absent marriage?
No, I'm not saying you can't have a loyal woman absent marriage, but to be married to one another, doesn't that mean like you love each other to a point where you just want each other?
I can just want a woman and not get married to her.
What about for men with high religious like values who don't believe in sex before marriage? You have to be married for it to be right.
Yeah, this is actually a compelling reason for religious men to get married. Although, Andrew, really quick, and I'll get everybody else's position on this. Andrew, I texted you about this. So this is sort of a hypothetical scenario. So let's say there's a hypothetical country, Andrew, that was secular. And in this country, there was a significant population, maybe it's a minority, of Christian people. And this country, in order for you to get married, the man had to chop off his right hand, had to fully chop off his right hand in order for you to get married. And you couldn't, there wasn't just, we just get married in the church. If you get married in the church, the state views you as married. They're going to come and chop off your hand. You do it yourself, or they're going to force you to do it. You can't leave the country for, whatever reason.
So no secret marriages?
There could not be secret marriages. And so my question is, under, I guess, Christian doctrine, biblical doctrine, I don't know the exact terminology, would there be some sort of...
Under Christian ethics. So let me ask the question.
The question is, would, despite my understanding of Christianity, it is a requirement for you to get married prior to you can't have children out of wedlock, you can't have sexual intercourse prior to marriage, but if you were a Christian living in some sort of country where you were either persecuted, or there was some sort of law, whatever it is, could you then have children and have sex and have a relationship?
Yeah, this isn't even hypothetical. It's already happened. This has already happened. This was exactly what happened in Soviet Russia with the Orthodox Christians. They absolutely wanted a state registrar of marriages from Orthodox Christians so they could continue the persecution of them. They refused to do that, and so what they did was they just remained celibate, because the faith in that case, it's under Christian ethics, when you have the compulsory to self-harm in order to do something like marriage, you're already in an unethical situation, right? So at this point, it's a compellence from the state. So they're doing something which is evil from the view of the Christian. However, we wouldn't then go do something evil. You still wouldn't fornicate outside of marriage. You just simply wouldn't get married in that situation. You'd do what you could to resist the state.
But so you would not be able to have children then?
Yeah, in that specific instance, you probably would not be able to have children, no. But remember this, that they would still get married through the church secretly. The only reason I answer this way to you is that you created a hypothetical situation where they actually could not even get married secretly. In that situation, no, you wouldn't either lop off your hand, you would just maintain celibacy.
Because I was thinking then, I mean, obviously this is a hypothetical. In the real world, at least in terms of government's overreach at the current moment, I don't think they have the capacity to, people can do things in secret still. Maybe in the future that won't always be the case. But I was thinking, there must be, if there was some hypothetical scenario where Christians were persecuted and, there was, significant ramifications to the point of, grievous bodily harm.
Yeah, that's happened over and over and over and over again. But then the only distinction that I can't... It's a hard question to answer. There may be Christian ethicists who would disagree with me on this. They could say, well, there could be a greater goal here for you to procreate. If the state's going to lop off your hand, and that's the extent of what happens to you, then you may have a greater duty to procreate. I'm not so sure that I would say that you do in this instance, where it's state oppression if you have global Christianity. But in the case of the isolated scenario, you've created the hypothetical, which is almost impossible hypothetical of, hey, you also can't get married in secret. If that's the case, at that point, I think that I don't know. I think some Christian ethicists would say, if you want to do that, you could. I would say that I'd say that you should probably just maintain celibacy and resist the state.
Right, because I mean the thought process here would be, while you could, I suppose, go along with this and be celibate, this essentially would, if every Christian in this country adhered to this, there would no longer be any Christians in this country. That would be the end of their bloodline, the end of their entire family within a generation.
It would be a great test of faith. But the idea here is, this has happened so many times to Christians, and the persecution of what is called the test of faith. That's where we actually get martyrs from, is from these very ideas of you're persecuted specifically for your faith. Your job then is to actually reaffirm your faith more. The pinnacle of the Christian faith is that the gates of hell will never prevail against the church, meaning you can't wipe them out. You can't get rid of them. So any place you're isolated where you had Christians, even if you said they couldn't procreate or you would do this to them or that to them, they couldn't marry in secret, all that would do is reaffirm their faith.
Sure. We're going to come right back to it. I have 2 chats coming through. Sorry for the delay on these guys.
Big Sass Energy donated $100.
Thank you, Big Sass. Appreciate
She
it.
would rather date the man that didn't have to pay for sex because he's not degrading himself. The mere fact that it's degrading is proof of its degeneracy on an individual and societal level.
Any response there?
I would just agree. Like, yeah.
Okay. Sorry for the delay on these guys. We were just having the exchange, so I paused it. Big Sass, thank you, man. There's
super
another
hard question.
Captain Awesome donated $100. The man of your dreams gives the same exact ring that he's given to thousands of women. Every woman who has been with that man recognizes that ring. Would you be happy with the used ring that he gave you?
No, prefer new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Captain Awesome, so much for the TTS, man. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, that's actually quite a difficult scenario that I'm going to have to put some thought into which way the ethicist would go, because there's a compelling argument that there could be a greater good here if you got the hand lopped off. But there's also an argument here that staying celibate would be absolutely fine if you didn't want your hand lopped off. But I actually would have to think about it.
Yeah.
Taking that secret portion out, like you can't get married in secret.
Can't be secret, can't relocate.
That makes the ethical question much more difficult. I don't know. So to be completely blunt, the more I think about it here, right now, I don't know the answer.
And I wonder, there may even be, like, it could be the case that they think it's worth it to get the hand lobbed off, but I mean, that's already a very extreme example. What if the example is even more extreme? It's under punishment of death. And so you would essentially be killed, and they have some sort of...
To marry? You would get killed to marry?
Yes, if you married, you would be killed.
Yeah, well, I mean, at that point then...
The ultimate punishment.
Yeah, but that's actually easier one to answer. So if you're going to get killed for getting married or whatever, I actually don't understand why anybody at that point would get married because... You would, if the question is, but no more Christians, then you would be eliminating all Christians the second they got married, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's easier to answer. The right arm is actually more difficult.
And then I guess sort of the context here is, I know these are obviously extreme examples, hypotheticals, unrealistic. I suppose
that's logic.
Yeah, I suppose the application here is that at what point can a Christian, when it comes to the law, and there are laws that are, when it comes to marriage and the state's control over this, that have serious negative impacts on men. At what point could a Christian man say, well, I'm still going to get married? In this case, I suppose you can do it secretly, or no, I guess the angle would more so be, as a Christian, I'm going to have premarital sex, I'm going to have children out of wedlock because the state has made it so unappealing and so detrimental for me to get married that I'm going to do this outside of marriage.
Outside of the sacrament.
I'm going to do these acts that I suppose would be a sin because the state has essentially forced my hand.
Well, so the Catholic answer to that would be simple. Catholics would defer to natural law and say that was a reflection of marriage anyway, so it would probably just be permitted, right? But I'm not sure, don't quote me on this, but I think that they would just appeal to natural law. It's actually a much more difficult question from the Orthodox perspective, and I'd have to think on it because that's actually a tough question.
Yeah. Anyways,
the idea here is like, how far can you push it before it's necessary for you to do these things in sin just to continue Christianity is what you're getting at.
Yeah.
Yeah. that creates a kind of an impossible scenario in a way. So I'll think about it. But I'm going to come up with an answer, Brian.
Sure. I was just curious. Anyways, didn't mean to derail there, but going back to you were saying that what about in Christianity?
Yeah, you're saying it's bad and like for
yeah,
Christians,
I'll just go ahead and like grant that if you're religious, you probably should adhere to your religious values and get married.
Yeah.
But there's still, even religious men face risks and detriments when it comes to marriage that are not really addressed even by religion. But let's say in a secular context, can you make a compelling reason why a man should get married?
Happiness stems from connections you make, but you said you could date them without marriage. So
Yep. Yeah.
I have nothing to say against that.
Anything, Katie?
I don't really have a compelling argument for that. I disagreed because I kind of think like legally marriage is shit for both people, the man and the woman.
Is it? How much? Just curious. How much do you make? Yeah.
Probably. I mean, I'll say 100K.
Okay. Well, you said minimum yearly income. You want a man to make 200K, so he's out earning you by two times. He's making 100K more than you. If you guys were married for a period of time, I don't know if you'd want to maybe take work. You said you wanted to stop working, right?
Yeah, that's what I said. If no, I don't.
So
I
how
just
would you
meant
fare-
if I wasn't, like if I was with somebody who didn't want me to work and that was the decision, I would want them to make 200. But if I had to work or we made the decision that I would also be working, then I would be able to cut that.
But in this situation, assuming you did find a guy who could have you stop working, in what way would you fare worse than him in the event of a divorce?
I think that women go through a lot of different things in marriages than men. But I worked in family law and I watched a lot of women suffer through divorce. So
you mean
it's
like
not
their
only-
feelings?
I mean, they can suffer financially too, using me specifically and my income, but a lot of women still contribute income to their marriages, make a lot of sacrifices within marriage, and then when they go through a divorce can also get completely screwed.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's certainly,
Men can protect their assets and money in lots of ways.
But
so doesn't necessarily mean because you marry her, she's gonna take you to the cleaners for all your money if you guys have to divorce.
If she stops working and work like a stay-at-home mom for like 10 years, if they divorce,
she has no money.
She has no money, and it's difficult for her to get a job because she hasn't been practicing for like 10 years.
But if the guy's providing everything, then if we just rewind time, she basically goes to where she was. Although most realistically, she's probably better off. So what?
Better off with what?
I mean, you're saying so what was she was just homeless? All women are just homeless before they meet their partners?
No,
she's not
She has an education, but if she doesn't work for 10 years and was to apply for the same job, she has no experience.
You think
for like
they're
10
just
years.
a woman who hasn't been working for 10 years is just like perpetually fucked? Like they can't just like either go back to school, or they just lie on their resume, or they just say, yeah, I was married and now I'm not looking for a job. Go back to whatever the fuck they were doing before.
Yeah, but it's just difficult. If you're a software engineer and hasn't been working for like 10 years, if you apply for a software engineer job, you don't have the experience for the 10 years you missed being.
You're still a software engineer, and your income's probably, I mean, you'll have to maybe get caught up on recent developments in that career field, but I mean, you're probably still going to be doing pretty okay. Software engineers are, my understanding, compensated fairly well. In this case, you're saying she took time off work, which indicates to me that in this scenario, the man was making enough money to support both of them. Mm-hmm. They've been together for 10 years. Alimony law kicks in. So she's going to get money from the divorce.
What is an alimony law?
The man's going to have to pay her money post-divorce, and she's going to get 50% of all the money. Well, it depends exactly how it works out, but she gets 50% of everything that was made during the marriage.
I don't think we have that in Denmark.
I don't know. The laws in Denmark, I would assume there's some similarities, maybe not exact, but I'll grant to you that if the woman's the breadwinner, she can also get fucked. The only difference is that one, there's a bias in the court system, and then two, men are much less likely to go after, even if the woman was the breadwinner, men are much less likely to like go after resources in the same way that women do. It happens, but they're much less likely to do it. More men are willing, even if the woman earned more than him, just walk away. Men are way more willing to do that than the reverse. For y'all, you're like, I'm gonna get what I'm owed because you feel entitled to it. Any other? A couple other of you disagreed on this. Riley, marriage is a bad deal for men. Anything from you, Riley?
I mean, if you're looking at it from the point of view of like,
into the mic, please.
The woman is giving you everything that you want out of the relationship, and she's simply asking you for this sense of like, having a marriage will give me a sense of security, and yes, I'm okay to sign a prenup. I think giving her that sense of security makes your life a lot more easier in a whole of the whole aspect of it.
I mean, it's a bit solipsistic. Why can't I just say, us not getting married gives me security? Now we're at a deadlock. Who gets the security, you or me?
I mean, I feel like obviously some sort of compromise would have to happen, but at the end of the day... So the
compromise is prenup?
I mean, yeah, that's what I would say.
And so you'd be fine signing a prenup?
Yeah.
It is a compromise, but the issue with prenuptial agreements is, and you're paralegal, right? Did you do family law stuff?
Yeah,
Perhaps
in the beginning of my school program, I worked
You're too far from the mic, miss.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I worked at a family law office for like almost 2 years in the beginning of my program. Yeah.
Okay. Could you, I don't know if you have the intel on this, but prenups can only deal with assets of the parties prior to the marriage. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Like you can't say, a woman cannot sign a prenup that said, the man keeps 100% of everything he owned prior to entering the marriage, and every single thing that he earns during the marriage remains his, and if in the event of a divorce, you get nothing. Like, I don't think a prenup can do that. Is that correct?
I'm not going to say outright, but I think you can. I think that you can protect certain things going forward once you are in the marriage. Sorry, it's a habit, but I can't speak. I'm not going to speak on that from an attorney standpoint.
Oh, all right. Okay. Odd groups go to the left, even groups go to the right. That means 1, 3, 5, 7 left, 2, 4, 6, 8 right. 7 and 8 are whelp groups. Okay, listen the fuck up. You're going to DPS very, very slowly.
That's a fucking 50 DKP minus! What the fuck was that shit? Fuck!
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you, Trash Panda. Okay. Kayla, did you have anything? Kyla, my bad.
You're good. I get it all the time. I just believe, I'm going to sound like Charlie Kirk here, but I believe in the core and traditional values of being an American. I believe that you should get married, have a family, and teach them the same values and hope the same for them. And also being a Christian, I believe that, that is really important to get married and have that covenant between you and the person you're supposed to be with.
Okay. Well, I have not been convinced.
I did have a small thought on it. And this is just like you said, giving you an argument, right? And so do you feel as a man that you want to be a provider for your partner? You expect her to bow, right?
Yeah.
So my perspective on this, and this is just a thought that I've had sitting here this evening, but the ultimate form of protection for a woman is getting married. And so if you are trying to be that provider and protector for her, then you would marry her.
Also, a lot of women.
So basically, in terms of what I get, she likes me more. Like, that's the benefit for me, is like
No, it's your personal sense of fulfillment.
I placate to her desires. That's what I get.
No, I'm saying to be in line with your views of wanting to be a provider and a protector, the best way to do that.
Why do I need to be married to do that?
Because being married offers additional protections to your partner.
To her.
Correct. So if you want to be a provider and a protector to your partner.
Yeah, but also like for example, to protect my woman from not getting a splinter, I'm not going to cut off my arm. So the kind of protection you're talking about, protection that is offered, I suppose, to women through marriage is not life and limb.
Well, I mean, think about
plenty of women get divorced and there is no safety concerns. So the protection aspect is kind of, to me, not really compelling. And then the providing aspect, I can still provide absent marriage. So it's not compelling either.
So maybe my definition of protection is a little different, but let's say you are in a long-term monogamous relationship, but you're not married and you both have assets, whether equal or not, and something happens to you, she is not your next of kin and therefore cannot receive any of the benefits. So if you guys have been living in a house that you own, that she's not on, but she's been cleaning it, taking care of it, hosting family meals, and now she's put out because, there's a tragedy and you guys didn't have any sort of living will in place.
Sure, I could. So you're saying in the event of a marriage, in the event of an untimely death, she would get my estate basically. If we didn't have kids, it would go to her.
Even just to protect your children, right? Like you can set up things so that even in a monogamous, non-marital relationship, you can set up protections for that person that is mothering your children. And so...
Well, that's the point I was about to make. I don't need marriage I could just sign a will that says, this is going to them.
I mean, that's no different than doing a prenup though, right? Like, and still getting married, as opposed to doing like a living will where she gets it if something happens. So it's kind of like the same side of the same.
If I was dating a woman and I made the determination that like upon my death, this is the person that I wanted my assets to go to, I could sign a contract that allowed that to happen. But if we're married and then we get divorced, then bad financial situation.
I mean, I'm with a prenup. I think everyone should sign one, honestly.
Yeah, but it's still not really compelling to me. Also, I'm going to be
all I'm saying is that for you as a man, if you feel like you want to be the protector, then marriage would be a way to protect your partner. I
can sign a contract that just says, here's my will, you get upon my death, you get my assets or whatever. So I don't need marriage to get that or to provide that.
Just like you're asking a woman for a prenup, like it's just paperwork documentation. But I
don't need marriage to do that.
To do what? To have children?
I'm literally responding to what you just said. I don't need marriage. You said in the event of your untimely death, in order to ensure that if it's your desire for your assets, whatever, to go to your wife instead of perhaps somewhere less desirable, I can just have a will. I don't need marriage.
I guess my position is coming from those types of conversations, like what happens after, don't typically occur unless you're in a marital relationship. Like what happens to your partner after they pass away is not a conversation that people typically get into, even at our age. But
I don't need marriage in order to have that.
You don't, but I think it's like an extra level of security and safety for both parts.
The question that you asked was why, like what argument would we give you to get married? My response to that is if you define yourself as a protector and a provider, marriage is the ultimate protection that you can provide to your partner.
Yeah, I it's not compelling whatsoever. It's not compelling. You guys always, it's like you always think about what's best for you.
I don't think there is an answer to this.
Why should men, what's the benefit to me?
If
None.
she earns more.
So the only scenario is she earns more, that's the only benefit.
Go find yourself a millionaire woman.
All right, well,
Ryan.
okay, I'm going to move it on then.
Their Alm 1,469 donated $99. Question to the panel. What's your opinion on reverse alimony in the event of a divorce initiated by a woman without a man's fault?
So would this be the woman has to pay the man alimony, MVP? In the event of a divorce initiated by the woman without the man's...
That's how I'm taking it.
You think it's fair game? If the woman's the breadwinner, she should have to pay alimony to the man? Fair game?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, MVP. I agree. This is why I will only marry a billionaire female. I will only put me in the delusion calculator. I am fucked. Let's see here. Moving on to the next thing. Hold on. What is it? It was, who said it? It was, is there an issue?
No, she just asked what time it was, so I was showing her.
Is there an issue? This is for you. Men are not insecure for caring about a woman's body count. Circled you, circled Amanda. I think it was just you two. Is that correct? You disagree.
Oh, I didn't. No, I accidentally circled and then I canceled it out. I don't think they're insecure.
Okay, I see. So I think it was just you, Amanda. You think men are insecure if they care about a woman's body count. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, why is that?
Because I think men can go out and do whatever they want with their bodies, so why can't we?
What if they don't?
Then that's their prerogative. I think that you're entitled to have your opinions in terms of relationships to yourself. You're entitled to want a woman with a low body count, but I still think it's a little bit of an insecurity.
Okay, so body count shouldn't matter then, right?
Yeah.
Okay, going around the table, do you think body count should matter?
For men and women, both.
How about, do you think body count should not matter to men? Like they shouldn't, it's the past, it shouldn't matter.
Yeah, then it shouldn't.
It should.
Should or shouldn't?
Should.
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 It should.
I don't think it matters.
Okay.
It should matter.
I think it should, and
Okay.
I think that men are valid for thinking that it should matter.
Going around the table, what's your body count? Starting with Sina. Or no, starting with you, since you're the one, you think body count doesn't matter.
Oh, I don't know. I've been with the same dude for 12 years. I don't know my numbers.
Range?
I don't know. Haven't thought about it in a long time. Couldn't tell you.
So you forgot?
Yeah.
Was it, you think it's over 30?
No idea.
No idea.
Nope.
Going around the table, body count?
302.
Hold on. One more time.
302.
Okay.
Sorry, my English isn't perfect.
We use the same numerical system. 302.
So you only got two more to go?
305. Wait, are you joking or for real?
No, I'm actually for real.
And
Yeah.
you've kept track?
Yes, sort of. I mean, there's some I don't know the names of, but that was like way in the past. But yeah.
And do you keep a list?
Yeah.
Do you have it on your phone?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're 23?
Yeah.
When did you lose your virginity?
When I was I just turned 16.
16. Hold on. So that's 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. That's 8. 300 divided by 302 divided by 8. 37.75 penises a year. Was there, what was the body count by the time you turned 18?
By the time I turned 20, I can recall
That's
it was
60.4 partners per year.
Yeah. But by the time I turned 20, my body count was 68.
68. Yeah. So from 16 to 18, 68. How about the past year?
I have no idea.
2024.
Yeah. Like, this year's the year I've been with the most people.
Is it because of OF?
Yeah, it is. It is.
So, like, has it been 100 plus this year?
Yeah.
200 plus this year?
Can't recall.
Okay.
But a lot.
Okay. And, wait, so hold on. Let me think about this. 302. 68, you said, by the time you were 20?
Yeah, 68, yeah.
68, okay. And then 100 in the past year. How about the most in a 24-hour period?
At the same time, or just...
How about, let me think. So you've had like threesomes, orgies?
Yeah.
You've had orgies?
Mm-hmm.
I guess what's the biggest orgy you've been a part of?
Only 5, not like a huge one.
So when you say 5 in an orgy, do you mean it was a 5-6-some?
Yeah, 5 guys and me. But
it was a 6-some.
It only happened once, yeah. And then I had 4-somes and 3-somes.
More than a 6-some?
No.
Okay, so you had a 6-some, one 4-some. Wait, 1 6-some, 1 4-some.
2 4-somes.
2 4-somes?
Yeah. And a lot of 3-somes.
A lot of 3-somes. And they were they all like all the men?
One of the 4-somes was with another couple.
Okay, yeah. I see. And so how about when it comes to singular sex partners, not counting the 3-somes, 4-somes, etc., what's the most amount of sexual encounters you've had in a 24-hour period?
Maybe 4.
Wait, just to clarify, did you say you were 16 or 18?
She said 16. She lost her V card.
Oh, 16.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you said 18.
No.
Sorry.
No.
You said, 4 in a 24-hour period?
Yeah.
Okay. What about a 48-hour period? 2 days?
Then 7, I guess.
7. What about a 2-week fortnight? How much body count in a fortnight?
What is that?
2 weeks, 14 days. Fortnight.
I have no idea. I don't keep track of how many in a week.
And then if you were to include the 3-somes, 4-somes, whatever, what's the most amount of men you've slept with in a 1-day period?
It would be 4.
Oh, still 4. Okay. Yeah. I'm not sure if that checks out, but and then I don't know if okay. Wow. Cool. Congrats, I guess, I think. I'm not sure. Sina, what about you? Body count?
3.
3. Isabella?
2.
I'm not answering that. Sorry.
You want to give us a range?
No, not really. I feel like that question is for the man who decides he may want to marry me or I'm with, and I don't feel like the whole world needs to know my body count.
But it's okay if they know that you used to be an escort. I mean,
yeah, sure. That still doesn't.
You're so far from the mic. Can you just speak on the mic?
That's still not. I just don't feel like that's any of your business or anyone else that watches this show.
Sure. I mean, you're under no requirement to share it. Just it is. I know. Can you maybe not for recreation, but can you share how many men you've professionally seen?
No.
Over or under 1,000?
I'm not answering.
Oh.
Do it! Just do it!
Oh, we love Shiloh.
Sometimes it's okay to not answer.
Yesterday, you said tomorrow. So just do it! Make your dreams come true! Just do it!
Fortunately, my body count doesn't determine if I make my dreams come true.
Hard at it. Nothing is impossible!
Love the ponytail.
It's so long.
Yeah. Else you quit. And you're not gonna stop there! No! What are you waiting for? Do it! Just do it! Yes, you can! Just do it!
You're the spitting.
I will give you a $2 bill if you reveal. You know how much a $2 bill is worth?
Not worth my body count.
$2?
All right, I tried. Okay, body count?
7.
I think you skipped
4.
or you forgot. 4.
Out of respect for my boyfriend, that is between me and him.
Fair enough. Oh, Damien, you know what we have to do? The age thing. In the Discord, the age thing really quick. Yeah. It's just, you guys forget your body counts. You won't share your body counts. Probably matters. Really quick before he pulls that up, though.
Multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
It's over 9,000!
Over 9,000?
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay. All right. Pull up the Discord for the age thingy, my bobber.
Nice.
All right. So, going back to the conversation about, well, you guys are going to look better. And okay. So we aged you guys all forward. And you somehow fucked up her titty tattoo. Cool. all the tattoos changed.
Yeah.
What the fuck? All right. Next.
Huh?
Oh my god.
I mean, actually, you don't look
You sound like the sound
that
they play all
different.
the time.
Why did you give her a bunch of fucking armpit fat though? What the fuck, bro? You fucked. Damn, bro. That's the thing you should be most upset about. Bro. They made you skinny everywhere else, but your armpits are
I have like
fucked
3
up.
different aged photos at this point.
She got lipo on everywhere besides her armpit.
Can they put all of your photos up at the same
The
time?
Ozempic worked everywhere but the armpit.
Why did your
All right, next. And they got rid of
change?
Dibs. You look good.
Dibs. MILF. Hold on. Oh, hold on.
That chick's a MILF.
Nice. Okay, next.
I'm dreading this.
You kind of got hotter.
Same.
Right?
I'm okay
Shit,
with it.
maybe I was wrong.
The
Okay.
droopy lip is, no.
All right, next.
I'm scared.
Oh, dang, girl. Look at you go.
Good times. Okay, next. Hey, it also fucked up Kiki back there. Okay. All right. I feel like we...
You look better
Hmm. Next.
I look like my mom.
You look
Nice.
the same.
Yeah.
Next.
That's good.
That's what I felt like when I saw mine. I looked like my mom.
Wow, okay. Woo.
You're making.
Damn, why you give her a fucking lazy eye too along with it? Man? That's crazy, dog. Come on.
AI.
Next. There's not me? There's not like the... Oh, okay. All right. All right. There you go. All right. Okay. And what was the other thing we had to do? The body count. We hit that. It's okay to ask a woman her body count on the first date. A lot of you objected. Katie objected. You objected. You guys can talk, by
I just think the first date's like a little like aggressive.
Did I not
I
check
just
that one?
feel
I
like
thought-
yeah, you can ask. I think maybe especially if you decide you're gonna see each other again, then sure, like after a few dates. But I think asking on the first date is just I don't know.
I think when
bad taste.
Yeah, when you get to the point like where you consider should we be in a relationship, that's where it matters.
Yeah.
To some, yeah.
First date just comes across like I don't even know the right word for that, but
I think it's perfectly fine because if the guy doesn't, approve of your body count, doesn't want that, then he doesn't have to go on a second date. I feel like that saves the man time.
And it might also save like the girl time, because then if you see where his standards are, and you might want to mess with somebody that's like doesn't care about your body count, it might save you time of messing with him.
Yeah.
So you both save it, you know?
A guy is very much entitled to have standards just as much as women are nowadays.
Yeah.
But can I ask, like, do you have a micro dick then on the first date?
What does that have to do?
But like, if guys have to know so they don't waste each other's time, then if dick size
I would
matters
love,
to me,
honestly, I would love it if a girl asked me that.
I can
on a
ask
date.
you that. Do you
What?
have?
Yeah, then I could just say yes and we can move on. I mean,
I would, yeah, I would like it. I would be like, yeah, it'd be perfect. It'd be a good question to ask.
Oh, you think it'd be like you'd sit across from a table at,
Like at a
dinner with
restaurant?
someone, and she's just like, "So do you have like a tiny ass dick,
How big
or
is
what?"
it?
Because I need to know before I even like engage with you further.
Yeah.
Well, this is actually kind of interesting and compelling. By virtue of her asking this question, she's just disqualified herself because it would appear to me that this is something she's like really super important to her. On this basis, I don't know if this equally applies to body count, because I think caring about penis size is like orders of magnitude more superficial and shallow than a woman's body count. I suppose the woman can make the same argument, though, is like, well, if a guy were to ask me the body count question, regardless of my own body count, I would find it kind of like socially retarded or like autistic or fucking, I don't know, like rude to ask.
I was trying to say.
So that is an interesting kind of counter. I do think it's different, but I'll have to think about that one a little more.
I think both of the conversations should be had if you're considering having sex with that person, and that's when the timing is appropriate. Like if you're having conversation, oh, I don't have premarital sex, then it's appropriate to talk about body count if you guys are, you know, have had premarital sex and are now choosing not to, which I think is kind of becoming more common. And so I think for context, I think the timing of the conversation is pretty important. I was kind of, that's why I asked if I marked it, because I think on the first date it could be seen kind of like abrasive or upfront. And even like the same question can be said about the dick, right? Like, is your dick big or small? Like, I don't think that's a first date question. Like, I think you kind of need to feel it out for a little bit and then decide if you're gonna like go that direction. And then that's when you have the conversation. Hey, are we exclusive? Are we seeing other people? What's your body count? Because I'm not down with that, you know. And then that's when that kind of conversation needs to start.
I mean, truthfully though, like I think the penis question or whatever would be good, because if like whatever I was rocking with like wasn't sufficient, I'd rather just like within the first 5 minutes of the date, like, oh, okay, like you're not going to be like satisfied or whatever, I just don't even want to date you, blah blah blah. Like I'd rather just get that out of the way, and then just, she's a size queen, like I don't know, maybe her pussy's loose, I don't know, I want to get that shit out of the way, fine, fuck it, I don't have a problem with it.
I agree with that.
It's probably over though if she's asking that question.
Because most girls who ask that question, is it like, for all like the girls here, would you think that if you were to ask a guy that question, is it because you want to have sex with them on the first date?
I don't know. But anyways, I do have to move it along. Sina, you said you disagree that it's not wrong for a man to refuse to date a woman because she's overweight.
Huh?
You circled not wrong for a man to refuse to date a woman because she's overweight. Is that incorrect?
So me circling.
Okay. Do you agree or disagree? It's not wrong for a man to not want to date a woman because she's overweight.
I agree.
Okay. Cool. So you didn't mean to circle that. All right. Moving on then. You guys wrote, I'm going to pair these two together. Men put in more effort than women when it comes to dating. Dating is easier for women. To which, Sina, you disagreed that dating is easier for women. You disagree men put in more effort. Isabella, you disagree that dating is easier for women. Amanda, you disagree that men put in more effort than women when it comes to dating. And that's it. So you guys think that women put in more effort when it comes to dating and that dating is easier for men?
I think that men put in more effort, but it could be uneasy for both parties. Like, relationships can be tough. You don't know who you're dating. You could be dating a terrible person. It's going to be hard.
So when I'm talking about dating, certainly it can be the case that women can date toxic men, men can date toxic women.
Yeah.
But I'm more so talking about like those kind of earlier stages of dating.
I think men have it harder earlier on. And I wrote that.
I think I retract my circle. I agree. Men have.
What the fuck? Okay.
Men have it harder.
Anybody gonna hold to what they wrote in the questionnaire?
I think early on in dating that the input is pretty equal, especially in today's dating situations, because there's other things that go into dating for women that don't necessarily apply for men.
Like what?
I mean, personal hygiene for women, like getting ready for a date takes much longer for a woman than it does for a man. And so I think that women typically put more time into the presentation of the date, presentation of themselves on the date.
What extra amount of time would you say? An extra hour maybe, or what do you?
To prepare for a date? Yeah, I would say a girl spends an extra hour getting ready for a date.
As compared to men?
But men has to plan the date and
That's not always the case. I plan dates.
Prepare the date and pay for the date, like work extra hours to pay for the date.
Yeah,
they say he shouldn't pay for the date though.
Yeah, typically I think, so historically, right, I think men put in more effort in the courtship process. Currently, I think there is a closer to even contribution on both parties.
Do you think that it's easier for men to date?
No, I think it's definitely harder for men to date than it is for women to date.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking like, okay, even if I grant that women put in all this extra time to get ready, they put on their makeup or whatever, and it takes an extra hour, there is an expectation on men to pay for first dates. If the guy takes you out to dinner, sometimes it could be an affordable place. But I don't think it's I don't think it's crazy that a guy would pay like $100 for a dinner date in like a metropolitan city. If he's making $20 an hour, for example, he's working 5 hours to take you on a date. So
I probably worked 5 hours to pay for everything to get ready for the date.
No, you didn't.
I mean, makeup alone
is expensive.
It's going to cost me more than $100 for that date.
I'm sorry.
I guess he means like
Hold
if
on.
we're generally
Hold on.
speaking.
The makeup, this is so dishonest. Okay. So you're saying I spent $40 total on this foundation bottle, and essentially your argument would have to be I use the entire foundation bottle on this date, or does that foundation bottle last you like dozens or even over 100 individual uses? So it's so dishonest because it's like you would have to determine, okay, how many individual uses do I get out of this one bottle of product? And then you'd have to divide the total cost of the product by how many uses. So if the bottle costs you 100 and you get 100 uses out of the bottle, that's $1. The cost for the date is not $100.
A woman doesn't just use one makeup product before she goes on a date. So I still think it's an equal contribution on both parts.
But I don't think it's comparable.
We've literally done the math on this. Here, there's like a TikTok about like, I'm going to see if I can find it. TikTok math, makeup, date.
$40. Wait, did I hear this right? How much are you saying they're spending on a single date for makeup?
Makeup was just the example of one of the products I'm using that they are purchasing to participate in that date. There are lots of things that go into the care of women for themselves. Nails, hair, makeup, tanning, all of those things factor into
Okay, well then men are buying
their attractiveness.
clothes, gasoline, basically anything which is tangential. Their car repairs. The fact that they got a car, the fact they make car payments, all of that was in preparation for this date too then.
And then that equalizes again with the woman that's coming to the date as a.
How does that? Okay, so if things are equalized coming into the date, then why is he paying for the date?
I don't think, did I circle that? I don't think men should pay 100% all the time. I think that's circumstantial.
No, but the argument was, we were talking about, is dating easier for men or women? Men, if you disagree, if men put in more effort than women when it comes to dating, and you said, well, you know, when you go on the date, like women have to prepare more. And I was like, well, men, if they have to pay for the date, they have to work X amount of hours to be able to pay for the date.
I have to work a certain amount of hours to be able to attend the date as well.
So if I give a woman a makeup pass as somebody who prefers natural women and prefers minimal or no makeup, then
I mean,
like we don't, hold on, wait 1 sec. Do women wear makeup for themselves, for other women, or for men? Because you guys pick and choose in which situation. So on a first date, you guys dress nice and wear makeup and do all this cosmetic shit for the man, ergo, thus, the man should pay. But if we say, oh, you guys wear makeup for men, you say, no, we would do it for ourselves and for other women. So which is it? Is it Schrodinger's makeup paint?
Honestly, makeup is for men. If you're being honest. If we're being honest, makeup is for the men. Like, we all come to this podcast because we want to look pretty. Yeah, we can say we put on makeup to look pretty for ourselves and to look pretty on the camera, but who's watching us on the podcast? Mainly men, right? Mm-hmm. And we want to portray ourselves in a certain way in front of those people.
Well, hold on. I'm not talking about the pod.
Well, I'm talking in general.
Yeah, but like I acknowledge, like when women are engaged in like theatrical or film scenario, like if you're on camera, like it's kind of like, yeah, you're gonna wear makeup.
But in general,
I'm not faulting you guys for wearing makeup on the podcast.
But we wear makeup for men. Like,
yeah, okay,
in
cool.
general.
Yeah,
I agree. You have something?
I was just going to say, I feel like that's kind of irrelevant because the question is like, is dating harder for men or women? For men, they have to do the approaching.
Yep.
They generally have to court you. They have to take you somewhere. Whether or not you guys split the bill or whatever, it's generally like you expect the man to take you and treat you. And that's regardless of if you put makeup on your face. Like, yes, generally I will agree, especially depending on the type of woman you are. You want to look your best when you go on a date. Whether you put the makeup on for yourself, you want to feel your best and look your best.
Yeah.
So, but I think dating in general is harder for men. They are the pursuer. They have to do the chase. Women are not going to just come up to you and say like, hey, can you take me on a date? Like that. So it's, in my opinion, like the getting ready process. Yes. For someone like me who does get their nails done and their hair done and all this shit. Yes. It's expensive. It is a lot of work, but dating, no, men have to work harder.
Yeah, and I to your point, even if like the math equaled out, like in terms of what the woman spent, what the man spent, if he pays for the first date, or even if you go 50-50, like all those other dimensions, the man, like typically, look, I get there's some women that shoot their shot. It's exceedingly rare. It does happen, but like overwhelmingly, most men's experience when it comes to dating, they're going to be approaching first. And not only are they approaching you, before they get the yes from you, they got no from 10, 20, 100 other women. Because most men, like, they're not shooting one for one. Like most men, they have to like work
and that's
volume.
what's the hardest part for
They got to
men,
deal with the rejection.
Exactly.
Women you don't really get rejected like that. Like you don't, like if you're at a bar or a club and the dude's just like rapid fire approaching chicks, boom, rejection. Like he's got to approach 10 girls before he's lucky to even like get with one. But so it's like approaching, sending the first message, soliciting the first date, asking for the number, setting up the date, paying for the date, all that shit, moving things forward. There's like dozens of different steps that men have to take that women don't really even have to think about. ever, like, let me ask you guys a question. Of all the first kisses that you guys ever had, did you go for the first kiss or did the guy?
The guy.
I did.
Okay, you're weird.
I did both times.
Okay, cool, bro. You fucking.
I'm just saying. You asked the question, I'm answering.
Yeah, no, you got the red hair. I get it.
Okay.
All right. What about you?
For sure, the guy.
For sure, the guy.
The guy.
The guy.
I made the first move with my husband.
What about all the other men that you forgot about?
I would say it's probably 50-50.
Okay. All right. Riley.
The guy.
Kyla.
The guy.
All right. So the whole rejection thing. Let's see here.
One time a guy said ew when I tried to kiss him. He did like that. Ew.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Their Alm 1,469 donated $99. Guys don't care how you look with makeup on, rather prefer you wear a simple mascara that pops your eyes bright.
Hey, remind me, we're going to do the makeup wipes before the end of the show here. So,
No shame.
Thank you, MVP. Appreciate the TTS.
Also, can I add something
Yeah.
to that last topic? Guys also, it depends on the girl and the girl's dad, but like for my dad, you have to also work to get the dad's approval because my dad's very protective over me. As I think all dads with daughters should be, but that's another step that can be really tough sometimes for guys to have to take.
Sure. A couple of you disagreed with adult age gap relationships. That was, I think that was you three here. You guys disagree with adult age gap relationships. So like a 30-year-old dating a 19-year-old. Why?
I circled it?
Yeah. Pretty sure.
Maybe above 30.
You did?
I think above 30.
What do you mean?
I feel like it could be exploitive. When you're just turning 18, you're not mature. You really aren't, and you do irrational things. When you're younger, you're more rational. So I don't know if you're going to be rational going into a super, super old relationship when you're 18.
So it's exploitative. Is that the word?
Irrational.
On the woman's part?
Yes.
I mean, aren't women just irrational at 18 to begin with?
Let's say, can we just start with this? What do you
go ahead.
What do you think irrational means?
Just not a smart, like, thoughtful process. Like when you make decision, it's not thought out fully. You're making a decision without.
You think it means dumb?
Somewhat not thought out. Clear.
Well, let's just, I'm not going to hold it against you, right? You don't exactly have a Google machine in front of you, but just to give you the definition, it would be not logical or reasonable, right? I don't really think that they're not logical or reasonable, right? What's unreasonable about them? They can clearly make reasonable decisions if they can vote.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't think they can. I don't think.
Well, then why do we let them vote?
I don't think they should.
When should they vote?
21.
25.
Okay, so then at 21 years old, well, whatever the age gap is, then that would be okay?
It'd be better, yeah. But it'd be better, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not asking if it would be better. I'm not asking for the word better, right? Like every year we detract would be better, right? Or every year that wasn't there would be better by this metric. Would it be okay then?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
So what do you think magically makes an irrational person rational in
fully
2
developing,
years?
like your brain fully develops 23, 21, 23?
26. You're talking about the prefrontal cortex, right? It's 26.
Sure, yeah.
But even that's a bad argument because, one, everybody's prefrontal cortex develops differently, and it starts to degrade after 26. So thing is like if it starts to degrade after 26, then by the time they're 40, it seems like this 26-year-old woman is taking advantage of them since they have a degraded prefrontal cortex, right?
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I've actually never heard, and I want to hear one, right? But I've actually never heard a compelling argument ever, a moral argument for why it would actually be immoral for an adult who's 18 years old to date a person in whatever age bracket they wanted to. I've never actually heard any moral argument for that at all, ever. At least not one that was compelling.
18 being the legal age is like constructed though. So like if it wasn't a thing, 18 being the legal age, would it just be okay in general? I don't know. I feel like that's weird.
Then whatever you would default to is whatever legal age you decided adulthood started at, you would still have to give them the responsibilities of adulthood. So if that was the case, I still don't understand what the moral argument would be. So like if you put the age of adulthood at 22 or 20 or 17 or whatever it was, they would still have all the responsibilities of adulthood. So why couldn't they then choose their preference in relationship? I don't actually understand it, right? Like I don't get it. I don't know what the moral, like what the moral argument there is at all. You know what I mean? It's like if you have the responsibility, you can vote, you can be drafted, right? Or you can join the military, you can sign a contract, you can sign a lease, you can sign a mortgage, you can do all these different things. Then I don't understand why you can't choose who you want to date. Like I think it's more exploitive to let an 18-year-old girl sign a cell phone contract. If they're too irrational to date a 30-year-old because that's exploitative, then basically them doing business with any company that requires a contract would be that company exploiting them, right? Like, wouldn't you then have to say that OF was exploiting girls?
It is. I think it is.
Yeah.
I think if you can choose your gender, you can.
25.
I think if you can choose your gender nowadays, you can be able to date whatever age after you're 18.
MAGA ad. Okay. Well, I'm trying to move through these quick, so we won't linger too long on any given one. But let's see here. Won't linger long on this one either, but a lot of you disagreed that most men prefer natural women, so minimal, no makeup, no filler, no plastic surgery. Some of you disagree. You guys think that men prefer, women who wear a lot of makeup or who have plastic surgery. Yes, you think so also, Sina? Yeah, you do. Okay. Katie, you also disagree. You also disagree there. So just, is that your guys' position? You think men prefer?
Don't like men prefer women who are well put together?
So fake tits?
Not fake tits, but like in our society, if you were to have someone with like a boob job, a BBL versus someone who's like flat, most boys or men, wouldn't they pick that over someone who is like flat? Disagree. So,
preference though.
So
yeah.
Here's the thing, right? So are men attracted to big boobs? Yes. Are men attracted to a nicely shaped fat ass? Yes. However, it's not
all of them, Brian.
Not all of men,
Brian.
Yeah. Well, certainly.
Not all of them.
Yeah. Not me. But I do think that if a man had to choose between a woman with fake boobs and a woman with, like, the same woman, and look, maybe I'm wrong on this, but a woman with fake boobs and that same woman without fake boobs, that same woman with a BBL, that same woman without the BBL, I think a lot of them prefer the woman without that shit. Me specifically, I'll take a girl with A cups over perfect fake boobs that are big or whatever the fuck. I'll take a girl with a little belly fat over the lipo belly. I'll take a girl with a small upper lip over lip filler. I'll take a girl with flat ass or whatever, I don't know, pancakes or whatever, over BBL. Now look, am I attracted to large boobs? Do I like large boobs? Do I like a fat nice ass? Sure. Why not? But I also find women attractive if they have an A cup or a small butt. In fact, I'm part of the small titty committee. I am an ally. I'm an ally. I'm part of the small city committee.
Are you saying you prefer that, or are you just saying you like all of it?
Look, I like women with. I'm not really a boob guy. I'm not really a butt guy. I'm a labia guy. So, big labia matter. # big labia matter. No, look, I like small boobs. I honestly don't care that much. Look, I can appreciate a nice, woman who looks real smart, but don't really care all that much. Nice butt, sure. Although if it's like too big, honestly, it's like,
well, the only reason why I
like
said
I'm
that,
average or whatever, so it's like gets in the way. It's like if I couldn't date you guys because y'all want a giant cock, right? Like I'm average in the bulge, right? So I can't be like, I don't know. Like, don't get me wrong. Like sometimes, like a girl, like she's nice to look at, but I'm like, some positions would be difficult. You know what I mean, bro? Bro, come on, dude. Like if she's fucking got a giant fucking ass, like this is why guys like petite women, because like they're built for speed. Like when it comes to actual sex.
I have a question for you.
It's a little mix of the, what?
So with a labiaplasty, right? Like that's So if you
dagger to the fucking
But I'm going to flip it on you. So let's say you had a partner that you really loved and she knew that this was your thing and she was just like, hey, I don't feel like I have big enough labia for you. And she's going to go try and like do something about that. As a man that loves it, would you be like, your
Don't
baby
do
labia
that.
are fine, or would you be like, well, how big are we talking here? Like where would you be?
Well, I actually saw something that I guess there's this kind of new novel procedure where women are getting maybe injections or something into there's not like a labia transplant yet, but maybe, who knows?
Yeah.
I don't know what that looks like. Like, for example, no offense to any ladies here who have lip filler, but like when it comes to your actual, not those lips.
Yeah.
Like your lips. Like natural big lips. Like the lip filler, it's not the same. It ain't the same.
As natural big lips? Yeah, I agree.
Like it doesn't look the same, and then like kissing it ain't the same. So I don't know what somebody sent me a photo of like the labia I don't know. Somebody sent me a photo.
Wide up
I don't think it would like, so what, I guess what I'm getting at, like the labia filler, it wouldn't look the same, I think, as like some natural Arby's beef curtain, wizard sleeve, labia. So I would say if I was dating a girl with an innie, I would say don't do that shit. Just keep it.
But you'd think about it? You'd have to like really think about it?
You just did.
You just did a lot of thought. Yeah. So it's.
I'd be, out of curiosity, I'd be curious to see what the filler labia looks like.
Excuse me, Doc. Can we get some before and afters, please?
Yeah, I'd like that, but
body transformation.
I would like beast labia.
And look, like, I don't know. I just think when it comes to the natural thing, I would, we were talking about men being protectors. I think men need to stand up and like, we got to protect, because when it comes to protecting women, I don't think it's just protecting you from physical threats. It's protecting you from the threats of mind.
Like your own thoughts?
Could be. But also, not just your own thoughts, but have those thoughts been influenced by society? And do I need to deprogram you? Or do I need to put in new thoughts?
Reboot you.
That sounds terrible, but I guess what I'm trying to say is like the threat, because I mean, look, the plastic surgery industry is like the entire cosmetic industry, billions, trillions of dollar industry, and society, consumerism in general has an incentive to keep you feeling dissatisfied with who you are, dissatisfied with how you look. And this isn't just cosmetics. When you're sad, when you're not happy with yourself, you buy all kinds of other shit too. And society has a vested interest in making sure you're a good consumer and that you buy shit that you don't need. People who go shopping when they're feeling, what's that, shopping therapy? What's it called? Retail therapy, right? It has a vested interest in making, it has a vested interest in making sure you feel shitty about yourself so they can siphon as much resources and money from you as they can, right? And this is absolutely exemplified when it comes to cosmetics, when it comes to makeup, and when it comes to plastic surgery. You don't look like this. You need to look like this to be loved, to be accepted, to be approved of, not just by men, but by your peers. Women say it themselves. You wear the makeup for other women. I actually believe this to some degree. You know, you guys, you're in competition with each other, you know. And so you wear makeup for other women, you wear makeup for men, you get the fake titties for probably men. And I just think it's kind of fucked up that y'all are cutting yourselves apart. You're spending tens of thousands of dollars. You're going under anesthesia, which is dangerous. Women die getting these procedures. They either die on the operating table or they die after the fact from, they get a post-surgery stroke, they have an infection. I think it's a despicable state of affairs that women feel compelled to cut themselves open, put in plastic, because you're dissatisfied with something about you.
Well, we feel compelled because that's the society standard. Like, that's the standard that most men want, and that's like what we see in magazines.
I don't think most men want women with BBLs. I don't think most men want women with fake boobs. And I would tell you, as women, and any young women who are watching, the men that skip over you without the fake boobs, the men that skip over you without the BBL, good. That type of guy ain't the type of dude that in my view, is going to be a good partner. He's going to be very shallow. He's going to be very superficial. Guys who like, oh, she doesn't have the BBL, she doesn't have fake boobs, her boobs are too small. I don't think that's the guy you want.
I agree.
Is that the guy you want?
No.
You want a guy who he's only with you because your boobs are big? He's not with you because your boobs are too small? That's not the guy you want.
Like a sex object, not for the person you are. He'll treat you like a sex object. That's what he's looking for. He's looking for a sex doll, not a partner.
And this isn't just women's fault. Look, there's men out there that there are men that like that. And look, you might say, for example, well, why are they liking all these girls' photos, these Instagram models with the lipo and the BBL and the plastic surgery and the lip and all that shit, right? Yeah, there's men out there that do that. I think a lot of these women have they've got fake followers and all this shit. But I think men need to start coming out and saying, nah, you don't do that shit. And I think a lot of men, like you ask men point blank, they say, yeah, I don't like BBL. I don't like fake boobs. I don't like lip filler.
Well, and to think back, to our grandparents, great-grandparents' ages, when they were our age, they didn't have that. Yet, these women were still so beautiful and they were happier, more marriages, more, things were just healthier relationships, all that. Well, and they didn't have that wasn't a thing back then.
I wonder if it's like this, it's this sort of like escalation of, like, for example, in a sport, if nobody does steroids, everybody's playing on the same field. But like once enough women, there's one makeup product. Now there's 100 different makeup products that you can wear. Now there's all kinds of crazy like skincare and cosmetic shit you can do. And all like these other women are doing it and they're out competing. Or like, I don't know. It's like, it's kind of just, I don't know where I'm going with that. But
I think it's also because of social media. We
Yes.
compare ourselves to other girls like constantly on TikTok, on Instagram, and everything is edited, and then you want more because,
Yeah.
of the
I
internet.
think it's really sad, the example that we as, or, majority of women nowadays set for younger girls growing up. We need to be a better example and have respect for ourselves, and teach young girls to grow up and have respect for themselves and teach them that their, natural beauty is true beauty, and that's how God created them. And
I mean, I've spoken with a lot of men. A lot of men seem to definitely prefer natural. You can believe me, you cannot. I'll just give you my own anecdote, then we'll move on to the next thing. Again, and look, really quick, like, do men like big boobs? Sure. Do they like a big butt? Sure. But I think they want that natural. They want it natural. And I think a lot of men, if you ask them, like, well, would you prefer a girl with fake boobs or an A cup? I think a lot of men will say they prefer the A cup. If the girl doesn't have the biggest butt versus like a girl with a BBL, I think they'd prefer the girl if she's just, she ain't got a fucking
Well, they would prefer
badonkadonk,
it, but they would still like photos and like be attracted to that. And that's what kind of makes some girls like insecure. It's like, well, he says he prefers this, but at the same time, he's like liking those photos. He's like looking at.
Well, I mean, like, and I mean, you're right. Like, but it's hard. Maybe in this regard, I'm a bit of an outlier, but like, and this is prescriptive advice to men. I don't follow girls on Instagram. I don't like girls' photos on Instagram. If I'm in a relationship, I don't watch porn. Like, maybe that makes me an outlier. I don't know. But prescriptively to men, I think it's simp shit to be following a chick on Instagram and like liking her shit. Like, don't be, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. I don't follow anybody. I follow my own Instagram page on Instagram. That's it. Anyways, we'll move on. We've got a few more things and we're pretty close.
Inquisitor Zeal donated $100.
Sorry for the delay.
Brian, what the hell is with the triple negatives? For example, disagree it's not wrong to refuse to date.
Yeah,
These
some of
are
them...
women. They're sub 80 IQ on average. How do you expect them to pass these questions?
Yeah, some of them, it is like some double negatives, triple negatives. That is fair. Some of these can be rewarded. The questionnaire is new, but Inquisitor Zeal, sorry for the delay on the TTS, but thank you so much for sending one in. Do you guys want to shoot a shot back? You just said you guys have sub 80 IQ.
I mean, you can't really read the questions clearly, so.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think we tried our best answering
Roth
the
donated
questions.
$10.
Oh, what the hell? Why
Damn, now I want a French dip. Thanks, Brian.
What is, I don't know what that is.
Like Arby's.
You were referring to meat.
Arby's roast beef.
I think the TTS is not 10 yet, or is not 10, guys. I think I made I see. I made a mistake when I changed the TTS setting. Well, Wrath, you got a little free TTS. There you go. Okay, moving things along here. Couple more, then we'll do the roast session, then we're going to wrap. Sorry, guys. Okay. Isabella, feminism is not about equality. You disagree. Also, Jasmine, you disagreed with the statement?
Yes.
So you think feminism is about equality?
No,
Maybe that TTS was right here.
I think in its root it is, but it's gone too far. There's like third generation feminism, and it's gone too far.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, so you still think though that it is about equality?
Yes, in its roots,
Okay.
yes.
In its roots.
It's
well, let me ask you.
to.
Sure. So, again, won't linger too long on this one, but would you say like first wave feminism was about equality?
Yes.
Okay. First wave feminism, would you say around first wave feminism would be like right to vote?
Yeah.
That was first wave feminism. Yeah. Okay. So equality, right? Why were women fighting for the right to vote without the corresponding duties that men have when it comes to military conscription?
I think they should be.
Right, but so the feminists
Yeah.
were demanding equal rights to vote.
Were they demanding not to be drafted as well? I think
Yes.
they were.
Yep. And well, regardless of what happened, they secured the right to vote
Yeah.
without the corresponding responsibility of having to be subject to military conscription. For men to be able to vote, they had to face the draft, face military. They were subject to military conscription. Do you know what happened a few years before 1920, which is when women got the right to vote?
No, elaborate. Explain, please. What happened?
You don't know?
No.
On the topic, you don't know what happened a few years before 1920?
With the war?
Yeah, what happened?
There's war?
Which one?
One. World War II.
One.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, shit.
Okay. I don't know if you have the
My history
requisite.
teacher hates me.
You might not have the requisite historical. Okay, so right before 1920, you had World War I, 1914, 1918. Men in the United States were drafted in this conflict. This was a catastrophic. Are you familiar with World War I at all?
Somewhat, yeah.
I mean, at the time, it was the most catastrophic.
Yeah, I know that.
I mean, World War II was worse, but at the time, it was the worst, most deaths, et cetera, et cetera. So right on the heels of mass amounts of male military deaths, women were campaigning for equality to secure a right that men had for a very short period of time without the corresponding responsibility of being subject to military conscription. Even the early forms of feminism were clearly not about equality, because if it was, wouldn't they have attempted to secure the right to vote with the corresponding responsibility and duty that men faced in order to secure their own right to vote?
I think they were fighting against something, not necessarily looking at what you had to do.
Right, so women don't have any duties.
I think they were looking at it in the way that they just wanted to be on.
Right, so you wanted privileges basically, without any corresponding.
I don't know if they thought of
But okay,
that.
here, look, I'll make it super simple.
Yeah.
Okay, men have the right to vote.
Yeah.
That right to vote comes with and is attached to a corresponding duty and responsibility.
Yes.
Women want the right to vote, get the right to vote. No corresponding duty or responsibility. Is that equality between men and women?
No.
Okay. So equality, you would agree then that equality would demand that both men and women, if they get the right to vote, they have to be subject to military conscription. Fair?
Yeah.
Fair proposition?
Yes.
Okay. It's 2024. Why aren't women forced to register for the selective service?
They're not going to fight to put themselves at a disadvantage. If men maybe asked and wanted equality, if men wanted that equality, then maybe that would probably happen.
But you would then have to agree that we're on the third wave of feminism.
Yeah.
So for the first wave of feminism, the second wave of feminism, and the third wave of feminism, if feminisms purport to fight for equality, why have they not attempted to equalize military conscription?
I don't know.
I think
okay, so you've got three waves. Go ahead.
I think, for women, their, traditional woman's role is to stay home and take care of their family.
Very quickly, I don't mean to cut you off. I couldn't find the unmute fast enough, but I wanted to piggyback off what Brian was saying very quickly.
Sure.
The original anti-suffragettes, those who were against the suffrage movement, women's right to vote, there was a bunch of women, most women actually didn't want the right and campaigned very hard against women who were campaigning for the right. Their main argument was that they should not be allowed to vote unless they could be conscripted. That was their main argument against the suffrage movement.
Yeah, and so it would occur to me, you said that they're just trying to secure benefits, right? So feminism is not about equality. In my view, the most charitable definition is feminism is woman's advocacy. It's also like a bunch of other toxic, man-hating shit but like at the best, it's women's advocacy, which is not equality. Because, and here's why, and this doesn't, there's other components here too when it comes to the equality argument. So feminists, they won't fight for any form of equality which could conceivably come to the detriment of women. So if women have like a privilege in society, feminists will be like, ooh, let's keep that. Even if it's unfair to men, they'll be like, no, we want to keep this because it benefits women, right? Because women's advocacy. But if we get rid of it, or if we bump men up and give men that same benefit, right, which they don't do, they don't care about men. So they'll say, no, we got to keep that because it would create equality, right? Like, for example, let's say men don't have a benefit and women do.
Yeah.
And if we take away the benefit from women, that would be equal, right?
Yeah. Or bringing the benefit to men, yes.
But do you think women or feminists rather, do you think feminists are prepared to say, okay, let's take away benefits from women so it's equal to men? No, right? And so this is why, in my position, feminism is not about equality. It's about women's advocacy, nothing wrong with that. But let's not parade feminism as an equality movement.
And in an ideal world, it would be for that. But you're right, it's not ideal. And it's not how it is.
You should not be a feminist then.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Andrew, did you have more, Andrew? I don't know if I cut you off there. Or...
No, I feel like I cut into a little bit
you were
there.
Totally good.
Yeah, just that's the general idea. The general idea was that if there's supposed to be voting, there's supposed to be duty, which comes with it. The original women who campaigned against suffrage, because most women voted against suffrage. Most people don't know that, but when it was given to them to have the right to vote, they voted against it. That's why it was decided in the courts. But their main argument was that they wanted to have all the privileges in society with none of the duties. And so they didn't want to be used as political pawns by the political system and the political class. And that's exactly what ended up happening. Is they've been used as pawns by the political class now.
And there's other examples of this too, like not just the draft, because a lot of people like to dismiss that whole thing. Well, there hasn't been a draft in a long time, blah, 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 although men still have to register with the Selective Service. And if they don't, there's all kinds of ramifications. But like, for example, feminist organizations will, what's the term? Feminist organizations will, there's a specific term, but it's evading me, will lobby politicians. For example, I think this happened in Florida. I believe it was the National Organization for Women of Women. They were trying to equalize child custody between men and women in Florida. I don't know the exact details. I could be getting one or two things off here, but they're trying to say, well, okay, in the event of a custody dispute between a mother and a father, the custody should default to being just 50-50 equal. And if I have my facts correct, I could be wrong if somebody wants to fact check me. Feminist organizations said, no. We're fighting against equality. There is some benefit or some basis for having women the custody, either they're more likely to get it or defaulting to them or something like this. So oftentimes feminist organizations will actually fight against equality again if it somehow conceivably could be to the detriment of women, even if it would create equality between men and women. So moving on to the next thing, two of you said women disagreed that women are not oppressed. That was Amanda and I think Isabella. Amanda, how are women oppressed?
I mean, I think that the double standard of slut shaming is a perfect example of oppression against women.
Anything else besides that?
I mean, not in the United States.
Okay.
Why is that? I don't actually understand. How is that oppressive?
They're oppressed. They can't be sluts, Andrew.
Yeah, how's it oppressive to hold a stigma against women who have a high body count? Other women do as well. It's not just men.
Yeah, I understand that. I don't think we should be shaming people for their body counts. So
Yeah, but I think that
I think that the double standard for men comparatively to women is where the oppression comes in. You're using intimidation.
What's the double standard?
That it's okay for a man to have a high body count, but not a woman.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
So, yeah, I don't understand how that's oppressive.
That's your opinion. I think that it's oppressive.
Well, I haven't given an opinion. I'm just telling you I don't actually understand why it's oppressive, though.
Yeah, how's it oppressive?
You're trying to influence her personal decision making based on your intimidation factors.
We should.
Well, wait. Hang on a second. How are you trying to influence her personal decision making?
By making her feel bad about what she's doing.
So, the stigma, you're saying that the social stigma as relayed by men is just that they don't prefer women who have high body counts, right?
Sorry, you cut out there a second. Can you?
When you say slut shaming, what does that mean? Like, are men walking down the street and you're just calling women sluts, or?
No, I mean like the fact that I think the earlier conversation was women with a high body count don't necessarily deserve what was the term?
A traditional man.
A chivalrous or traditional man.
Well, I was making that argument when it comes to sex workers, but sure, yeah,
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
And so I think that having that perspective is let me think about how to articulate this. So the oppression comes from the judgment position, right? Like at the end of the day, the judgment does not lie with you, the individual. It lies between that person and who they are meeting at the end of their life. And so that's where I think that trying to use our human bodies to influence other humans I think that that's oppressive to that person. It's none of our business what's going on over there.
Okay. Let's say for a second that, 70% of men, or no, let's make it higher. Let's say 90% of men and 90% of women were not promiscuous and stayed virgins until the day they got married, and only 10% didn't. Would it be okay to slut shame then?
Slut shame the 10%?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think that you should shame anyone for their sexuality or activity.
Now, okay, gotcha. So the oppression here, if it came from both men and women, would be creating the social stigma around the promiscuity, correct?
The oppression would be surrounding the promiscuity? Yeah.
Yeah, stigma around it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm anti this.
Yes.
Yeah, but the thing is like, can you think of a better way to influence out of society things that you don't want in society than using social stigma?
I mean, I think you used this example recently, and like the rebuttal that came to mind for me would be prohibition, right? Like the government tried to kind of like get our drinking problem under control by...
Well, that wasn't by stigma, that was via lawfare. So they just outlawed it outright. It was not due to social stigma. So nobody's outlawing you.
But there was
slut,
stigma
right?
that led to the legislation.
From women, yeah. Women did that. That's correct. No, I'm not kidding. It really
No,
was.
I believe it.
Women,
I have no doubt.
They had the temperance movement, and that's what led to that. So, but the thing is the social stigma, which was there, which led to lawfare, ended up being repealed very, very, very quickly. But nobody's talking about making a law that says that you can't be promiscuous. What I'm asking is, if there was a behavior in society which people didn't like, then creating a social stigma, wouldn't that be an efficient way to get rid of the behavior?
I don't think that it's a foolproof method, so I don't think that it's appropriate. No.
Well, what method would be appropriate?
I mean, I don't think you can control anyone.
Yeah,
well, I mean,
we control people all the time. I mean, you stop at a stop sign, right?
I mean, we're in California.
Yeah, I mean, you control them all the time. You put in lines and stop signs. You got to get driver's licenses. You have to fill out paperwork. I mean, it's an entire grid. In fact, I'd say most of your day you were controlled. Like just getting from point A to point B. It's control, 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 right? So I don't know what you mean by we don't control people. We definitely control people. We control the shit out of people. So the question is like, why is it bad to have a social stigma against something in society that people tend not to care for? That seems fine to me.
I think that sex is a very natural part of life, and it should be talked about more freely in a way that is empowering and not diminishing. And that's where I think the true power of a person's sexuality comes from, in that education and having transparent conversations, not just with their friends, but with people that are talking to them about sex. Like, I don't know, I've never heard this conversation kind of come up, but are you an abstinence-only sex education person, or are you a full, like, what's your position on that? Do you think that they should teach abstinence-only or all-inclusive sex education?
I think that considering for most of our history, most women and men were virgins on their wedding night. This is a brand new occurrence. If you look at the rate of STIs, unplanned pregnancies, which lead to abortion, all of these other factors, I can't actually think of a good reason why we as a society would not want to promote abstinence until marriage. I actually can't think of a single good reason for that. Do you have one?
Yeah, I think sexual health is a very good reason to teach all-inclusive sex education.
What would that have to do with sexual health?
Being aware of what's supposed to be happening with your body and what's not supposed to be
Yeah, you can be aware
happening.
of all of that and stay abstinent. Like, what would that have to do if let's say we as a society, you still get sex ed, you know how all the parts function, how all the parts work, right? Nobody's saying you can outlaw that. We've had sex ed, by the way, for a long time. But
I don't agree with how it's taught now, by the way.
If we as a society said, okay, we're going to run a national campaign, and the national campaign is designed to promote abstinence until marriage and not sleeping around with people outside of marriage, what would actually be the negative side effect to society of that?
I think the misunderstanding of knowledge and the secretiveness is where the danger comes from. So just like if you tell a kid, don't drink, right? Your parents all tell us don't drink. We all end up stealing alcohol from our parents and having bad experiences. And so from my perspective, I think it's better
Why not just hand them the beer?
I mean, there are some parents that do.
Yeah, so I mean, so your argument here is like, you gotta go fuck people, or else you're gonna go fuck people.
I think you should have a pretty solid understanding of your sexual awareness before you go into a committed relationship.
So why wouldn't we run a national campaign? So why wouldn't we instead run a national campaign advising people to go have as much sex as possible?
I mean, I would tell people they should masturbate for sure.
Yeah, you want a national campaign for masturbation? So your argument here is, so let me just ask you this. If we ran a national campaign, just advertisements only from the federal government, a promotion, in other words, that people had more sex, do you think people would have more sex?
If we ran a national campaign that they should have more sex?
Yeah.
Do I think that they would?
Yeah.
That's a weighted question in today's media. I think that if you're not a free thinker, yeah, you might be inclined to that. I look at anything coming from any sort of media as educational material.
Well, this wouldn't just be media, right? Yeah, I mean, you can't say propaganda doesn't work. Look at smoking. Smoking used to be able to smoke everywhere you ever wanted to smoke, and through massive media and government propaganda, it's been essentially outlawed everywhere. The only place you could really smoke is like outside, but even in some outdoor areas, it's usually confined now. And it used to be that if you were in that studio and it was filled with smoke, that would just have been life, right? So I mean, clearly it works. Same thing with getting people to smoke. They ran a huge campaign to do that, and it got almost everybody smoking. So I mean, clearly it works. So by that metric, knowing that.
Sorry. Go ahead.
So by that metric, knowing that, if you were to run a national campaign for abstinence, don't you think less people would have sex? If they saw that as like being patriotic, and there was and there was a big social stigma against it, and all the government agencies were telling you this is bad for the country, we need to not do this, don't you think less people would have sex?
It could be likely.
Yeah, so I mean, so my question is like, what are the negative side effects of that? of less people having sex before they're married?
I'm gonna have her answer. You guys can continue. Actually, I'll just trigger.
Okay.
I'll play it now. Then.
Lol Paladins donated $100.
Thank you, Lol Paladins.
I'm shocked. So very shocked. That the woman who wants to cheat on her partner comes to the defense of women who want to be sluts. You are everything that is wrong with dating and marriage.
Lol Paladins. By the way, you can still
Did
on
I
the
say
hundreds.
I want to cheat on my husband?
I'm not
okay, I was
sure
like,
you
I'm pretty sure I
did.
didn't.
But Lol Paladins, by the way, you can do the little trick
Pretty sure I
thingy for
said I'm
the
never
audio on these two. But thank you so much for the message, Lol Paladins. Also, guys, we're getting into the roast section here. So from here on out, the TTS has just been lowered to, we're going to do $20 TTS. We're going to pause. You can send them in. We're going to pause it. Then once we get through everything, we'll let the roast session come through. Go ahead. Do you want to respond to Lol Paladins?
Yeah, I never said I wanted to cheat on my husband, so I don't know what that's about.
And then, did you? I don't know if you recall.
Can you
Andrew's,
yeah?
sorry
Can you
about
repeat
that,
the question, Andrew?
Just
Sorry.
very quickly, if it were the case that if you were to run a national campaign like that, like we did against smoking and drunk driving and things like that, which have been highly, highly effective, and it actually led to way less sex in society until people were married, I can't think of a single actual downside to that.
I mean, I guess I would only rebuttal with, I think that, especially as a woman in today's society, right? Like, we are having a transition of time periods. I think being aware of your sexuality going into a relationship is very important, because how can you be comfortable having those conversations with your partner if you haven't had those moments with yourself? And
well, how do you think that people used to do it, like in the 20s and 30s and 40s when they were getting married when they were virgins? It didn't seem like somebody had to like go in and show the man where the penis went.
Premarital sex.
You know what I mean?
Premarital sex still happened back then. Children,
yeah, I know, but not for the vast majority of people.
I understand that, but
so why?
Again,
how were
the
they able to figure
times
this
now,
out?
right? Divorce is more easily attainable. I think that
Yeah, they had less divorces too.
because it wasn't allowed.
You know, it wasn't. It was allowed. Yes, just not no fault. You had to go show a cause, but yeah, it was definitely allowed.
Right, but sometimes even getting your ass beat by your husband wasn't cause enough for a divorce. So that's where
you
it's
could show cause, and your show cause would be, I got my ass beat by my husband, and the state would give you a divorce. That was one of the causes for sure.
But when it's a male-dominated industry back then, the divorces weren't granted.
If you don't mind
jumping in, if you don't mind me jumping in
I
here.
would like to just go back to my previous question, just very quickly.
Yeah.
So you're saying that the negative side effect would be that you think women should be out there having sex before they settle down with a man. Is that correct?
I think the negative side effect of waiting until marriage.
Of abstinence, and more people were abstinent and didn't have sex until marriage. Your downside of knowing your sexuality is basically saying that you think women should be having sex before they settle down with a man.
I think that they need to be comfortable in sexual scenarios
Yeah,
before
what does
they're
that mean?
settling
They
down.
need to fuck, right? They need to fuck?
It can be anything. You can have
Yeah, but what
makeout
do you
sessions.
what do
You
you
can
think?
have.
What does
There's
it
lots
mean?
of things leading up to intercourse that you can do before then. So
So they
having
need to suck dick?
Sorry, what's that?
Do they need to suck dick before they
If
settle
that's what they
down?
feel like they need to figure out, then sure.
So the idea here is that you would be opposed to this because you think that women need to be fucking before they settle down, and they need to be sucking dick
I
before
think
they
everybody
settle down,
should,
so that
not
they
just
are
women.
comfortable in their sexuality. Does that even make sense to you?
I
Like,
think
doesn't that seem
everyone
silly?
should be experiencing it.
Everybody should be out there. Should the men be out there sucking dick too?
If that's what they're into.
What the fuck? Wait, I don't know if we fully got a answer on this, but how exactly is it that women are oppressed if they are being, I don't know if slut shamed? Is that what your position is? Like, the double standard is oppressive to women.
Yes.
Just how is it oppressive?
I don't think that a woman who is experienced sexually should be shamed.
Okay.
And so,
well, I think we can have that conversation. I don't know if it's oppressive. Like, I don't think it's oppression.
I can just very quickly grant it. Sure, they shouldn't be shamed. So nobody says, hey, you're a skank, you're a slut, you're this or that. But if all men collectively decided that it was against their preference to have a woman with a high body count, would that still be oppression?
that's their prerogative. There's still going to be a man that's going to be down with it.
down to
Wait, no. There would be a massive social stigma against those women. They just wouldn't slut shame them. They just wouldn't get together with them. Would that be oppressive?
I mean, those women wouldn't exist without the men that were fucking them in the first place. So.
Oh no, let's just say it was a very small amount, like 2 or 3% of men who were doing most of the slut making, meaning that they had like 10 women for every one man under this hypergamous society, of which I can point to many, right? The top like 5-10%, right? They made all the sluts, and the other 90% of men just didn't want to get with them. Is that oppression?
I mean, those are separate societies, so they're not like...
No, it's the same society. Just 90% of men don't want to get together with all of the sluts who were made sluts by only 10% of men who were able to get those women. So 90% of all the sluts are made by only 10% of the men. I'm sorry, 100% of the sluts are made by only 10% of the men. 90% of the men do not make the sluts but refuse to date the sluts. Is that oppression?
No.
And that is the society that me and Brian advocate for. We advocate for the society where, if it were the case that there was like 10% of men who took advantage of the hypergamous nature of women, and therefore, if we were to read certain reports, for instance, which say, hey, how is it possible that we have 60 or 70% of men who have no girlfriend, but we have 60% of women or 70% of women reporting they do have a boyfriend? That means that they must be dating the same boys, right? Things like that. Those aren't accurate numbers, but just for like the sake of argument, it's close enough to demonstrate the point. If that is the case, right, then it's not social shame that those men refuse to end up with those women, right? I guess basically the only beef that you would have would be with the guys you were fucking, right? Where the sluts were fucking. That would be the only beef.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, great.
And I guess quick thing on moving off the oppression though, you do have an issue with the double standard. Who here thinks it's a bit, unfair that, women perhaps are more shamed than men when it comes to like being promiscuous. That's your grievance, right? Unfair.
Yeah, I feel.
Yeah, it's a double standard, but I mean, or the other thing is like, well, why is it that?
But what's wrong with double standards anyway? Double standards are fine.
Yeah, like for example, I don't think there's perfect like symmetry on this thing because women desire all kinds of things in a partner, in a boyfriend that they don't bring to the table. So like, for example, would it be a double standard? A guy with a high body count, he's like, I only want to date virgins.
That's his prerogative. He likes inexperienced women. That's fine.
But you consider that like a double standard, or you might even say kind of like hypocritical or wrong for a guy with a high body count to be like, oh, I'd rather date a woman with a low body count or a virgin.
I don't know if that, I mean.
Or is it just like, are you saying, oh, just preferences? I guess that's fine.
Yeah, I think that's his preference. I think
Is it weird? Is it a weird preference or?
Yeah, I think it's kind of, no, I don't think it's, I don't know. That's a weighted question. I think it can be weird depending on the motivation for wanting the body count. If it's just because he wants someone that has a low body count and he's been through them and he kind of knows how it goes, then that's one thing. But I think that there can be many motivations for that position.
Okay.
The oppression of slut shaming shall not stop till the oppression against women being such height supremacists stops. Until women stop oppressing men based on their height, they must not ever give up on the fight of oppressing them back based on their promiscuity. That seems like if you don't want to hold the double standard, right, you would have to say that men are quite oppressed by women who shame them often for not reaching their height requirements. They are height supremacists, if you will.
It's true. Wait, I guess one thing on this. So, do you think hookup culture is good or bad?
hookup culture, I think is...
So I guess the tendency of people to engage in casual sexual encounters, or like the movement away from or devaluing of monogamous long-term relationships.
Movement away from
that. So I mean, hookup culture would it's more so like the action of like people engaging in promiscuity, having multiple sexual partners, or even having a string of just casual sexual partners, kind of evading or movement away from long-term monogamous relationships.
I think hookup culture can serve some purpose in
which
that...
is what? Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
I think that hookup culture can serve some purpose. I think that...
STDs?
Are you going to keep interrupting me? Or do I get to finish my whole thought? Okay, thank you. So I think hookup culture can be positive in some ways, but I do think it has taken it back from our relationship building skills. I think that social media especially has been detrimental to the expectation of lifestyles. It's a highlight reel. Everything you put online is a highlight reel. And so I think much like the conversations of equality and disagreements in relationships, I think it's just easier now with hookup culture to like walk away with it and be done and move on to the next, so that's a detriment to us. But I think that the sex positivity that comes from being affirmed in your position and your choices and knowing what you like and don't like is going to help you find a better partner in the long run.
So how about this? In totality, is hookup culture good or bad? Granting that maybe there are some good things about hookup culture, I'm sure you probably agree there's some bad. In total, is it good or bad?
I don't know the answer to that. I can't decide which way, one way or the other.
Let me ask the rest of the panel. Hookup culture, good or bad?
Now, Brian, I'm at 3 a.m. my time. I got my out there, but I am going to do a raid.
Before you, Andrew, before you go, I'll make one quick point here. I did want you want to do like a quick 2 minutes on Knowles really quick?
I can do that.
Let me, just the point I was trying to make on that is that when it comes to, I guess, the shaming, you object to the shaming. I think most people tend to agree that hookup culture is bad. We're obviously not going to be able to pass any laws that put any sort of limits on men or women's sexual activity. So the only way, if we as a society deem hookup culture to, like, we can't have our cake and eat it too. What's the entailment of hookup culture bad? We want it to go away. Okay, we need to build up long-term relationships. We need to stifle, not through laws, but through social shaming, promiscuity. The only way to do that, again, we're not going to pass laws saying you can't like fuck people or whatever. Maybe, I don't know, maybe, but that's not going to happen because whatever. So the only way to achieve the destruction or reduction or limitation of hookup culture is by shaming. Ergo, shaming promiscuity is good, and it's the only way to stop hookup culture. Any thoughts on that? Nope. So you're on my team? Like, we should shame sluts?
No, I'm not on your team. I disagree.
And fuckboys? No fuckboy shaming? No slut shaming?
I mean, if we're not shaming any of the sluts, then
okay. So then, I mean, well, you weren't able to give me a definitive if you think hookup culture overall in totality is good or bad. I think everybody else here said it was bad.
Yeah.
I think it's bad. The only way we're going to achieve, like, if something is bad, we should probably do something to like counteract it. In this case, the only means of achieving a reduction or elimination of hookup culture would be like substantial social shaming of promiscuity, sluts, fuckboys, this sort of thing. Absent that, it's going to continue. It's going to get worse. STD rates are going to continue to rise. People are going to continue to be dissatisfied in relationships. People are going to continue getting into other sort of bad situations when it comes to casual sexual encounters. In any case, Andrew, you do have to leave. So you wanted to do a quick response to Michael Knowles.
Yeah. So very quickly, too, it was nice to meet the entire panel, and I'm very glad that you guys came on. We were able to have this actually fairly reasonable discussion most of the night. It was kind of, that doesn't happen that often, right? Usually we have at least a couple, like you've been on a few of these panels, but anyway. So yeah, over to the Michael Knowles thing. He had prefaced a video. It was an exchange I had with another guest on here, Nala. But he had prefaced it with, he doesn't want to get involved in any drama. And I think that that's fine, so I'm not going to give him any. But I do want to say this, that most of the people who have reacted poorly to this clip, whether it's to me or to her, probably didn't actually watch the entire episode. And they probably need to do that before they say a word about it. My challenge to Michael Knowles is that I've seen a lot of the kind of sniping around about the manosphere and this and that, and kind of taking the more feminist perspective. And I'd like to challenge Michael Knowles to a debate on the Whatever podcast, just 1v1. He's been on before, so have I. We know Brian Atlas will be a fair moderator. And the reason I would like to challenge him to this debate is because the only time I've ever seen him actually engage with this sphere, which is full of the most degenerate scumbags on planet Earth, was in a debate against Pearl Davis, and I was the one who prepped her for that debate. So I would actually like to take him on his various views, because I don't think he knows very much about what he's talking about on this topic. And I'm an Orthodox Christian. He's a Catholic, and I think it would be absolutely fine to have such a debate. So that would be my challenge to Michael Knowles. And also that ultimately, I think most people have a very, very wrong idea about what happens with the former prostitute to save your pipeline, which is currently happening right under everybody's nose, and we just kind of pretend that it's not happening. And I think that it's something that needs to be addressed. I'm often criticized for not taking on the best of the best debaters, even though I do. So right now, you can see publicly, I'm offering such a challenge. And I will, of course, split the tab with Brian Atlas, along with a reasonable fee, if that's what Michael wants, to come out to the Whatever podcast, have this much needed debate. So that's what I'd like to say on that.
Can we see the clip?
It's very, very long.
Yeah,
and he's not here. He's not here to defend himself. In all fairness, one thing that Brian's always been really good about, right, is if the person is not there to defend themselves, he usually won't allow people to say one way or the other about them. That's always been a good thing about Brian Atlas. So we'll leave it there. But yeah, clip it, ship it. Let's see if it's actually true that he will tangle up on these issues, which is a place where he's desperately needed, so that we can at least get his side versus mine. And I'll leave it there.
Yeah, Andrew, thank you for coming. One quick question for you, if you have just another minute.
Sure.
There was, I guess, one of the confusions here, at least there was some implication of whatever, because there's claims that it was misleadingly cut. But I mean, even in the short, which is like 40, 50 seconds itself, at least in my interpretation, mind you, my editor made the clip. We pump out 30 clips a day. I give them.
That's not what happened. It had nothing to do with the clip.
Yeah,
so
no.
Here's what happened.
Yeah.
Here's what happened.
Oh.
So there was a clip, the Nala lied about everything clip. That was released by Whatever, and it was actually even contextualized in the clip what it was. Some other account posted this clip. I've never seen this account before. They posted the clip, and it said under Nala lies about being a Christian, admits to lying about everything. That had nothing to do with Whatever's account, right? And so they were trying to say that the Whatever podcast had clickbaited. That Whatever podcast didn't do anything. They just did their normal clips. Some other account put that as the headliner. I actually went to that account. I had retweeted it first, right? And then I read what the header on it was, that she had lied about being a Christian. I actually deleted the tweet, went over immediately, and put underneath that tweet from that account, no, this is not accurate. That is not what she was talking about. So somebody who was on that Whatever broadcast had clarified that within like a couple of minutes anyway. So it's ridiculous to try to throw shade on Whatever for just a regular normal click or a normal clip.
Even in that short clip, I think we certainly included parts where she's essentially saying, I don't think there's any implication that, because I think other people took it to mean, or even perhaps, I think Michael even understood the context, but took it to mean that Nala went on Michael Knowles' show and lied. I don't think that's the context of the clip. The context of the clip was while she was still active doing OnlyFans, she was going on podcasts and lying.
This is one of that particular episode has the most selectively edited clips of any episode I've seen come off of whatever, not just by a couple of accounts, but by hundreds of people. I've seen many exchanges where Rachel and her had the exchange, and they selectively edited out that Rachel said to her, "I don't believe you're a Christian because you deny the Trinity and this and that." And all it said is, "I don't think you're a Christian." And then it cuts to her saying, "Because you don't know church history." So it is some of the most widely selectively edited content that I've ever seen. And it's because so many people have a stake in this current phenomenon of the former prostitute to savior pipeline. And that's why I think it needs to be hashed out so badly.
Got it. Cool. Well, hey, Andrew, thank you for tuning in. We'll try to get that set up with Michael.
All right, guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
I
Nice to
appreciate
meet
the
you.
convo. It was very nice to meet all of you.
Thank you for joining us, Andrew. Do appreciate
Small
it.
fangirl moment when Rachel wanted to throw me a comment on me. So shout out to Rachel.
Yeah.
Rachel's awesome. Take care, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it. Have a good night, man. Okay, so we're going to do the roast session here in just a moment. Then we're going to wrap up the show. A few last... Were there any other things for like women being oppressed or no?
No.
You said women are oppressed. Why are women oppressed?
That was my ADIQ reading the question wrong. Oppressed is not the wrong word.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. And then I'm pretty sure there's just... let's see. Sina, you can be racist towards white people. You disagree.
I disagree, as in, like I said, I cannot. You cannot.
No, it says you can be racist towards white people. You disagree. So you think you can't be racist.
No.
Okay, she misread it then. All right. And then let's see here. The final thing from the questionnaire then goes to Isabella. Isabella, it says here, it's not straight for a man to date a trans woman, to which you disagree.
Wait. It's not.
Oh boy, there.
No, read it again.
Room temp. Okay. You circled disagree to, it's not straight for a man to date a trans woman.
It is straight for a man to date a trans woman.
Right.
Yeah.
So you would disagree that it's not straight. So your position is it's straight for a man to date a trans woman.
Yes.
Okay. Give me 1 sec to get right. Guys, I know there's the roast coming in. They're on hold. We will get to them in just a moment. So this is the final thing from the questionnaire. Just curious, how's it straight?
If they identify as a woman, they're seen as a woman. If they can sex change.
Well, you can't change your sex.
Oh, I mean, surgery to change your privates.
Does that make you a woman?
Yes.
What if you don't identify as a woman, but you have that procedure? Are you a woman? Like if you're a eunuch or something. Does that make you a woman?
Yes.
Wait, so if you get your penis chopped off, but you don't ID as a woman?
Oh, wait. No.
You get the surgery.
Yeah.
You get your penis chopped off. Does that make you a woman? You still ID as a man.
Oh, no. I think what you are is what you see yourself as.
But so you can ID as a woman even without getting the surgery, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it all comes down to your self-ID. Right. So I guess my question to you is on this one. Let me see. Did Andrew... 1 sec. I'm checking this. So what is a woman?
A woman, someone who identifies as a woman.
Can you define that without using the word woman?
Who identifies with feminine virtues.
Yeah, but can you define woman without using the word woman?
Feminine virtues.
Can you define woman without using the word feminine?
No.
Okay. Oh, you have something?
Yeah. Natural grown labias.
Okay. That's reasonable. That's reasonable. So, okay, you're saying it would be straight for a man to date a trans woman.
Yeah, I think you
Okay.
could be straight and date a trans woman.
By the way, what's your orientation? Straight?
I'm
bi?
straight.
Okay. Straight. So you would date a trans woman?
It's my preference, and I wouldn't.
Or sorry, excuse me.
I know what you
would
mean.
date a trans man.
I wouldn't, because I don't prefer that. But I think other people can, and they can be valid. It's just preference, right? You got
But
preferences.
the trans man is a man, isn't it?
Yes.
So you wouldn't date a man?
If not with a vagina, no.
Well, it would be a post-operative trans man. Would you date them?
If I wasn't taken, yeah, maybe.
Okay, sure. But you wouldn't date a pre-operative trans man?
No.
Even though it's still a man,
Yes.
pre-operatively? Okay. So a couple questions here. So there's gender and sex. You're familiar with the difference, right?
Yes.
Okay. So can people change their gender?
Yes.
Can people change their sex?
No.
Okay. So a male cannot become a female?
Their sex assigned at birth, no.
Well, their sex.
You can't change your sex.
At any point, whether it's assigned at birth, whether it's assigned right now when I'm looking at all of you as females. You can't change your sex, right? Okay. What is straight slang for?
We're
Heterosexual?
liking this opposite gender.
Well, you're about to say heterosexual.
Attraction to the opposite gender.
But you were about to say heterosexual.
And I corrected myself.
So, it wouldn't be heterosexual? Or it would be? Are straight people heterosexual?
Yes.
Okay. Straight means heterosexual, unless you have some other definition of straight. Right?
Yeah, okay.
And so when we say homosexual, we mean same-sex relationship, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you would agree, or you've already conceded.
You can't change. Okay.
Hold on.
okay.
So you've already conceded, though, that that transgender women have not changed their sex.
Mm-hmm.
So do you agree or disagree with the following statement? A transgender woman is male.
Oh, my friends are gonna hate me. Stop, please. Looking at it through sex, you can't change your sex.
Can't change your sex. So a transgender woman is
a man.
No, well, I'm even gonna be, I guess, nice here and say that you can change your gender. I don't think this actually, but for the sake of the conversation. So you can change your gender, right?
Yeah.
Transgender woman, you can self-ID as a woman, but you've already agreed with me that you can't change your sex, right?
Yeah.
So they're male, but their gender identity is woman.
Yeah.
Right. So a transgender woman is male. You agree with this?
Through sex, yeah. Their gender
Through sex,
identity
yeah.
would be a woman, yeah.
But their sex is male.
Is male, yes.
Okay. And then, so homosexual means same-sex relationship, right? So
Yeah.
two males engaging in a romantic or sexual relationship would be?
Homosexual.
Okay.
Okay.
So a man dating a transgender woman is?
Homosexual.
Okay. All right. There you go. Do you want to change your position on this at all? Or, so is it not straight?
I mean, you're right. I don't know. I want to people can believe what they, I don't know. You got me in a tricky situation.
Okay. So is it straight?
No.
Even post-operatively? Pre-operatively? How about this? A couple questions then. A few scenarios. I mean, you've already kind of...
Yeah, you.
I'll give you a scenario. I'll give you a scenario, though. Would a man giving oral sex to a transgender woman with a penis, is that heterosexual or homosexual?
Homosexual.
Okay. A man having penetrative anal sex with a transgender woman, is that heterosexual or homosexual?
The man's...
He could be receiving or giving.
Homosexual.
Okay. A lesbian woman being penetrated by a transgender woman with a penis. Is that heterosexual or homosexual?
Homosexual.
Oh, okay. All right. All your friends are going to hate you now. Good job. You can tell them I guess I forced you to.
Bleeding.
All right. That's the final. Guys, sorry there's a bit of a delay on some of the TTSs. Some of them fell off. Don't worry. I'll get them. I'll get them pulled back up. So if it's out of order, don't worry, guys. I'm going to get to the TTSs now. $20 TTS, guys. We're going to do the roast session, then we're going to wrap.
Josh donated $20. Change the bear question to this. In 10 seconds all of a sudden the whatever studio is empty except for the woman and either a man or a bear. Door is welded shut. No one can open it for 10 hours. Choose.
Interesting. All right. Hold on, guys. Sorry, guys. A couple of these fell off. I'm going to have to...
Lol Paladins donated $20. Wish.com Desiree needs to fully double down on this question about how she is going to teach children how to give blowjobs. Feminists are destroying our country.
Response? Quick response? 5-second response?
Not sure.
Okay.
Big Sass Energy donated $20. Share 4. How big are those hocks?
Like cup size, I think he's asking, or
Yeah.
like G's or something, or I don't know.
Just guess in your head.
All right, that was helpful. We got Jim here.
GMD Jim donated $20. I love how modern women use current times as an excuse to be degenerate. In their minds, progressive equals freedom to be degenerate. Being virtuous is timeless. Don't be a sloat at any time. 304 Slayer donated $20. To the old lady with the glasses. When your daughter gets herpes, will you still want her to kiss you on the cheek at every holiday?
I'll never have a daughter, so that's fine.
Brian's mum donated $30. Darling, I don't mind you borrowing my butt plug, but can't you please rinse it off before you put it back? I didn't have time to rinse it, but I used it anyway. Mommies loves you.
The fuck?
Captain Awesome donated $20. So like the used ring, wouldn't it be pretty disingenuous for him to give you a hand-me-down ring?
Thank you, Captain.
Just like a woman who offers her beaten in holes. Ran through like train tunnels. Asvet donated $20. So 1 in 10 men? But you're going to Mexico, with a hooker, without your husband, with hundreds of strange men with one thought on their mind? Your man is a cuck.
Say it to his face.
Kitten Bear donated $20. Cena.
I'm not going to Mexico.
That's it?
Hi.
Oh, you have to do the ahegao.
The ahego?
Yeah, for Kitten, go.
Why?
Because he said your name.
Talk 76 donated $20. Does the sex-positive woman in black have any social medias?
I do.
Hussy High Life.
GMD Jim donated $20.
Yeah.
A wound between your legs that you have to force daily not to heal does not make you a woman. And a strap-on sewn to your body does not make you a man.
Jim, thank you very much, man. Appreciate
Brandon
it.
53323 donated $20. BRIXAN'S, your merch shop sucks. I ordered a premium hoodie that was supposed to arrive on the 14th and now they are saying sometime before Christmas. Tell them to get it together long.
Hey, yeah, sorry to hear that, man. We use this third party called Spring. I've had a couple people send me DMs saying that the orders have been delayed. If you can, did it arrive on the... It hasn't arrived. Send a follow-up to the customer service over at Spring. If you don't hear back from them within... I mean, it's holidays right now. If you don't hear back from them from next week, reach out to me. I'll escalate it. I'm thinking about, they've been having a couple issues over there. I don't know if they're like about to go out of business or something, but we'll either get you a refund or we'll get you the merch. There have been some delays with the merchandise. We have the third party doing all of it. I do apologize for that. I'm going to look into perhaps switching to a different vendor who can, they print, house, ship, handle everything. I don't know what's going on with Spring, so I do apologize for that, though. We are like I said, we'll get it to you or we'll get you a refund. Sorry about that, man.
I want a hoodie.
You have to, it costs a heygow. While we're waiting and I'm trying to get, sorry. Oh, hold on.
Kitten Bear donated $20. WTF happened to my TTS? It only said the first word.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you didn't finish
Send another
writing the whole thing in. Maybe that you deleted it. Makeup removal. Removal, my dears. Indeed. Okay, y'all gonna do it? Cena, you gonna do it?
Why are you looking at me?
Cena, you gonna do it? Okay. Boom.
All I have to say
Boom.
is that one is not good.
Yeah, I need to.
Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to throw it that far. My bad.
I can go directly home to
Are you
bed.
wearing makeup?
No.
Can I too?
Sure.
Thank you.
Schools need a lot of makeup. Okay. You want one or? It's like, you know what I mean?
I need two too, probably.
I gave you 2.
No.
Yeah, you just try to hustle me for extra.
No, you only gave me 2.
You try to hustle me.
I was gonna bring my own, honestly.
Oh, no,
Taking the makeup off. Taking the makeup off.
Because I don't think this is gonna take it
look like a man.
Can I have a mirror?
Nope.
What?
You got the
1K
screen.
donated $20. The woman with the blue-white shirt has a nice rack smile.
Oh,
Yeah. Check it out on Instagram, Katie Nicole Valentine.
Thank you.
Asvet donated $20. No problem, I'll say it to his face. Open your legs, winking face.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for the TTS.
No, I think I need a mirror.
Pull up, bro.
Double Agent donated $20. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone at whatever who make it all possible twice a week. Cheers to you all with good health, wealth, good fortune, mass deportations as we prepare to make America great again.
Hell yeah.
I'll let the others come through. One sec, guys.
Daniel Nosseri donated $20. Congratulations all you illegal immigrants on the panel. Now you all accept conservative values, as well as that a man is a man and that gender is the same exact thing as sex to keep your green card.
Wait, what was that
Kitten
one?
Bear donated $20. Retry. Cena,
No,
I can fix you. Chair 6, please don't ever procreate and pass your weird sexual views onto offspring. It's always the mental health advocates that have the most bizarre takes on sex. Vector donated $20. My sprinkler goes like this.
Like, nobody cares about anything.
Nice.
Wait, what is it when they do that? What is that even?
The sprinkler.
I know, but like, why? My point is why.
I have some good news and I have some bad news. The good news is I saved a bunch of money on my car insurance by switching to Geico. The bad news is that some of the TTSs fell off, so I will read them, which is better, which is a better deal. How about that, suckers? Not suck. You know what? I don't know. Fuck it, guys. I'm tripping on caffeine. Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can one more
Vector
time.
donated $20. My sprinkler goes like this.
It's not letting me. Sorry, guys.
Very clever.
Who's gonna do a rap?
So I do need to say, I'm going to read the TTSs. Streamlabs is so annoying. I apologize. I thought I would be able to pull it up on my iPad. I checked my phone. I checked 3 devices. It's not letting me do it. I'm just going to have to read it. It won't even let me show the display. So I do apologize. I apologize. Fucking Streamlabs needs to... I've been messaging them forever to not let these fall off, and you should be able to pull up every single TTS that has come through. I don't know why they do this, but Clark Weiser sent in $20.69. Chair 6's husband better change the locks when she goes to Mexico. If she can forget her bodies, she will forget she's married. Do you have a response to Clark Weiser?
I won't forget I'm married.
Can you guys hold up to the camera, the damage.
Oh, mine's worse than ever.
Can you guys hold up the carnage that you guys have done on my precious makeup wipes? God damn, bro. What the fuck? Y'all that's crazy, man. Shit. Oh, Cena went. Get it all off. Take the lashes off too.
Nuh-uh.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
I'm used to you with like the crazy eyeliner, man. That's okay. Vector, I do apologize. Fuck Streamlabs. Just kidding, Streamlabs, but come on, man. Gotta fix this shit, man. Part Scandinavian here. This is for you.
Yes.
Whoa.
Yeah, sorry.
I've been looking down the whole time, so I didn't even get the transition. It's just like makeup, no makeup.
You look young, so young with that. It's like different.
And they're manly.
Erroneous!
No, you do not.
Erroneous!
I feel like it just.
Okay, for Emily, this is from Vector.
Yeah.
Part Scandinavian here, Emily. Quite a role reversal. In the past, Vikings pillaged villages for free. You are pillaging men for a fee. All the Viking men became simps, LOL.
Oh, God.
Thank you, Vector. Michigan Christian says, Brian, you finally found a woman worth dating. Women, pay attention to based shorty. Also, conscription or not, women suck at decisions and voting? Who supports repeal? Not my, this is the, oh my God, I wish Vector, bro, you're making me read this shit, bro. This is what Vector says, Michigan Christian says, so who supports repealing the 19th question mark? MAGA. Thank you, Michigan Christian. Vector, tell me if these came through previously, because we might be getting caught up. Vector, Isabella, how dare you? You've gone and pissed off the local zoo. All of the zookeepers are running amok trying to figure out why their favorite bull is missing its nose ring.
I have my nose ring. Wait,
yeah, that's the...
You stole it from the bull.
Oops.
Okay. Josh says, change the bear question to this. In 10 seconds, all of a sudden, the whatever studio is empty except for the woman and either a man or a bear. Door is welded shut. No one can open it for 10 hours. Choose.
That was the first one.
Yeah, that one was red.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Did you guys respond?
No.
It's man.
We all said man.
I need to go to the bathroom. I can't see.
I'm choosing the man every time.
Should I do it,
man?
Do you want to take your...
I can't.
Oh, they're glued on or whatever.
They're not like, yeah.
But so, guys, for the scenario, do you pick the bear for like being in the studio? I'll read it later. Don't worry. Hello, going around. Do you pick the bear?
Man.
Man for that scenario?
In here, I'll pick the man.
I think didn't you guys, most of you picked man anyway.
So. Everyone except
I was the only bear.
Toast. Tell me if this one came through. I feel like the equivalent to the body count first date question would be asking what a man does for a job on first date, because women want to be provided for and men want to know their date is not a 304. I messed up the rhyme. Thank you, Toast. Sorry that it didn't come in as a TTS. Streamlabs fucked it up. And then I'm pretty sure, okay, we're all caught up. Caught up.
Lol Paladins donated $20. I changed my mind. We'll keep number 5 here in the United States. Mexico can have number 6. And then we build the wall 10 feet higher.
Lol Paladins, thank you for the...
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I don't give a shit.
Sork76 donated $20. Chair 5 looks stunning without makeup.
She never was wearing makeup.
I don't think she was wearing any makeup, so... Salk, thank you for the TTS, man.
Big Sass Energy donated $20.
Oh.
Damn Chair 3, you're cute. You should probably drop the degenerate face paint. Very pretty.
I'll stick to it. Thank you, though.
All right, Big Sass Energy, thank you for the TTS. Let me just see this one.
Daniel Nosseri donated $20. Defy the official policies of this Trump administration and enjoy your temporary status of residence in this nation be revoked. You new age feminist Nazi scumbag Frankists can all go home.
Damn.
Aggressive. Is this to me?
No.
Is this
I'm not sure. I think it's to all the feminists here.
no, because he said residency, so I'm the only legal here.
I'm just getting a look on the makeup, you know?
I think I rubbed a little
it's
too
okay.
hard. Eyes red.
No, I'm so sensitive.
Yeah, I think your eyes actually getting swelling. You're gonna have a black eye. What did you do to yourself, Sina?
I was going like.
Here, Sina, read this one for me.
Brian, hook me up.
Go. Yeah, read it. Go.
Brian, hook me up with the each Cena. 6 foot, 195 pounds, rich, good-looking, blonde hair, blue eyes.
Oh,
He
here.
said,
Whoops.
let me take you out.
Cena, let me take you out.
Can you take you out, Sina?
Wait, don't look at my red eye.
Thank you, U30. All right, let me check a couple things here. Oh, we got a couple more coming through. Guys, get your TTSs in, boys. We're going to wrap the stream here pretty soon. So, final call on the TTS messages. If you want to ask out Sina, if you want to call anybody a feminist Nazi, or I don't know what the fuck. If you want to call me fat, whatever you want to do, you can do it. Okay.
Call me a racist.
Yes, she wants to be.
People have donated $20. There we go. No makeup. Just how God made them. Also, Brian, when are you coming home to the Orthodox Church? God bless everyone.
You know, look, maybe I'll go to, I think it's called, the liturgy with Andrew when he's back in town. We'll see, you know. I think, Christianity is really compelling. I think the issue is, though, and I was thinking about this the other day, is that I don't want to be one of these, and maybe you guys would be like, well, Brian, just fucking stop doing that shit. But, I don't want to be one of these, when it comes to religion, I don't want to be half a gangster. If I gotta be all in, you know what I mean? And there's these guys online who claim to be a religion. There's a lot of religious people who claim to be, wait, what?
I'm gonna hold it. You can finish, sorry.
Oh no, what were you saying?
I was just gonna say faith can be a journey. You know, no one's perfect. No one is perfect in their faith. You can continue to try to follow Jesus.
Well, no,
even
but
if you stumble sometimes.
No, but I think the thing is, though, is that I have a couple complications. So my view on marriage, and then look, I don't believe in having a bunch of casual sex. I prefer long-term relationships, but I also don't. I'm not going to wait until marriage to have sex. Maybe that makes me a degen. I mean, look, I'm not trying to have a string of one-night stands. Again, if I sleep with a girl, I have intentions to pursue something long-term, typically, unless she goes fucking batshit crazy, post-sex or whatever. So, but I think my issue is there's a lot of these people who claim to be religious, but behind the scenes, in reality, they're doing drugs, they're fucking OnlyFans girls, they're super degen, they're hooking up with a bunch of chicks. So they claim to be religious, but they're not adhering to the religious values. And I think it would be disrespectful to the religion to claim that, oh, I'm Christian now and I'm adhering to Christian values, all the while engaging in behavior that is in contravention of the faith and biblical values. So, and then my issues with marriage are not really addressed. I don't know. Does that make sense, chat? You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah, me personally, I'm a Christian, but I don't feel the need to go to church every Sunday. Me personally, if you do that, that's perfectly fine. But me, I don't go to church every Sunday. I don't read my Bible every day. My one thing is I pray every night. But I go out, I get drunk, which is not quote unquote godly. It's not Christian of me, but I still love God and I have good morals, I feel like. So I don't feel like you need to be, 100% on, with every single Christian value. That I feel like a lot of Christians are very hypocritical nowadays when it comes to that.
Yeah, I guess it's just, I think the big roadblock would be the marriage component for me, just because of all the risks that I see when it comes to marriage. It's like you become a Christian, it's like, okay, well, I don't want to get married, so it's like that would be a sin. And to have like children out of wedlock, I do want children. To have sex out of wedlock, so it's like, and also somebody was like, said I was using contravention wrong. The definition is like in a manner contrary to like a rule or law. So this would be like biblical law, biblical values. But yeah, I don't know. You guys know these creators, right? You guys know these like creators that are claim to be a religion, and then they be like fucking OnlyFans girls and like doing drugs and partying and all this shit. It's just like, I don't want to be that person that's like putting on the front where I'm like trying to get bonus points by claiming to be a religion, claiming to be a Christian, whatever, but not adhering to the rules of the religion. You got to be, whatever. Okay. Anyways, whatever. Sorry, fucking monologue here. Okay.
Lol Paladins donated $20. Most of the panel looks better without makeup. Stop trying to make yourself look like prostitutes and maybe your dating life would improve.
All right, Lol Paladins, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it.
Big Sass Energy donated $20. Warning to all the liberal digens that are on and watching this show. The Trump admin has authorized Project 2025 and we have all the crystals we need to lock you up forever.
Cena now looks exactly how she looks on a normal weekday after her all-nighter dildo-a-thon online.
Kitten Bear donated $20. WTF Cena, you are so much prettier without makeup. Please quit it while your body count is still low and you can recover some dignity. You've still got a chance to make it out. Yeah, I'm a simp.
Do you wear contacts? No, okay. Cena actually looks way better without all that stuff plastered all over her face. Too bad she can't prevent herself from being a... Hold on.
A, she was a hooah. B, she was a hooah.
That word. Thank you.
Lol Paladins donated $20. BRIXAN'S, you don't have to be perfectly moral to be Christian. There is a bigger roadblock. Hint, it's in the name. Christian. You're already living a more moral life than grifters like Nala and MK.
Well, I don't know about that, but I do appreciate the message, man. Thank you so much for the TTS and all your additional support. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like, I don't know. You can't be like, I wouldn't do this like, bro, you can't be this, what does Rachel call it? Like a heresy Christian. Like you gotta be all in, you know? And I think the roadblock is I have significant criticisms of marriage which contradict the Christian faith. And I don't know how I get, that's I think a big like sticking point, you know? So, not to say like, hey, anyways, whatever, okay.
Would you date a religious woman?
Sure.
GMD Jim donated $20. Brian, if you have a true conversion to Christianity, most of your old ideas will naturally change. If you join a church and fake it, then nothing will change. Christianity is not a social club.
Yo, Jim, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Okay, hold on. Bro.
Big Sass Energy donated $20. Brian, to be Christian, all we ask is you stop sticking burritos up your bum. Small ask.
Dude, come on, damn, that's crazy. Let's not bring the burrito thing back. That was like 3 months ago. People forgot about that shit, man. Keep that shit on the low.
Clearly not.
Not Kitten Bear donated $20. Booba booba, I like big booba.
Nice. Very nice. You know what? I will for a champagne pop right now. I will eat a burrito. I have a burrito in the refrigerator. I'll eat it on stream right now.
Eat it under 3 bites.
Wait, do we need to do another food thing with you? Yes. Okay. What can we? Oh, there's the Snickers bar. I'm coming. Who's Snickers?
Mine.
Can I?
Yeah, you can take it.
Des, can you get me the Snickers bar? I put in the fridge. I don't know why I put in the fridge. I don't know. I was like, somebody wants a cold Snickers.
Eat it in one bite.
I can't do one. How big is it? 6 inches?
It's like the.
It's on the side. There's only
the
one Snickers bar in the fridge. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's only one.
Daniel Nosseri donated $20. The power of Christ compels you, Cena. The power of Christ compels you.
All right, open it up, and then it's 2 separate bars?
Yeah.
Okay, you have to eat it in one.
You don't have to eat the paper.
No, don't eat the paper.
No, wait, I have to eat it in one, like both of them?
No, one of them in one.
Oh, you can put it in each cheek.
Yeah.
No, just one.
Oh.
All right, here we go.
Hey guys.
This is like her. Before you do it, I'll explain it. So okay, Cena's whole TikTok is her eating food.
No, that's one of my TikToks.
It's just eating food. All right, go ahead.
It's a baby.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. You have to one bite.
And now
Don't cover. Don't cover. Cena, don't cover. Let them see how ridiculous you look.
That's a wide way too.
Is she gonna be able to do it? I don't know.
Are you even chewing?
Smallest shoes ever.
I don't think she can actually chew it. It's just gonna be there the rest of the show.
It's gonna be way more difficult to chew than a room temperature
It's just
chocolate bar.
melting in a mouth.
Yeah, I made it a little extra hard.
Suck on it a while.
Warm it up.
Seriously, I know. It's just like stuck in there now. It's so chewy. It's really hard.
All right, I'll let the other ones come through.
Josh donated $20. Brian, when you realize that Jesus really is who he claimed to be, everything will change. You don't have to know how to pray. I encourage you to just talk to God. Ask him to reveal himself to you.
All right. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Let's see here. We have Captain Awesome.
Captain Awesome donated $20. How does it feel to be one of many but never the one?
That's for all of you guys.
Thanks for that clarification.
Anybody? Okay.
Christopher Scott
You guys can
donated $20.
shoot shots back, you know.
We shall never forget the burrito bit. It is now and shall forever be whatever law.
Damn, bro, that's brutal. I do have a chicken burrito.
No,
it's big too. In the
Danny_Simon donated $20. Hottest girl on the panel is Seat 2. Solid 4. Ugliest panel of all time, Brian.
First off, they took their makeup off. Be nice. Second off,
Send in a
dare
photo
you.
so we can judge you.
Yeah, Danny Simon.
Post physique.
What if this is a chick and she's just hating? It's
Well,
Danny.
then we really can.
Danny, that could be a chick.
Then
That's
I
a
have
chick's
a lot
name.
to say.
Danny, you want to send in a photo? My DM's on Instagram at whatever. We'll pull up a photo if you want. We'll do it. You have to eat the other one now.
No,
Sina.
I before you swallow, don't say grød med fløde.
That's good. That's good. All right. Here, we're going to shout out Twitch. If Damien, you can pull up Twitch, then we'll do Discord. Any other ones that come through, we'll read them, and then we'll... Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub. if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. You've been watching the Whatever podcast on NPR. Okay, fuck NPR. Hey, public radio. Yo, guys, drop us a Prime. It's been 40 minutes since we had a Prime. 1,000 people watching. Drop us a follow, guys. Me and Andrew are going to be playing World of Warcraft very soon. So if you guys want to catch some gaming streams, twitch.tv/whatever. Check if you have a Prime sub available. I think it's bugged, boys. Check if you have a Prime sub available. Drop one before the end of the stream. And then we're going to go... We got to shout out the Discord, boys. That's discord.gg/whatever. Discord.gg/whatever. We post all the behind the scenes on there. Anytime there's some crazy shit, kickoffs, all that kind of stuff. We post... Check out the bingo. This bingo card, you're going to love it, boys. You play the bingo card while you're watching the stream. That's in the Discord. Okay. Then you're going to pull up the World of Warcraft. There you go. Go to the raid sign up. Guys, Molten Core. We're going to play December 12th. Molten Core. 40-man raid. Whatever guild. Night Slayer PvP realm. Anniversary realm. Get on it. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, guys. Join the Discord. All right.
GMD Jim donated $20. Brian, I want nothing more than for you and all to come to Christ. You must realize you have to surrender to him and trust he will guide you in right way. I promise he will, and you will know joy.
Thank you for the TTS, Jim. I really appreciate it. Man, it's hard. The marriage thing, man, that's a sticking point. I don't know how you're going to... I don't know.
I think you're going to meet a nice girl.
Daniel Nosseri donated $20. Seema looks like a chipmunk hiding some nuts in her cheeks for winter. Don't worry, sweetie, you can take just the tip.
What the fuck?
She's like, I'm still trying to eat this shit.
She's just still chewing.
She's still working on it.
Work it.
It's like in the zone right now. Let's see. I'm trying to find a squirrel, a chipmunk. I know. Okay, fuck. We don't need to pull that up. Okay, final call on the TT. Oh, do we need a... Yo, David, good to see you in the chat, man. Appreciate it. Someone champagne popped that burrito. It's still in the fridge. I'll give you guys 2 minutes before we wrap up. If anybody wants to pop the champagne bottle for... I'll eat the burrito on stream.
Clark Weiser donated $20. Brian won't come to Christ as he likes to eat Snickers bars upside down once he finishes his burrito.
That's rude, man. That's crazy. How dare you? How dare you, sir? All right. Cool. We're going to do a... Was there something else we had to pull up? We did the Discord. I don't think so. Okay. Twitch. Who are we going to raid on Twitch? Let's see who's still streaming. Any final thoughts from anybody while as we're going to wrap up here? Going once.
If you're a veteran, check out Weed for Warriors.
All right. There's the plug. Anybody else?
I just want to say thank you to Brian for having me on. I know there was a little bit of a... a little
so late.
I do I just want to apologize. It was a little hectic.
Well,
but
thank you for the apology.
I really appreciate being here. It's a great opportunity. I appreciate it, and it was really awesome. Just the experience and everything. It was really fun, and
thank you.
Yeah, thanks you guys.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Okay, we are gonna raid Ampy. This poor guy. I don't know if you guys, probably most of you don't know. This poor guy. Oh. He just ended his stream. Never mind. All right, Ampy.
He said, I'm out.
He was doing the hardcore run. He was going to be world first. He got to level 54 on Mage, and then he got basically disconnected and died and lost on the world first. But okay, if not for Ampy, then we're going to raid Mitch, who's playing Watch Me Blink. We're going to raid him. If you can get that pulled up. It's just Watch Me Blink. That's the username. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You can get it pulled up.
I don't want to say I've been lucky, but the two closest family members for me, it's kind of fast. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it didn't have to.
Yeah, no, I know. I heard about, like, when I heard about Cassie's dad, I was like, dude, that made me so
Dude,
sad.
I don't know if
Like,
we-
dude, he was so
Yeah.
dope. Cassie's dad was fucking dope, man. No, legit, like.
I don't know if we
welcomed
rate.
me with
I mean,
open
he's
arms instantly.
he seems.
He was a nice guy.
I don't know. I just, I think.
I'm gonna DM him and be like, hey, can I?
Do you think I can get this
can
shit
I rate
together, bro?
you?
I feel like I've been fucked up for so long, man.
I think you need to find some direction. You know what I mean? I feel like you're pretty self-aware, so I feel like you can kind of like figure out what it is you don't like, or what it is that bothers you, or
It's like
what
it's
it is
not
you
one
want.
specific thing. I just honestly, what
One step at a time, man. You know? Just,
yeah, I guess.
Should I don't know if it's appropriate
just
to
don't
like.
feel like-
I don't know if I should. I don't know if it's appropriate to rate him right now. I feel like he's having a.
accepted in really any place in the world right now.
I
You know?
I asked him.
I don't think that's true. Like, I think.
Guys, don't laugh.
From what I understand, it's one.
What's wrong with you?
One group that you're maybe not
Bro,
accepted
you
in.
guys are
and it's
fucked
like-
up. Hold on. Pause it for a
You know?
minute. You guys are fucked up. Why are you guys fucking?
I laugh when I'm nervous.
Bro, that's my friend, man. How you guys gonna? I'm really upset at all of you right now. I don't know what to do. We were just talking about penises and dicks and vaginas, and just got heavy, bro. It just got. Yo, Mitch, if I love you, man. I don't know if should I chat. Do I chat? What do I rate him, chat? Do we rate chat? Do we send him a raid? I don't know if he needs that extra interruption. All the whatever viewers are like, yo, Mitch, what's your body count? You know what I mean? Isabella, what do you think we should do?
I say you should do it. Views are views.
All right,
Jasmine's hubby donated $20.
Uh-oh.
Thank you all for being nice to my beautiful wife. I love you, baby. Can't wait to get you home. All you ladies and Brian have been so kind. God bless you guys.
You didn't account? You didn't. I love you.
You want to
Can't
say
wait.
something else, or then?
I can't wait to get home to you too. Can't wait to see our cat.
All right, cool.
GMD Jim donated $20. Brian, I used to hold many ideas that you do. When I surrendered, all things changed. Things will be revealed that you never thought before. You
Wait,
will
why are you guys
finally
laughing?
know peace at all times.
A chat? What do you mean? What are they saying? Deport the cat?
Oh my god.
Oh, Mitch's chat? What the fuck, bro? I'm gonna see. Okay, let me see who we can raid. Okay, fuck it. We're gonna raid. We're gonna, guys. Mitch is, guys. Send a kind message over to Mitch. Looks like he's kind of going through a little tough time there. So, guys, show him a little love, show him a little support, drop him like a TTS. Just show him some love, man. Show him some love in the chat. Also, tell him to come on the whatever. We're DMing each other. I'm trying to get him on the whatever podcast. We were DMing earlier today. We're gonna try to get him on the whatever podcast. Great guy, really cool guy. Give him a little love, give him a little support. Go ahead, pull him up, and then we'll send the raider.
If you liked it.
Maybe I did like it.
All right.
Listen, man, come over for Thanksgiving. I'll pee on the other one, bro. We'll have a good time.
Yo, chill with that shit, bro. Oh man. Yo, boy, hold on. Yo, let me send you this Roblox shit, okay?
No, bro, don't send me anything right now, man. I don't care what a fucking Roblox card, bro.
I told your youngest kid I'd get him.
All right,
a
I'm gonna
Roblox.
send the raid in 10 seconds. Oh wait, hold on.
I don't want a
Shit.
Roblox
Wait,
card
fuck.
right now, man.
Hold on.
All right, well, I'm gonna
Wait,
send
sorry,
it
I got to do the
I'm
outro
gonna
first.
send-
My bad. And then we'll do the raid. Okay, GG.
Well played.
GG.
Well played.
To the panel, last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. We couldn't do the show without you, without your patronage. So thank you so much, everybody. You're generosity is overwhelming. Again, we could not do the show without you guys, so thank you so much. Big thank you to the wonderful panel here. It was a good show tonight. It was a fun show. Thank you all so much for coming. We will be live again. Guys, it's getting towards the end of the year. We only have a few shows left, and then it's done. So we will be live again Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific. Any girls who want to be on the show, we'll be taking a break. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM out whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. 07's in the chat. Thank you guys for watching on Twitch. I'm going to get this raid going. If you can pull that back up. Thank you guys so much for watching on Twitch. I really appreciate it. I'm going to send Mitch here a raid.
Doing like some deep breathing, and it's like kind of like meditating. Like for a long time, I was doing.
I'm going to send it now.
Like deep breathing before bed, and I kind of still do, but not as like.
What kind of deep breathing?
Intense. Like I literally just lay down, and I close my eyes, and I just breathe in, like you know. And then I hold it for like 6 seconds.
Meditation.
And I breathe out really slowly.
Yeah.
Because I also like overthink a lot.
Meditation.
And I think it's kind of like scientifically proven that like if you slow your breath down, it kind of like slows your like thought process down a little bit. And that actually was like really helpful.
Yeah.
It's really crazy because like when I'm overthinking, I know I'm overthinking, but there would be times where I'm like doing like this breathing exercise where I'm like,
oh boy,
holy fuck! Like I actually. My thoughts slow down so much that I could think about it. You know what I mean?
They did. I wrote it. Oh my god!
You just breathe in, like just normal. Like you breathe in, you fill your chest with air, and then you hold it, and then.
Okay, hide that. Oh my god. Anyways, okay, that was like a not the best moment to send a raid, but
no regrets.
All right, there you go. All right, there's a couple TTSs that came through, so.
Jess6 Hubby donated $20. I love you, baby. Can't wait to lick the coom out of you that you got pumped into you while you were out partying with your friends.
Wow.
Damn, dude, what the fuck? Chill out, man. Come on, that's crazy, man.
Big Sass Energy donated $20. This Justin from Donald Trump. Jasmine can stay.
Oh, you got a fan. All right.
Daniel Nosseri donated $20. Cena finally swallowed it. Congratulations.
Sitting there watching you go.
Good job. Wait, you got to do the other half. And then
Next time.
I can't wrap the show until you do the other half.
Huh?
Yeah. As soon as you do the other half, the show's over. Just like, let's fucking. Okay. Okay, man. Okay, man. All right, guys. Like the video. Like the video for Cena. Like the video for Cena. She's a trooper. She's a trooper. All right. I think that's everything. One sec, guys. Let me just double check everything. Okay, we're all good. All right. Cool, that's it. Okay, guys. 07's in the chat. I hope you guys have a great night. We'll see you guys on Sunday. Good night, guys.
Make America great again.